8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
The number 866 We Be Big, and we thank you as always for making us part of your day. We know there's a lot of choices out there for you, and the fact that you chose us, we don't take that lightly, and we thank you for that. All right, well, RBU will be recorded today and dropped this Saturday morning on all social media platforms of Rick and Bubba. You will see us send a notification out, but you need to make sure that you are subscribed and getting notifications on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. And you can simply do that however you go and listen to your podcast. Make sure that you're subscribed and getting notifications to the Rick and Bubba University podcast that we push out every week. This week we have special guest Kirk Cameron with us, and we'll be breaking down a lot of things and his latest attack by the liberal media just because he is pushing homeschooling, and that will be something that the guys will touch on, and you wouldn't believe what some of the media is talking about with Kirk Cameron. We had him on the main show not too long ago, but we'll go more in depth with the Homeschool Awakening. It's going to be June 13th and 14th, and we'll talk to you more about that. It's going to be in select movie theaters, and there's some other options and ways to catch it on TBN and other places. So we'll talk to Kirk Cameron about that today, but you will have that hit Saturday morning on all audio podcast formats with Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, plus Blaze TV, Pluto TV, YouTube, Facebook, and so be looking for that. Well, the wheel of meat has spun. We know that, but we still are going to have a good time today. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey. Good. Discovered something this morning in our big kitchen that I did not know that was there, and I'm excited about it.
What?
Have y'all seen the ice maker in there? Have you seen what type of ice it puts out?
I didn't even know
Is
there
it the
was
small
ice.
ice?
The small pellet ice.
Watch out.
It's sitting right there for the taking, and I had no
I've
idea it was
never
in
noticed
there. I had to go
Obviously
in.
Been here this whole time. I didn't notice it. I still ain't noticed it.
Well, I don't know. I tell you what, there was something making a noise this morning, and I was like, what is that noise? And I looked down and I thought, well, there's an ice maker right there. It wasn't making the noise, but I noticed it in trying to find the noise.
Look at that ice maker.
And I thought, I wonder what kind of ice is in that thing. Please don't tell me it's those little pellets I love so much. And I opened it up, and guess what? It's the little pellets.
And there it is.
I just thought that might bring some joy to you guys.
Let's just give you a little bit of that right there.
Because I didn't know it was there. It's my favorite kind of ice if I'm ever going to do ice.
And if you twist your ankle, you can put it in a plastic bag.
You can.
It works good.
You can, Greg.
So and that may happen.
Right.
Multi-purpose. All right, I just trying to spread some joy this morning. That's all I had.
There it
Okay,
is.
wow.
Little pellets.
How about
All
that?
right.
Well,
But I'm happy for you though.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
that's how you start your
I
day.
thought it would be for everybody. I really did. I thought y'all would be more excited about that than you are.
Well, I mean,
I really did. Greg gave me a little bit. You're giving me zero.
Yeah, Speedy said he didn't give a crap.
I'm not, first of all, I never noticed there was one. And then secondly, ice makers aren't in my life much. I don't go to ice much. Do y'all? I mean, apparently he
not
does,
now.
but I don't.
There was a time when I was very ice dependent.
Yeah,
but not now.
yeah.
I enjoy if I'm in a restaurant or a drive-through and I get a to-go cup.
Yeah.
And I like that. If that ice is there, I keep it a little longer.
Yeah.
I'll chew on it.
I'll give you that. That is the preferred ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good ice.
If we're just breaking down ice.
Yeah.
Probably the worst ice, like I have in my refrigerator, the Half Moon.
Yeah. Half Moon's
Well, it
horrible.
gets
Who likes
sideways
that?
and you spill it all over.
That's
you.
what we got.
Yeah.
Good night alive.
The old
You
Half
spit
Moon.
it out. But yeah, that is the preferred ice. So I'm glad that that's part of your life now.
Okay.
That's a little win for you. Let's just chalk up.
We
the
don't have
wins,
to give
huh?
charity. Let's just move on.
Okay, well, I'm trying to come in. I'm trying to come in behind you saying I wasn't giving you much on it.
I remember when I was a kid.
Ooh, I got a brain.
We'd go to work with Dad in the summer, and he, the football coach getting everything ready. You know how they do. Mm-hmm. And they had this huge ice machine with a sliding door on it, and it was crushed ice.
Yeah.
Ooh, I loved it. I'd make like snowballs out of it and throw them, but it was good. Crushed. Big, huge. I mean, this thing was huge.
Yeah.
You slide the door open, it'd be just piled up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Me and Rick throw it at each other. Good stuff.
I bet y'all threw a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
That's something else. All right, so today we have it's been in the news a lot, but the Live series, the LIV Golf Invitational Series, it starts today, and outside of London, and you got DeChambeau and others that are heading over. Phil Mickelson, Sergio Garcia, Dustin Johnson. The list might continue to grow, and that starts today. That's been in the news. It looks like the Boston Celtics won last night in the NBA Finals. They beat L.A. And Steph Curry.
So what's that take?
Is it L.A.? Yeah, Steph Curry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's no,
Golden State.
It's Golden State.
Warriors.
I'm sorry. I said that's how much I follow
so-
the NBA.
Yeah, I didn't even know who's in it.
So the Celtics are up 2-1.
Yeah. They won last night.
And they were in the God last night. And there's a
How many
player.
points did Bird have?
There's a player with green hair last night. I noticed.
I'm not into that.
I don't know who it was. I'm sure everybody loves it and it's awesome and all that, but it caught me off guard because I don't watch enough NBA, and I was kind of catching up on it this morning.
Let me give the green hair people, because there's green hair and purple hair.
Yeah,
not
a lot
a
of
good
purple
look.
hair.
Yeah.
No.
Not
Well,
good. And I'll see you get these pierced people. I got it, tattooed people. But I'll see normal people that go purple or green, and I'm thinking it really not working for me.
I get this because green is one of your primary
I got
colors
that.
on the basketball team. Got
when
it.
you look at somebody's mom at school and they got green hair, you're like,
That's a
not,
little
I mean,
strange.
it's just not working.
Right,
for me.
right.
It's not a good look.
You're saying I'm just here. I am, and oh wow, I got colored hair.
Yeah. And it's either green or purple.
Right.
Yeah. If you had to go with a color, which color would it be?
Out of those
If we
two.
had to say for 1 week here on the show,
Do I have
everybody has
hair?
to
So
color.
I've got hair.
Speedy actually has hair.
Oh, wow.
And yours can't be red.
Okay. Red.
What would I go with?
I might go with just maybe a little bit of blue.
I think blue's my color
Blue?
too. Yeah.
Light blue.
Yeah, I'm thinking light blue. That's kind of where I'm
I'd go a
headed.
little darker shade.
Like
I
are
would
you
go,
going royal or more
More navy.
navy? Okay.
Yeah.
I would go neon green, like a flagging vest.
Really?
Oh boy, you're
Well, I mean,
really
if
stand
we're
out.
just doing it, like I say,
It's just
it's
a
not a
week.
good look.
Didn't think I'd be talking
Like
about
I just
that
told
today.
you, it's not a good look.
It's just
at
a
all.
week.
Yeah.
That's it.
I would do it just so I wouldn't get hit by cars,
Right.
basically.
While we're kicking around sports, I heard something the other day, and I thought, well, I did not know that. You learn something new every day. You know how every once in a while these pitchers come in, I mean, these outfielders or position players come in
Pitch,
and
yeah.
pitch,
I'm
and
done with that.
it's a bit. Do you know that you have to be have a lead of a certain amount before that can even happen?
I didn't know that.
Do you know how many runs it is?
Probably
12.
12.
Nope.
10.
6.
6.
Six. If
Did
you got
not know
six,
that.
you
I'm
can
thinking
pull
6.
another position player and let him pitch.
Correct.
I didn't know there was.
about
I didn't either.
Yeah, that's one.
Just thought I'd throw that out there
Well,
while we're talking
that's
sports.
not bad.
And
That's
then,
not
and then
bad,
how
my
about
friend.
while we're talking sports, it looks like Deshaun Watson is in more trouble, by the way. I don't know if y'all seen
Yeah.
that latest.
Yes,
Well,
I
we got
have.
more
It's
women
not
piling
good.
Oh
on.
yeah, I think
More
Oh, yeah.
women, and evidently he didn't tell the NFL or the Cleveland Browns the complete truth on something.
Yeah.
It's going,
I saw
and
that.
it's going to get
Baker
ugly.
Mayfield sitting there going,
Yeah.
I know.
"Y'all need me to stand
There
back
I
in?"
am. I don't know if you saw the rundown too.
Hey,
Deshaun
Deshaun.
Watson's in the top 3 paid quarterbacks in the NFL.
Oh, yeah, very big contract
Yeah.
he got.
Right.
And, considering you set a year out and you hadn't played in a year, I thought that was a little much. I think we've discussed that before.
Right.
I know he was a pretty good quarterback, but
Yeah.
not that.
No.
I mean,
That's Haslam and the Browns making Haslam and the Browns kind of decisions.
just a dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't understand
So that may get ugly again.
I mean, he was
Yeah,
wanting
I've-
back
I've
in the
been
league.
seeing
You
that.
got him a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
We'll take a break. We'll come back now. 16 minutes past the hour. We are cranked up, ready to go. A lot to discuss. Yesterday was a busy news day. You had Biden on Jimmy Kimmel, and he had trouble going up the steps to Air Force One. Don't know if you saw that trip. Yep, that's right. We got a lot to talk about today.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts. Or rickandbubba.com. You can count on CarShield helping you to save you from expensive car repairs with protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. You choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. And every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make the choice at this Gridiron Men Conference.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter, Kurt Cameron, and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else matters.
The Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. Presented by Bill Waldrop Ministries.
While you can't avoid allergy season, you can at least save on your prescription medications. With GoodRx, you can compare prescription prices at over 70,000 pharmacies, and you can find discounts of up to 80%. Even with insurance, GoodRx may beat your prescription copay. For simple, smart savings on prescriptions, go to goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid. In 2021, GoodRx users saved 81% on retail prescriptions.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Our secret to a stress-free summer? HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted, foolproof recipes featuring the season's ripest fruits and veggies straight to your door with 30 recipe options every single week. Like quick and easy and family-friendly. There's something to please everyone. Hey, the best part, we get to spend less time at the grocery store and more time relaxing. Get 16 free meals plus 3 gifts with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Inflation is rising and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My
right, guys, 22 minutes past the hour. Excuse me. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Don't forget, RBU this week will be with Kirk Cameron. You don't want to miss that. Make sure you are following RBU on your podcast, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Set up your notifications, like us, and get your updates and your notifications.
Smash that subscribe button.
Come on, dude. I mean, hit it hard.
That's what they say out there.
Yeah.
Hey, smash that subscribe button.
I love how you look down when you say
Smash it.
We are sitting around getting ready for the day. There's some things to to look at. I had a lot of secondhand embarrassment getting prepared for today's show, having to watch President Biden on Jimmy Kimmel last night. That was tough. You got, Jimmy who's falling all over himself, the president's sitting there, and then you got President Biden trying to act cool.
Trying to be hip.
But he's still in the state he's in.
Yeah.
So that was tough for me. But that's an update today that the main show will break down. Also, as I went to break, President Biden tripped again going up the steps to get on Air Force One. And he's got his glasses on too, his shades.
No, he likes to put them shades on.
Is this a true story here? Because I've got it. It looks like it's from a pretty reputable website. Walmart discontinuing sales of coconut milk brand because it's tied to PETA's claim of forced monkey labor.
You remember we did that story?
I do.
They've trained these monkeys to pick coconuts.
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like
so they're dropping it.
They're dropping it because of that.
Sounds to me like pretty good use of monkeys. What else they gonna do?
Looks like the retailer has joined Kroger, Target, Costco, and Walgreens in discontinuing sales of the coconut milk.
Well, if you're glad we solved that.
If you're giving the monkeys 3 squares a day and giving
I'm
them
sure they're a little
something
rough on the monkeys, but
giving them something to eat every once in a while and a place to lay their head and all that. I don't know if you'd have a place for the monkeys to lay their head.
Right.
Make it more comfortable for them.
Yeah.
Then why wouldn't you?
The
they
Thailand
may
based
enjoy it. Do you think they don't like picking coconuts?
No, but here's what they
What
say.
else they got?
They probably like the interaction with the humans that are out there.
Yeah.
To your humans probably beat the crap out of them, make them do it.
But to your point, if y'all remember that the Thailand-based company was the subject of the PETA Asia investigation in 2019 that alleged monkeys were abused, chained, and forced to pick coconuts.
Well, if people in America don't start going back to work, we're going to have to do it here.
Yeah. They were denied.
I don't want anybody abusing monkeys.
No. Who wants that?
Especially monkeys.
They were denied the freedom to move around, socialize with others, or do anything else that is important to them.
They put them right
these
back in
intelligent
the cage.
animals slowly lose their minds if they don't have the freedom to do
Well, what if we
things.
let them mingle after work?
Yeah.
Instead of throwing them in that cage.
Yeah.
What about that? Would that be better?
But
still get the coconuts picked.
I will tell you
but
this.
we just let them have like a happy hour.
Yeah. I will give PETA one thing. They're great organizers. I mean, they will attack a business and I'm talking about bug them to the point where they're like, okay, we got to do something.
Walmart
do you know? It says here that they according to PETA, Walmart's decision to drop the brand from stores and online comes after receiving more than 86,000 emails from PETA supporters. 86,000.
I got to know what do they mean by abuse? Like, what is actually going on?
Well, that's what
I
was saying.
know, but I mean, is that
we
they'll make
did the
up
story,
stuff
and
too.
I think they would take them. Didn't they I think to train them, they're pretty rough on them, and then they
they
chained
them up.
They chain them up.
Chain them up. And they were denied to move around. They were in small cages and all that.
And if that's the case, I mean, we can get coconut milk otherwise.
Well, I'll say
I'm
this.
okay. I'm okay with Walmart dropping it if this truly is the
evidently Walmart. This is not a big deal for them to drop this company.
Right.
They wouldn't have done it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? This is one of the things that go, hey, guys, let's just
we
drop
can
it.
get
No big
coconut
deal.
milk somewhere else where they're not abusing monkeys.
Nobody wants anything abused. PETA says more than 45,000 stores have stopped selling the coconut milk since 2019's investigation, calling on more companies to drop the brand.
Quite frankly, if PETA would stay in this lane and just deal with this kind of issue, I probably wouldn't have as much of a problem with them as I do.
Yeah, because,
instead of bass tournaments.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about that. Chasing the Wienermobile down the street's probably not a way to go.
No.
Wouldn't y'all agree?
Yeah, you Never mind.
Well, I'm just telling you, they do. I mean, doing that. I mean, shutting down puppy farms and mistreated monkeys in cages and chained up and any type of abuse of animals. I think let's land there.
We're the only show that will talk about
Right?
monkeys and the Wienermobile in the same exact.
That's a good point.
Right. Well,
segment.
with PETA, whenever we talk about PETA, there's just that interview we had on with Bruce. That's legendary. When Bubba gave us the speech that, hey, we got to let him talk. Let's be cool. And then Bruce starts in the interview, and Bubba loses
his mind.
He rocks back and starts letting Bruce have it. But Bruce dictated that. He's the one that kind of led that temper.
That's what I'm saying.
But
I'm looking at monkeys chained, abused for coconut milk.
That's it right there. The update
Yeah,
is
Walmart probably shouldn't be buying that product.
Now Thailand denies that they're abusing them.
Right.
I mean,
but it looks like Walmart has now joined Kroger, Target, Costco, Walgreens. Those are
they were late to the game because they had an NFL team to buy.
Right.
That's
by the
true.
way, I found a little bit more about that. When speaking of the Denver Broncos and Walmart and the eldest son purchasing are going to purchase the Broncos. I was looking into that a little bit. It says the Denver Broncos sold for that much because they have the longest sold-out streak in the NFL, which is 400 plus, and they had to sell because the previous owner died. I didn't know that.
Went on in.
There was no real owner lined up for the
I got you.
from the
So it was
family,
on
so
the
it was
market.
in a trust, and that's why it was purchased. But anyway, that's a little sidebar update there. But yeah, there's your monkey update. That's just a story we did
Guys,
two
these
or three years ago, and there's the update.
I'm watching this. Boy, them monkeys are good.
Yeah,
they'll
pick
get
it
a
up.
coconut.
Efficient.
Of course,
aren't
I'm watching the video released by Thailand. It shows them giving them water. And
Sure.
all that
Sure,
stuff.
it does. Yeah. I wish I could climb a tree like that and swing
Boy,
around.
they can.
Just for one afternoon.
Would you have
I wish
tree?
you could.
So just for one afternoon, you don't want to have a tree service and be that guy that owns it, just owns that world because you can climb a tree like a monkey.
Like that's my gift.
Yeah.
Kinda?
And
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah.
Like I look at the tree and all of a sudden I'm at the top.
And Speedy's tree service would ring a nice bell because you'd be quick with it.
I like that. I think I'll do that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Our secret to a stress-free summer? HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted foolproof recipes featuring the season's ripest fruits and veggies straight to your door with 30 recipe options every single week. Like quick and easy and family-friendly. There's something to please everyone, plus we get to spend more time relaxing and less time at the grocery store. Got flexible plans that work with your schedule, and get this, you can have your order sent to your vacation spot. Skip weeks or change your delivery date right from the HelloFresh app. With HelloFresh, there's always something new to try, like cucumber salad stuffed pita pockets, chicken sausage stuffed peppers, how about the Tuscan spice shrimp? What's more, we like to customize our meal by swapping proteins and sides so we're able to enjoy our favorite summer dishes just the way we like them. Sign up today for 16 free meals, plus get 3 gifts with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Our friends at Visit North Alabama have created another amazing chance for you and your family to have an out-of-this-world experience at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Folks, this is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. Parents and children ages 7 and up will launch into a mission to space or into an aerial combat scenario in authentic training simulators. Your family will even get to dress the part in your own aviation flight suits. Here's what's included. The winner's lodging and meals are all included, and you'll also get $1,500 spending money for you to use toward your out-of-this-world family road trip package. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. The winner will be announced on July the 1st. Sign up today and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. Or go to rickandbubba.com for a link under the contest tab or the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. I'm sorry, just a side note. I'm looking over at our TVs. Does Phil Mickelson have a mustache?
Yeah, well, kind of.
What's going on there?
Yep.
Okay. It's a beard. No, it's a goatee. Okay.
There's something different. The goatee's part of it, and the reason it's catching you off guard and caught me off guard. It was I guess it was yesterday. Evidently, some photos came out of him being on some type of red carpet, and he was dressed to the nines and had his hair like he liked it, and he had this facial hair that was different. And Greg, everybody said he did look sharp.
Oh, I'm snazzy.
And they were saying, him not having the grind on the tour is helped his complexion and helped his spirits and blah blah. But that's what you're getting.
Okay,
there.
all right. Yeah, I was taken back by it. He's going to be making his first public appearance since February, and will be playing golf today and the new Live series. It's opening up right outside of London. A lot of golfers there. It's funny how the PGA is trying to talk down to it, and they're like, "Why should we be worried about a golf series that's going to start with a shotgun start?"
See, that's
and all
that's the typical governmental body that doesn't get the rest of. Do you know how most other golf tournaments that we play as human beings and can relate to start with a shotgun?
That's
start.
right. Yeah.
So shooting a shotgun.
So I've actually played at one where they did that and it scared the crap out of me.
Oh,
I didn't
not
know.
ready for
what
it.
does that
I did
mean,
not
shotgun
know.
start? I have no idea.
That means everybody spreads out and you start on each like all 18 holes are used to start. So like let's say you got a group, I got a group, Helmsley's got a group. we're all spread out at different.
You're starting off on number one.
different.
He's starting off on number 2, 3, 4, 5. Every hole has a team on it playing.
And then they make a noise. And sometimes it's those horns, whatever, back at the clubhouse, and everybody on the golf course hears it, and that's when you start.
Prior to synchronized clocks and noisemakers, we shot shotguns.
Yeah, shotgun shot.
But that's been a long time. And so I was down in Florida with a couple of buddies. This has been 10 or 15 years ago, and we were playing in one of these things. and you hear shotgun start because that's what everybody says, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to actually fire off a shotgun. Well, this day they did, and it scared me to death because I was a little closer than I wanted to be.
That's
to
good.
it.
That's good stuff right there.
Keep talking down to it, USGA, PGA. Y'all keep talking down to it.
That's not a good move.
Yeah, no, it's not at all.
And I saw DeChambeau, was it Paul Reed? And what's the other one? I cannot think of his name, but they're saying that he might be leaving and going to that series. Puma is his sponsor. What's his name? And he always wears the
Ricky Fowler.
Yes.
By the way, I hadn't seen him in a while. I wondered yesterday how he's doing on that
I saw
front.
him in the golf, I guess the last golf tournament or whatever, and he was in the top 10 for a while, and then he kind of faded just a
and
little
all
bit.
you people talking about, well, Tiger turned it down. Tiger turned it down right now because Tiger's hurt. He can't even play he withdrew from the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
So it's easy for him to turn. That money's going to be offered to him when he's ready. I expect him to end up being there as well.
Yeah.
Tiger's, his decision-making is, he'll jump over there in a heartbeat. Don't think he's taking some higher ground by not going yet. He's just hurt. He's not ready to play.
Right. Yep. So anyway, I'm sorry. I looked up on one of the TVs. I saw Phil Mickelson, and I thought he had a mustache.
Looking sharp.
I did. All right. So you were telling us in the break that you got this new routine or something, or you're listening to something. What's going on?
No. I just thought this was an interesting point. I'd never really thought about it. Now, this is going to get, for me, a little deep here, okay? So
Greg,
just bear with me.
Don't you look down at that laptop.
But I get an email every morning about 3:50, 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's from a guy named Seth Godin, and I think that's how you say his last name.
Seth?
It could be Godin. And it's he's a business entrepreneur every single day, but it's short, Greg. It's short. It's not like it's some big long read.
Does this guy want to play golf with you?
No, Greg. This is like some subscription thing that I do. People from all over the world read his stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like he has millions of followers.
Oh, okay. I thought that guy want to play golf with you.
And he's a business
Shotgun
entrepreneur, all that kind of thing. And so he gives you kind of some food for thought, And the one this morning, it's one of the first things that I go to and read, and this gives me something to think about. and I read it, and then this morning I see it says, "Are you smart?" ? That's the title, and I thought, well, I'm not a smart guy, so I want to see what this means.
Right.
And I just found this interesting because I think this is true. It's a true statement. Are you smart? Smart is no longer memorization. So if you remember when we were kids, what was the first thing, the people that won spelling bees, the people that did all these things, that memorization, we automatically tag them as smart. And what he's saying is memorization is not even worth anything anymore because we have access to everything. We have access to knowledge, all of this. Smart is no longer access to information. Everybody has that. So we have used to, even from a news perspective, even for what we do, we can come in here and tell you stories, but every single person has no one doesn't have access to what we have in here.
Yeah.
And what they're saying is the memorization and all that. And he's saying this, smart is these things now. It's not memorization, it's these things. Situational awareness, which I agree because we're lacking in that. I see a lot of people that don't know situational awareness. Clarity of goals, don't really know where he's going there, but I'm a goal guy, so I get it. Good taste, he references good taste. Now you'd have to define taste. Empathy for others, and the ability to make decisions that further your goals. The good news is this is
even that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But Greg, listen to me. This is what he's saying too, because I was this way. Okay, he's saying this right here is the ultimate statement. The good news is that smart today is a choice, meaning It's not a skill. It's not memorization. Like I can't remember things. I mean, I can remember lines from Top Gun and Bull Durham, and sports scores that I will no longer.
I love how you went there.
But that that's not smart anymore. He's saying smart is actually a choice these days. It's not some skill that you have that. I just found that was comforting for me because I'm not a smart guy when it comes to memorization and stuff.
No, then.
What? What? Don't make fun of him.
I'm
Greg.
not. It's just these gurus.
Why would he be making fun of me? All I'm doing is reading a blog.
You see how he's looking at you?
No, I'm just saying these gurus, they use these big words that say basically the same things that's made people successful forever.
Well, that has nothing to do with what I'm saying, though. When we were kids, we thought smart was,
making an A.
Yeah, memorization, because you had to memorize things to get that A. What he's saying is that's not smart anymore. I told you you're going to have to get a little deep with it, Greg.
Yeah, I'm with Helms on this. I remember when they made us learn the periodic table of elements.
There you go.
Like memorize it. I'm like, but it's a table. It's on the there it is right there.
Right. Why should I memorize it? I have access to it.
Let's just apply it over and over again rather than just like P-E. All right, the next one is H. I'm like, that to me is like, and wasn't it Albert Einstein that said like, don't waste time memorizing something that you can easily look up?
That's it.
Isn't that true?
Yeah. I don't know if it was him. It probably was.
But Helmsy, to your point.
So you're not impressed with these waiters and waitresses that had to.
Hey, now that's impressive.
It's unnecessary.
It is. It is.
And it
is very
it up
impressive.
most of the time.
It's really unnecessary.
Right.
I don't care if you write it down.
Right.
Very good.
But
look at my memory.
Smart devices.
Well, that's situational awareness. That's what he's talking about right there.
Smart devices has changed a lot just in everyday life. I knew growing up, and look, you just had home phones then, but I could give you my buddy's home phone number because you had to memorize it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then once you had cell phones early on, I knew all my family members' phone number,
But not
whatever.
now.
I had to. Reese was filling something out, and he had to write down his phone number, and he actually had to look in his contacts. All right, what's
he
my
don't
number?
call himself.
Yeah, and I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Because I just now depend on these smart devices.
Yeah.
And as simple as directions. Now you just punch it up on an app, and it tells you go left, go right. It used to be that you kind of had an idea where you were going.
I still think you kind of need to.
Yeah, I do too.
Because if you're too dependent on it, if it fails, then you're stuck in the middle of the road and you don't know where to go.
Or in the middle of the field. Remember, Big Love rode into the middle of the field going to Cuz's.
Do y'all realize that as you're both talking and hashing this out, you're checking every box that he put in this, every single one of them.
Mm-hmm. As far as memorizing, I told you I heard an interview with Russell Crowe talking about learning lines. And he said if you'll read them 16 times. 16. I don't know where he got that number.
Okay.
But he said he has found that you will remember it.
Or have an earpiece in and they feed it to you.
Yeah. But he said read it, yeah, that too. But he said 16 times is what it is. I don't know where he got that number.
What's probably for him.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Probably works
number,
for him. For me, it had to be 26.
Yeah. But he said he just reads them, and once he reads them that many times, he's got it.
16. All right, so there it is. 16's the number, y'all. All right, well, thank you, Helmsy.
I feel like y'all completely missed the point outsed of Adler. Adler got it right away.
Did you hear anything we just said?
He's a little weird.
No, I did, but I don't think.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, Adler.
He doesn't think we're smart.
Well, you don't have
We'll come right
situational
back.
awareness.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back.
You ain't got to be real smart nowadays. Ain't a lot of competition.
That's kind of what they're saying.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You can unlock more cash than you realize from your home's equity with a cash-out refinance today. In the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. And with Rocket Mortgage, you can unlock thousands in less than 3 weeks. But you've got to act right now before rates go up. So when you're looking to unlock the cash in your home, Rocket can. Call 8338-ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started.
Rates current as of 12/12/21. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
To show you how easy it is to file a claim with Geico, we hired a scary movie victim.
Oh no, a tree fell on my car, and there's only one thing to do. Trip over my own feet and pull myself across the lawn while yelling help at a barely audible volume.
Sorry to interrupt, but you filed a claim with Geico, so you've got a designated claims team to help you.
This Geico sounds suspiciously reassuring. Are you sure I don't end up getting surprised with an unexpected twist?
Just that your Geico team will always be there to keep you updated.
No! What is it? Oh, nothing. I just didn't see that coming.
Geico. Great service without all the drama.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Is your prostate waking you up more often than your alarm clock? The fact is, the older you get, the more likely you'll have prostate problems, which can affect your everyday life. That's where Prostate Complete by Real Health comes in. Prostate Complete is the result of 20 years of experience as a leader in men's health. The powerful formula in Prostate Complete supports natural prostate function and reduced urinary urges for a better quality of life. Available at Walmart. Visit prostateoneperday.com for special offers. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
And now an update on what some analysts and reporters are calling the Great Resignation and the upside of it all. As many as 44% of workers are leaving their 9-to-5s behind and looking for life hacks to make up the difference in income as they pursue other jobs. And as that number grows, so have downloads of an app called Upside. It's a free app for cash back on gas, groceries, and at restaurants. Can an app like Upside really make a difference? You bet. With Upside, users can earn an average of $96 a year. And it works at all the big gas brands like Shell, BP, Valero, Phillips 66, Circle K, etc. And at favorite local grocers and restaurants. Everyone's got to drive and eat, right? If you want to get in on this life hack, we have a promo code for you. Head to the App Store or Google Play and download Upside. Enter code HACK to get 25 cents per gallon or more cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use code HACK.
Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
We got about 9, leaning on 8 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the show brought to you by LearBubba.com. LearBubba, L-E-A-R, Bubba.com. Last week, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, she said that she miscalculated the possibility for sustained inflation, and we don't have to really go into detail, but we know there is major gas price hikes. We got the war in Europe, supply chain issues, labor shortages. I could go on and on. Federal Reserve Survey just shared that dating back to the 1950s, whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. I'm not really telling you anything. If you were up on the news, you know what I'm talking about. The team at Lear Capital shared how investing in physical gold and precious metals can be an excellent strategy against what's coming and against really what's here, and want to share the opportunity with you. Smart investors are buying gold, precious metals now for two reasons. Gold can be a great hedge during a recession, and two, the closer a recession gets, the more your gold can be worth. So you can join and not let the retirement take a hit like it happened back in 2018. Washington doesn't have the answer, so you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself. Talk with our team about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts, and make this extra important right now step and receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. You can visit LearBubba.com for more information. That's LearBubba.com. Make that extra step right now, and you'll receive, as I said, up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. You can visit LearBubba.com for more information. 1-800-707-4575 is their phone number if you'd rather call. Number again, 800-707-4575, or just simply go to LearBubba.com. Lear is spelled L-E-A-R. L-E-A-R, Bubba.com. There's always a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button if you'd rather go that route. All right, so we're jumping around a little bit and talking about stories of the day. Helmsy talked about the email he gets every morning. That was a good discussion last segment. A lot happening today when it comes to Joe Biden, who was on Jimmy Kimmel last night, issues out in L.A. We've had 26-year-old be arrested for attempted murder because he was going after one of the Supreme Court justices, Kavanaugh. Did we expect? Did we just think something was going to happen that
when you
isn't going to be in this? Yeah,
protest and harass and all this. Yeah, you're going to get the crazies are going to show up.
Yeah, and there was even people outside his house last night, even after this.
Yeah,
had a protester be tackled by Secret Service in L.A. She had a bullhorn.
Form.
Looked like a little Eddie, like a little bitty bullhorn. I don't know if it warranted a tackle, but she was I guess on the streets there as
you got to stay behind.
His motorcade came by and
you can't get within.
No, they didn't.
Close
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that.
You need to.
Yeah, have that awareness. Back to your point.
You had a bullhorn, so it ain't like they couldn't hear you. You could have been a little further back.
Right. Yeah, it's not very good judgment on her part.
That's what the bullhorn was for.
Right.
Keep you from having to approach so close.
Also tonight, prime time, January 6 hearings. That they're going to really try to make that a big deal. I don't either, but it's going to be on most of your networks. You're going to see them go to that live during prime time, and it'll last a couple of hours and probably go into the evening. Not sure that I will be able to give that much. Should be around 7 o'clock Central, 8 Eastern. Is the hearings will be in a rare prime time session starting at that time tonight. If you're carrying anything,
well, there's nothing on. I mean, I seriously, I'm talking about. I don't know how many streaming things I got. I need to get rid of some of them, and plus I got DirecTV, and I still can't find nothing on TV.
It's a difficult task
tough
right now. Last night I was. It's just y'all have made fun of me enough this hour.
I don't know that we've.
I was sitting here last night with the remote, and I pulled up Netflix, and I was trying to find something. And they've added a bunch of good movies, older movies, blockbuster type movies.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've seen them so many times. I want some fresh content. And this thing popped up, top 10 in the top 10 today or whatever. Surviving Summer, and it's this.
I think I saw that.
It's this teenage deal. And so I'm watching the first episode. I didn't realize that it was – I was just trying to figure out what it was. And I got about 10 minutes into it and realized, oh, Maddie and Caroline would like this. This looks to be – it's not – I think it's PG, and it is and it's this little teeny bopper show. And I'm thinking they'll like this. So they both walk in, and they're like, Dad, what are you watching? And I was like, well, I am I'm vetting this out for y'all. Just want to see if y'all might. This may be something y'all can watch on the way to the beach. Y'all are constantly watching the same Netflix shows and same shows. So I'm just trying to see if this is okay for y'all to watch. Oh, okay. Well, about the second episode, they were like, Dad, don't you think you would know by now whether it was good enough for us to watch or not? And I'm like, yeah, you're right. Now I'm kind of getting into it. And so I found myself sitting there
Surviving Summer?
Sitting there watching 1.5 episodes of a show that's designed for teenagers last night. That's how bad it is. That's what I'm getting at. That's how bad it is out there.
Me and Lisa, we tried. Have you seen this? I think it's on Prime. It's on one of them. It's this Night Sky with Sissy Spacek and what's the guy, J.K. Simmons guy that was in Whiplash, and is the farmers.
Is this a movie?
It's a series.
Okay.
Farmers Insurance guy.
I have seen the trailer to what you're talking about.
We've seen the thing.
Does this have to do with like time travel?
Yeah,
and
it's
stuff?
weird. They're just an older couple. And we just watched 2 episodes. They live in this house, and they go down under their garage.
Oh,
and
they
can go to outer space or something weird.
So is it good?
You dove in?
I'm gonna give it another. It's okay.
The trailer didn't do anything for me.
Me neither. We were just like, to your
agree.
point, last night I said, we need to find another series to watch. And we were like, well, let's just try this. It looks kind of stupid.
Yeah.
I mean,
there was
good actors in it.
Right,
but,
yeah. It didn't make me want to watch it. To
but
your
it's
point,
not
Helmsy, I
horrible.
watched the trailer and I
watched 2 episodes. We'll watch a third, see if it gets. It's
Okay.
not bad. It's just you got to have open mind. It's kind of weird.
It looks like it's their little secret, and then others start to find out about it. Or
Yeah,
something.
there's different access points.
Yeah.
And see, right now they get in it and they do this little travel, and then they walk in this room. And it's like you're looking at Mars outside, and they can't go outside. There's a door, but they're afraid to use it because they sent some mice out there and they died or something weird.
Right.
There was.
This is strange.
well, there's just nothing out there right now, and there's a new documentary on. It's on Netflix too, I think, because that's when I went from that to because I just couldn't handle it. It got gross at times. There's a new documentary about the fundamentalist LDS and the Mormons and.
Are you talking about under the?
It was
the Banner of Heaven.
Yes, and it was called.
It's pretty good.
Well, it was called the documentary was called something like "Be Sweet, Pray and Obey," and I thought, I want to look at this because I like documentaries. But I got about 20 minutes into it, and I'm like, man, this is wow, it's a rough ride.
Well, hey, I'm gonna tell y'all one that
very
you
rough.
might like. Adam Sandler's latest movie on
Hustle?
Netflix called Hustle.
Saw that.
He's
I hadn't seen it.
Looks like
but-
he's a basketball scout or something. He finds a player out of Spain, I think, trying to make it to the big show.
So it's good?
It looks. We watched the trailer, and I think it was Reese that he started it, and it's real good. But that's an option.
I need to watch it.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
He could come out from anywhere.
There he comes.
Oh, there he is.
Henry the horse. Come on, ride that Henry. What a horse.
Oh, he's got extra moves today.
Oh, look at here. Put some new stuff in. Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
We're great.
Sound out of breath, Henry.
Yeah, I'm a little bit out of breath. I got a new job.
What's that?
Well, I'm an on-the-street weather reporter.
Okay.
In the South.
Okay.
And it's perfect. It's a perfect job for me because while I may be a horse, I'm also full of bullcrap. So that's good.
What a horse.
There he goes. There he goes.
Henry's been a little negative here in 2018. You know,
He's back, but it seems like Hank the Hound still lingers.
I know, he just lingers in there a little bit. You know, speaking of raccoons, so we're getting down to the end of the show yesterday, wrapping it up, you know, and you always look for those texts from home. And we're almost done. And it's just a very simple text from my Sherry. There's a chipmunk in the house.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, oh, my gosh, chipmunk. And so I go, you know, and then you read up on chipmunks. And, of course, she's convinced that even though it's cute, it's carrying disease. And,
Rick.
and so I go home, and you know how you start thinking, you know, this was a one-shot deal. You know, weather's been it might have come through a door. It doesn't want to stay here. It's probably going back out.
Right.
And I'm thinking the chipmunk's gone. It's not here anymore, And so I get there, and Sherry's walking around the house, and we get home, and because everybody's worried about the weather yesterday, so I got home early, and so I'm all the stuff I was supposed to do that day had all been canceled, and so I get home, and I'm sitting there, and I'm talking about just as pretty as you please. All of a sudden, the chipmunk just goes comes right through the living room. Goes right there.
Like he owns it.
And I'm like, there he goes. And you ever try to catch a chipmunk? It's not easy.
Rick, Betty had one getting a Christmas tree during a Christmas party one time, and it looked a lot like Christmas Vacation.
Yeah. I learned a lot yesterday. First of all, I learned that, critter control's in high demand.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't get anybody to call you back. So I thought, well, and this is not Cook's Pest Control because it's a critter. So, they're that's not their area. So you're kind of thinking, all right, what do I do in my ongoing battle with the chipmunk? And so, first of all, there was a very embarrassing time that I rode through the house. My kids have a lot of lacrosse sticks, and the defense
with a net on it.
Yeah, and the defensive lacrosse sticks are they call them long sticks. They're longer than what the other positions play. So I get that. I've got a long stick lacrosse stick out, and I'm rooting under couches, and I guess I think I'm going to scoop it and throw it out. I don't know what I think. I'm
like
do
it's
with
going to
it.
stay in there.
And so
you got to twirl fast to keep him in there, buddy.
So that was an embarrassing time, and then I tried, and finally I was because then you'd hear this. All right, where is this chipmunk? There he goes. You'd hear that, and then by the time you try to get to him, he's already gone. And
I should have just put one of our cats on loan to you. You could have gave him back.
Yeah.
And then, let me get to that. So the Sherry goes, go get the dog. I said, honey, our dog is useless on this. Yes, he chases him around the yard, but he's going to have no concept there's one in the house.
That's right.
He doesn't care. This is nothing but a stuffed animal that breathes.
Yeah.
That's all it is. He's of no use. He's not going to do anything. So everybody goes.
Now, what kind of dog is he, Rick? So everybody.
He is a combination of a King Charles Cavalier,
Springer Spaniel
or something, and a poodle. Cavapoo.
That is funny.
You think a Cavapoo's going to get something out of your house?
Rick, he looks like a little stuffed animal with a moving tail.
That's all it is.
And ready to get in your lap on a moment's notice.
So I go out to, he's really revving to go out on his little pillow. And I go out there on the porch. I said, buddy, you're on. That's his name. Buddy, we need you. Mm-hmm. And he comes in and he's like, this is great. Hey, find him. He goes over and gets in his bed. Hey, buddy, find that chipmunk. And he looks around like, what are you talking about?
You got him trained so tight, so he doesn't know to walk
And then he
around.
sees the lacrosse stick, and he's really confused. And you know what he looked at me like? I'm in trouble. You know what I mean? He looks at me literally like, am I in trouble? Are you after me with the stick? Now he thinks I'm after him with the stick.
Right.
And I, like an idiot, I think he can understand me. I'm not after you with the stick. You're good. And he says, I'm not moving. I'm where I'm supposed to be. And then I go, buddy, we got to have you. And so I go over to the couch, and I'm starting looking through it. I look, he's on the couch like, no, buddy, you need to be sniffing around.
Come on.
Run him out of here. Get him going. Grab him.
Do that beagle thing, Rick. Get in there, boy. Get in there.
Yeah.
And you know it, you got the lacrosse stick on him.
Move! And all he's doing, one time he runs over and gets in his crate. Well, what? He's like, what do y'all want me to do? We want you to go get the chipmunk. And he never.
Sick him, boy.
It was a complete waste of time. So then I go, all right, it's going to have to be me. It's me against this chipmunk. I now am declaring war, and I said it out loud. I'm now declaring war on you, Alvin, and all you chipmunks.
Yeah.
You're going down. And I'm now at the point now. And the sheriff said, don't smash it in here. I said, well, to smash it, I'm going to have to get anywhere near it. You can't even get close to it.
Yeah.
So I
Rick,
started.
one word, blow to the head.
Well, I was more than willing, and so I was trying to, but you have to.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour has begun. There is much to do. Let's unpack another one. We start this hour with our national anthem. It is 8 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Unpack another one. So the stories of the day coming up. Your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We certainly are thankful that you are here. Maybe you've been hanging out with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy. They do a kickoff hour. Glad you're here. Eddie Van Adler for the Tubers settles into his seat going forward, providing piles of content of Rick and Bubba live and archived. Enjoy it all. It's all available to you. Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel? You get alerts every time we got something new going on. You need to do that. It doesn't cost you anything, but it also keeps you in the loop in case some of these algorithms out there don't want you to know about us as much. Yeah. So subscribe there at our YouTube channel. Also, you can catch us, our podcast archives every day. You can grab those. We got a TuneIn app for you. You can get us on iHeartRadio. You can certainly, hopefully, if you're fortunate enough to have one of America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, we thank all of you, and we thank all those stations for carrying us. Got a couple of new ones we'll be announcing here in a week or so, so be paying attention for that. So things that you need to know. Yesterday's Bible study, speaking of content, it's now archived. Today, Bubba and I will cut a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Kurt Cameron will be our guest. You know, he's kind of been in the crosshairs right now for having the audacity to want to encourage Americans to educate their children. So we'll talk to him about that, and also we'll announce the USFL Team of the Week. But first, we must bring him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. You ready to go?
Boogie singer. Shout it, play that funky music, fat boy. Play that funky music right. Hey, if young Scruggs is listening and he has that ability and that computer to change all the volume whenever we need it from his home, give me some more on WFP. One there. I need more there. I need more volume. So Bubba, are you ready to unpack another one?
Rick, busy day today.
Yes.
Very, very busy. A lot going on.
Yes.
We've got to cover it today. We had an attempt to kill a Supreme Court justice
well,
yesterday.
those Democrat rebel rousers.
After Chuck Schumer got up and told everybody they need to pay. They need to pay. Well, somebody from California took them literally and went after Kavanaugh. We'll break that down. Biden was on TV last night. I have not seen
Kimmel.
or heard anyhow how that went.
Well, you know that they were ready. They protected him. I haven't heard that he didn't do well. Maybe he got through it okay, but I can speak from experience. If you're ready for the presentation and you know what you're doing, and you have a loved one that is losing their cognitive skills, you can get them ready for one quick presentation.
Yeah.
Trust me on that one.
Prop up.
Hey, trust me on that one. Now it's a lot of work, but you can get it done.
Beginning tonight during prime time, you're going to have the January 6th show, which is being presented as You, the American People, Need to Know. Don't remember Congress doing a lot of these during prime time. It looks a little more like a smear campaign. But anyway, we'll see how that plays out.
It looks a little more like a smear campaign.
Rick, we also have a new study on fish. You know, I thought eating fish was good for you. But
I ate fish last night.
Hold the phone.
Hold the phone.
Hold the phone, my friend.
Oh,
we have a somewhat comical story from Walmart and a product that you're going to miss in the near future.
Mm-hmm.
It's an update.
We have a Russian radio station that's in the news, and they're not adding the Rick and Bubba show. Let me underline that.
Well, I'd heard we had some new stations coming.
And, of course, every day some Elon Musk updates. So we'll get to hear that theme music.
So we got all
and
that.
a whole lot more.
And then plus, when you take that ladle and you dip it into the Rick and Bubba audience, you don't know what's going to come up.
No, we can kind of have an idea, but it could change. It could change on one phone call.
Yeah,
you never know.
There could be things that you guys want us to talk about or bring up that we didn't even know. So and Adler's got his video list. He'll hand that to us. We'll look to that, see what's stirring there, and okay.
Now Biden trying to go back up the steps to Air Force One.
Saw that.
We had a fall, didn't we?
Yeah.
Saw that.
Now that's a trip.
It's not a. You're going to be disappointed in
a
it.
CAG. Was it look like a CAG?
Yeah, a CAG.
Yeah.
When I saw it, the way it was being hyped up when it was sent to me, I was like, "Oh man, this is." And then I looked, and I'm like, "Are we being overcritical?"
Yeah,
it really wasn't.
It was a stumble on a step.
Yeah,
is
that's
what
all
it was. But with just the way he acts and what's going on, it's just more.
No, I got you, but you know how things get. When I saw it, I thought, well, he's really gonna.
Yeah, he's falling down. The steps
it was. But it's not near as bad as it's made out to be.
Also,
but
Rick,
I don't really even need that to see he's losing his cognitive skills.
We had Game 3 of the NBA championship last night, and I will have to ask the question: was there a little gamemanship in part of that? And you'll love it, Rick. This goes right back to something you love.
Okay, good.
When you plant just a seed of doubt in somebody's mind.
I love that kind of stuff. I love that. That shirt seems a little tight on you.
Oh, yeah.
I love that kind of stuff.
If you're a big 3-point shooting team, the least little thing could make you a little squirrely.
I love that. There's no greater feeling than all of a sudden you start making yourself comfortable inside somebody's head.
Pull up a seat.
I think I'll use the couch over here. I'm settling in. 15 minutes past the hour, so hopefully we'll see what comes out of all that. And then what you're going to bring to the table, too, as a Rick and Bubba supporter. And you got your phone in hands, and I tell you what, I get a shot. I'm in there. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You land a blow. You know what I mean? And so I headed out to go. There's a lot of confusion now when you go shopping for anything. A lot of confusion.
Oh, yeah.
And just because it's online and says it somewhere doesn't mean it is.
Yeah.
You go, where can I find chipmunk traps? And it'll give you some
A
location.
sticky pad will do it, won't it?
Well, he's a little big. I got some sticky
But
pads
he'll get
ready.
hung up in it, won't it?
Well, I did that. I put some of those down.
Enough for the dog to get him.
But because
slow him up.
But he's a little big for a sticky pad. The ones I could find. But I
gotta go for it.
But I tell you, I went. No, I mean, it's about this long.
Yeah, it's a lot bigger than
It's not a mouse. Sticky pads are good for mice. Because they the whole thing. But he'll have probably half his body on it, which will be enough. But I think it'll
You
be
won't be able to drag it on the couch.
But I think it'll be a bad scene. I think he'll be backing it all over the place. So what I tell you, you told me it was bad about going to bed last night with a chipmunk still loose in the house.
One eye open
I
there.
know how you are about rats.
At
And
least-
I can't believe you went to sleep
a new
knowing
day.
that creature's in the house.
No, it's just
If it had been a snake, I couldn't. I don't know.
Well,
I'm
no,
out.
a snake's a different
I'm,
deal.
I'm not. I
Snake's
can't
a
go to sleep
different.
in
Snake's a different deal.
Bubba.
And a rat's
Well,
a
I'm
different
just saying,
deal.
I hate.
Yeah.
I hate snakes. Rick hates rats.
Yeah, but
chipmunk closer to rat than snake.
No question.
Has better tails.
Yeah, but it's got those little stripes and look cute.
It's got racing stripes, and that helps out the PR. I'll give you that.
But they are riddled with disease too. Though.
Sure they are,
yeah.
Rick. Sure they are.
But so anyway, but the funny thing was,
You'll never hear anybody taking their chipmunk to get shots.
you should have been because I just want everybody to. I just wanted to go to bed. And so
Yeah.
I was sitting there in the 16-year-old, which
Do you feel like you hear it walking around when it's quiet?
Well, it was last seen in the 16-year-old's room. Okay,
Is he sleeping in there with
No,
it?
this was funny. You know how you do things, and I said, "Oh no," I said, "You're fine," and the trap is right by his bed. Like that. I said, "No, you're good. The trap's in here." I said, "That's right," because this is where we last saw it. And he said, "Well, I'm gonna sleep with a chipmunk in the room." I said, "Oh, they can't climb. They can't get up on your bed.
They can't climb.
So he went to bed.
Climbed like all get out.
He went to bed thinking he couldn't get up on his bed.
No.
I said, "Nah, he can't get up."
Rick,
I said,
it's only in the middle of the night. It jumped in his mouth or something.
It's only 12 degrees outside.
Bubba, you've got it jumping in his mouth.
Why not? I'm telling you, it's a wild animal in there.
I jump it in his mouth.
What is wrong with you?
What if it scratches your eyes out in the middle of the night?
With his tiny little chipmunk hands.
Yeah, he's just digging.
That's so funny.
Gets on your left eye.
Yeah, I tell you
Goes
what,
to town.
this is what I did. I understand.
Talking about a scratched cornea.
Look,
Come on.
it's legitimate. But this is what I sent her about last night. I said, we're in gripped and fair over this. look, Hams, this is what's got us all on edge.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's a little picture of a chipmunk. So anyway, so
but the little pitter patter of a little rodent.
No, I don't like it.
Walking around. I remember the first time I was down at Lenore Farms. I was spending the night down there, and they had named the pet mice that are in the
I ain't
in the
staying
house.
in there. No.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I finally close my eyes, and everything gets real quiet. And I'm like, and all of a sudden, you hear.
No.
And I'm like, I suddenly I set up and I was like, no. And there's a little heater over coming out of the wall. And one time I woke up in the middle of the night and it was just sitting up under there like, oh, this is awesome.
Rick, was it
Smoking a cigarette.
Was it in Texas before Dan fixed up those places at the Hunter State that Gorosky was using
he claimed he used one
bad. He was using an oar to go across the floor because he wouldn't put his feet down.
Yeah, Gorosky said Greg got out, went to the bathroom. He says it's the bravest thing he'd ever seen.
He said he was one bad incident from not sleeping at all.
Yeah. He said I'm one bad incident from not sleeping this entire week.
And see, that's all I could think about when I checked in out there.
No, Gorosky, he got on his bed had wheels on it where you can move it around, and he had gotten a broom and he would just push himself across the room so his feet wouldn't get on the ground. But for some reason, this didn't bother me as bad as that. But because I guess
because we go back to the tail.
Well, I have to think. I don't want to think about it. So, so
Einstein won't even be bothered by your dog.
Yeah, the cat.
He's bigger than that.
Well, the cat and this dog won't be bothered by the cat. Trust me.
Unless the cat gets on his pillow.
Yeah, that'll be the only time we have an issue. I wish you'd seen that dog try because he's so used to just doing what he's told, and we've never.
You don't have a chipmunk command.
We don't have a chipmunk command, and one time he's got in the middle of the floor and just said, "I'm not sure what y'all want me to do."
Yeah,
I've gone to the crate, I've gone to the pillow, I've gone back outside. What do you want me to do? I've sat in somebody's lap. What am I supposed to do? And I thought, don't you smell him, boy? And I realized
was it this dog or the last dog that I got so just enthralled with the fact he would sit by the couch waiting on somebody?
Yeah,
to
that
sit
was
down?
the dog before this one.
He would like guard the edge of the couch, just looking for, and somebody start walking that way.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So, one of the bigger stories today, if not the biggest, is we have a California man, 26 years old, who wanted to kill Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh with attempted murder. He's been charged. He was angry, according to police that investigated it, over Roe v. Wade. He had a Glock 17, some zip ties, and my wife told me last night, and I guess it's here in the story too, that he also had a hammer. And can you imagine? I mean, what in the world is he going to do with a hammer? I mean, is he going to crush his skull once he gets him down or something and break it into pieces? I mean, who knows? Probably. But anyway, this leads to one of those uncomfortable moments because the narrative is supposed to be, according to the left, is that the left, they're all level-headed, loving, rainbow dancing people, and it's those wicked, antiquated, outdated, bigoted, misogynist, right-wing, white supremacy, and all that goes with it, and they're the ones that cause all the trouble, and they're talk radio people. They work their viewers into a frenzy like January the 6th. And insurrection. But you look over here and you start going back to some things that very prominent people on the left said about the Supreme Court swinging to a more conservative vote and all kinds of stuff, really, that led this person to believe that he should do something.
And Rick,
something drastic.
Don't forget, we had a mad gunman unload on the Republicans practicing softball.
Well, no,
or
that's
baseball or
been
whatever
erased
it
from
was.
our history, Bubba.
Right.
Because that now, if you're a part of the left, you just tell yourself over and over, like you click together your ruby red shoes, that didn't happen. Okay.
Well, and there's some people who are not happy with the Attorney General on this, Merrick Garland, who seems to be kind of dragging his feet. We have laws that say you cannot intimidate judges, you cannot intimidate jurors, you can't go to their house, you can't do all this kind of stuff. Right. And they're really not really getting after it on this. I don't know if you've noticed. They've been like, well.
No, I heard commentary on that yesterday. They're like, we have the law on the books that simply just needs to be enforced, that you can't do this to Supreme Court justices, whether you are on the right or on the left, and judges, you can't do what these people are doing. But it's almost like prominent Democrats are encouraging this to happen. And I promise you this with zero hesitation. If someone on the right tried to shoot up the practice, or someone on the right went after a judge that was on the left trying to get Roe v. Wade overturned versus this guy who says I'm trying to keep it from being overturned, if it was done on the right, it would be wall to wall. We might even be out of. I mean, school may be. I mean, of course, school's over. It may be today. Nobody go to work. Nobody do anything. This is so wicked, so evil. And as we've heard talk show hosts say, because of the latest massacre that's blamed on the right, of course, is that the right really should just be removed from society. But
we heard the view.
We heard them say that. Yeah, that's not even hyperbole. No. So, or as you say, exaggeration. So
I don't like the word hyperbole.
Right. Yeah. I don't either. First time I saw it written, I didn't even know what to do.
Yeah.
But hyperbole. But anyway, so I'm okay, just so you know, because I try to be consistent with this as best I can as a fallen person who, has feelings and emotions just like anybody else, as Randy Moss said. But I just try not to let them run me. But you can be inconsistent because sometimes you get emotional about things.
Right,
but what I'm saying in this, they're good servants. Your emotions are just, horrendous masters, Dallas Willard. But I'm okay to say that people are allowed to express themselves however they want to. And then if they break the law, they should be dealt with, and they should be dealt with severely. Okay? And then I don't think that a Supreme Court justice or any judge should be, that we should murder them if we disagree with them, whether they're on the left or the right.
Right.
So I'm just going to say I don't think that's good. And I'm going to say, so if somebody
for
does
a civilized society.
Yeah, if somebody's going to say that on the right, I'm going to strongly disagree and say they should be prosecuted to the extent of the law. And if they do it on the left, I'm going to say the same thing. Mm-hmm. But what we can't do is what the left does is say, we didn't rebel rouse this guy, but you do. Mm-hmm. Either Chuck Schumer can get up and say what he says, and we have that, and listen to this, and then if somebody can't handle it, that's on them, not Chuck. Mm-hmm. But what we can't have is if somebody on the right says something and somebody acts, it's that person's fault, but it's not Chuck's. Right. Now, we can't have that. No. It's either one or the other.
Right.
So here's what Schumer said.
Mm-hmm. Taking away fundamental rights. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
Wow. Ooh, wow.
You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions.
Wow.
So
won't know what hit you. You've called down a whirlwind on yourself.
Chuck Schumer has instigated insurrection, if you want to look at it that way.
And boy, they're really obsessed with that right now.
And
wait till prime time
you
tonight.
Can't. I mean, he's trying to force a judge to make an opinion based on sicking a mob on them.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, is that the law or not?
That's uncivilized.
And here's the thing. If we can say we won't change and we're going to go after and we're going to do this and we're going to fight against an elected official, it's understood you're going to try to get them in the polls, okay? Yeah. I mean, you make stump speeches that get everybody fired up. I got that. But you have a process for doing that, and it's usually the next election.
Right.
A Supreme Court justice, what he's saying here, cannot be run out in the next election.
Wow.
So what do you mean by that, Chuck? What do you mean? You're basically threatening violence against a judge, which is against federal law.
All right,
so are we going to enforce these things against people like Chuck Schumer or not?
I'm okay with saying that he can say, well, I didn't mean this, and him not be held responsible, but you can't turn around and say that President Trump caused an insurrection on January 6th.
Well,
you can't have it both ways.
Let me ask you this.
It's either one or the other.
Words have meanings.
Right.
We always hear that. What did Chuck Schumer mean?
Mm-hmm. What
did he
whirlwind does he mean? You're going to pay a price. What does he mean for that?
What price can a judge who's appointed for life pay? Does that mean people kidnapping your family?
Right.
We had a guy with zip ties creeping around his house.
Mm-hmm. 1:45 in the morning.
So what is it, Chuck? Yeah. Big Chuck, come on,
Chucky. Can I tell you how Nicholas John Roski interpreted this? He showed up with 2 magazines, a Glock 17, pepper spray, zip ties, a hammer, screwdriver, a nail punch, a crowbar, a pistol light, duct tape, hiking boots, and padding on the outside of his soles and other items. So this is how he took it.
Yeah.
Right?
In the middle of the night.
Yeah, 1:45 in the morning. So is Chuck, does he bear responsibility for this, or do we say, well, this guy's just nuts, so he's the one that committed the action, only he is responsible. But if we say that, then you have to change the way you treat a lot of people on the right that have talk shows and give speeches, and because it seems like you want to try to have it both ways.
Well, yeah, they want to have it both
which
ways.
would be consistent with a worldview that is nothing but emotions and feelings. But if you want to be consistent, you kind of find yourself in a situation here. It's going to be interesting to hear how it's going to be spun. I think I know how it's going to go, but it will be interesting.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
His tail start wagging.
You're
like,
right
come
up
on,
in your lap and
sit down so I can get in your lap.
Right up in your
You couldn't get in that seat to hear he come.
But we did notice.
Love that little fella.
Notice later. Undoubtedly, the chipmunk at some point had rolled through one of the areas where the dog stays. Because the dog normally comes in. You say, "Go get on your place," and he goes over there on his pillow deal, and he just gets down in there and goes to sleep and just kind of hangs out. Okay.
Yeah.
So he got over there, and I saw him being restless, and I'm like, "What's going on?" Then I saw the nose. The nose starts moving. Mm-hmm. I said, "Yeah, you've been over on your stuff." Yeah. And I said, "You just gonna let this go on?" And he gets up and he starts sniffing. He gets up completely and starts moving around, sniffing down the side of the wall and all that. I said, "That's what I've been trying to get you to do the entire night. Are you gonna let this guy just run roughshod on this place?" I said, "You got a chipmunk that is rubbing your nose in it. He's been on your stuff. He's crapping in the corners, and you're just letting him on it. What? Earn your keep."
Have you got a hole up in the attic or something? Are they getting in?
There's no telling. I'll tell you what my thought is, because I know that.
What if it's more than one? That's why you're seeing it everywhere.
Well, there may be. But
multiple chipmunks.
What I think happened is we have a garage that is supposed to be for vehicles, and what is it? It's a
storage room with a big door.
It's a storage room
with a big door.
And so there's a door there, and over time these old cheap contract grade doors with all the different temperature changes, they get to where they won't shut completely.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And so it has a chain across it, but if it blows or whatever, something happens, it'll open.
To chipmunk
and all that's between us and wildlife is a garage door. So if that garage door has been going up and down, people do it. I mean, the chipmunk could come in the garage, and then when that thing opens, it comes on in.
Sure,
that's what I'm thinking. Which I'll be resolving that with a new door. Because it doesn't, because the bottom of it does shut.
Whose room was it in?
It's in Tasmo's room.
Can you check on him, see if he's okay?
Mm-hmm. He just can't.
You convinced him that chipmunks can't climb up stuff.
Well, yeah, because I was ready to go to bed.
If you're laying there, then all of a sudden that trap you got
runs across you in the middle of the
Dad,
night.
I can't just sleep in here with chipmunk. I said, it ain't gonna bother you. There he is, Joe Cocker. This version of Get By with a little help from my friends. The gang's all back. And, it was...
back again.
I don't want to get into all this stuff yesterday because wherever you are, if you're affected and impacted, but I guess it's because of our university that we've built, and it's so strong as we continue to try to change society by sending out students clutching in their hands a degree, bachelor's or master's, in common sense, which truly, if you have it now, it's like being a superhero. It truly is.
Yeah.
And like to me, when we make these, it was these things that just, when people say, and again, it goes back to me. It's lazy and easy to just do these big blanket deals and not have to make any individual decision on, like for instance. My wife was sitting there, and she goes, and I think Betty goes to it too. This little community Bible study down there, not far from our house. Right. So Sherry's in there getting it all ready, and she goes, "You ain't gonna believe this. They're not even having it tomorrow. Come out today." I said, "What do you mean they're not having it tomorrow?" And she said, "Well, they're not doing it because they're on a county system school, and when those schools close, they close the community Bible study." I said, "Well, here's the problem though. The schools they're closing are miles and miles and miles from where y'all are. You're barely in that county." Okay, so at the bottom part of that county, they do still have some ice and snow problems, but where the community Bible study is, there's nothing, nor has there ever been. And so the people that live in areas where nothing's happened, including where this is located, could easily go to the community Bible study.
Do you think that the moms though that would go won't be going because they got kids at home because the school's out?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, like, our kids are in school today, which is in the same area that this community Bible study is being held.
But I mean, there's some of them. Yeah. Does that affect it?
Well, what I'm just like,
I know when so many things are tied to the school closing, rightly or wrongly.
But what I'm saying is,
it does affect a lot of people.
But why be tied to it? But what I'm just like yesterday, we had our Bible study, and some people made it and some people didn't. But there was no reason not to have it.
No.
You know what I mean? I mean, there was no reason not to do it. Just like when churches close. Well, we're tied to a school system. Yeah, but why? I mean,
if you can get there, get there. If
I mean, where you are, a large number of people could get there with no problem.
Yeah,
I don't. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Why not deal with the individual situation where you are? Well, we're lumped, and some of these counties, we have the same thing with severe weather because we're barely in one county, and they'll just start sending off sirens and stuff going crazy, and it's nowhere near where we are.
Well, that's why they've gone to the polygon.
But we're in the county, so we have to do it. You can't just say, well, we do whatever the county does. Well, it's a big county. I mean, you make it. It just seems. It just
seems a big pet peeve of Spans.
Well, it just. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We be big. So if we just want to get honest and drop all of our bias, if we have a hearing going on right now where you're going to watch the left try to convince us all that Donald Trump was a rebel rouser and he rebel roused his supporters into insurrection on January the 6th. But now today they're going to have to watch Chuck Schumer rebel rouse someone who it looks like might have been influenced. Now, you can't have it both ways. What if you want to say you thought Trump was irresponsible, but you don't think Chuck Schumer was irresponsible, then you're crazy inconsistent. Either they both are to be able to give their stump speeches, and if people don't know how to handle that mentally, then it's on that person, or they both did the wrong thing. You can't say one's okay, one's not. Because the whirlwind, and you're going to pay. I just don't know. I personally think that the people who commit the act should be held accountable for their own actions. But that's not how the left works. And and I know a handful of leftists that tolerate this show because you like other aspects. You and I both know, okay, two things. And one of them is going to be deep down that places you don't talk about at parties, okay? Number one is that if a Republican, if this had been DeSantis, if this had been, Hannity, if this has been Tucker Carlson, and they made some kind of speech similar to Schumer, and you probably say, well, they do all the time on their shows, Rick. Okay. And then somebody went out, and we found out that they were someone who wanted to stop the killing of unborn babies to the level after hearing a speech from any of these people I mentioned, and they were out to kill and kidnap and destroy and beat with a hammer after killing them into a million pieces to overturn Roe v. Wade, and it was a judge who's going to vote on the left, you would be losing your mind right now. It would be wall-to-wall coverage. It would be nonstop, and you would be demanding that you'd come back again and say, just like we said on The View, these people on the right are dangerous and they need to be moved from our society. You would be doing that.
Yeah.
So if you're going to give Chuck Schumer a pass, then you're going to have to go back and change your view on that kind of stuff. So we'll just set that up. Now here's the one deep down at parties, deep down in places you don't want to talk about at parties. The View, and I'm using people in that genre. The really wild mob, screaming, angry leftists, deep down they love this because you know what they're saying? A little shot over the bow there. Y'all keep on trying to overturn Roe v. Wade, we'll get you. Yeah. And hey, they stopped this guy, but the deep that you don't want to talk. You'll never mention it out loud unless we get you really angry. Then you'll finally scream it. You're darn right. I called for the code red. Yeah. But deep down, you're thinking to yourself, kind of glad he got spooked a little bit.
Yeah, hey, a little scary for you.
You're actually glad this happened deep down.
That's a good point.
Okay, all right, we move on. So, Bubba, over in the sports world, we got a couple things going on there,
and we'll get back to the January 6th hearing that you're going to see on primetime TV tonight. Rick, it shouldn't have happened, but I just can't call insurrection with people with flagpoles. You know, it just doesn't. It just doesn't have that same feeling as 1812.
I was about to say it's disrespectful to true insurrection.
Yeah. It's just, I don't see that. I mean, for instance, this guy. Okay, Outcap. He didn't have a flagpole.
Right.
He had weapons.
You want me to run that list again?
Yeah. He had a Glock. He had body armor. He had ties. I mean,
Bubba, he was armed with black tactical chest rig, a tactical knife, a Glock 17, 2 magazines, ammunition, pepper spray, zip ties, a hammer, screwdriver, nail punch, crowbar, pistol light, duct tape, hiking boots, and padding on the outside of his soles.
Hey, duct tape and wire ties. That's
the old zip tie. That's never
the
good.
old zip tie. That's
I'm really concerned
like I'm gonna kidnap
that's
somebody.
101.
I'm really concerned about that hammer.
Yeah.
What
are
we doing with that?
Yeah,
crowbar.
Yeah, so,
that's it's just a different thing. Rick, last night we had Game 3 in the NBA Finals. It was at the Boston Garden. The teams, the Celtics and the Golden State Warriors, had split 1-1 on the West Coast. They came to Boston, and 90 minutes before tip-off, they're having a shoot-around, and one of the coaches for the Warriors notices he thinks the rim is not the right height on the goal that the Golden State Warriors, the visitors, are shooting around on. He brought it to attention of workers there at the Garden. They came out, and sure enough, the rim was 2 inches too high. And the question got to going around certain sports circles this morning, was this some gamesmanship from the Celtics? They
were both going to have to play on it.
Well, they said the fact that it was the warm-up and the shoot-around where everybody gets dialed in, and then what if they, right before the game, goes,
drop it.
Oh, guess what? We just saw that's too high. Pull it down. Well, you've warmed up on the goal, not the right height. Well, is it a simple mistake or was it a little gamesmanship?
I will say this: the level these players can play, it probably isn't going to be all that effective. But I like how they're thinking. See, to me, that's home field. That's somebody wanting to have home court advantage.
And the announcer I was listening to said, "Look, Boston, they're kind of famous for these things anyway.
Sure.
Look at the Patriots. Look at the stunt safe bulldozer.
You remember the hero that came out there with the bulldozer and got the snow out of the way for the kicker?
Yeah.
Gosh, I love that. Didn't they make a rule after that you can't do that? Yeah. Of course, they didn't care because they walked away with the victory.
That's right. They had a win. Who cares?
But I like when the people. I want the people who work at the court or the field. I want the fans. If you come to play my team at my place, we're going to use everything we can to beat you.
So you have to wonder too. Of course, they're using a type of collapsible goal like all of them do. Mm-hmm. These guys have set a goal up? How many goals? I mean, how many times during the season?
Sure.
You're in the NBA Finals, and this is the first time your city is hosting it. It just seems strange they would miss it by 2 inches.
Well,
to me, I'm just going to call strange. Okay.
Somebody said, and a place far away. That there's been some times like if you play at a place that's like really really cold, and the field freezes, and you have the underground freezers,
right?
I mean heaters that keep it from freezing.
Yep.
That if you just cut some of them off, certain parts of the field become difficult.
Right.
There could be
it could get icy.
Hey, could be a malfunction.
Right.
And,
and we know that's happened.
Yeah. Well, I remember the running joke even when we played at the high school level. I remember the running joke is, we're playing here. I just noticed that the referee's rag is that's actually a rag, not a flag from him working over at the lube shop.
Yeah, right.
Here in town. You remember a little home cooking? And so, especially when you realize that these guys who go out to do high school officiating, they're all from these areas.
Oh, yeah.
You look up and you're like, oh, wait a minute, didn't he go to high school here?
And
the
Rick,
team we're playing?
Think about this: if the rim was off a little bit and we're an inside team,
Sure.
it ain't gonna matter that much
No.
if we're laying it off the glass.
Yeah.
We got people dunking.
Yeah.
But if in game 2, if I shot 40% from behind the 3-point line and just baked your team with 3-point shots, the further out, the more that figures into the math of the margin of error.
Well, you know me. Even I would be out there doing what you were talking about before we started the show. Man, that goal just don't look right. Does that look off to you?
If it was right, yeah.
I mean, that just
you'd have somebody just mention it behind their bench somewhere.
I love that. That time I convinced that one guy that his uniform wouldn't hang on him right.
Wow, I've heard that one.
Yeah,
so was Greg.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's just you do whatever you got to do. If you don't want me in your head, then shut the door.
Don't leave the door open.
Right. Don't
have the porch out
Hey,
there.
if you leave it open, I'm walking right in.
I'm here.
So, we're going to try every way in the world to get an advantage, aren't we? So anyway, and then
Celtics take a 2-1 lead. By the way, they did win the game.
Okay, yeah, I was like y'all. I heard y'all this morning, and Speedy, I'm with you. When you even called them the L.A. Warriors, I was like that. But I'm not watching enough of it to
No.
go.
Yeah, I thought he was right.
How about this? I haven't watched any of it.
Hey, they're in California.
So this
San Francisco now officially.
This LIV Golf Invitational thing is about to start.
Yeah. Today.
Now I heard
so it's
an
going to be
announcer.
just live stream. That's the only way you can see it. I see that story here. It's just going to be live streaming.
Yeah, it's going to be the Live series or whatever. They've got that streaming link that I think it's. We gave it the other day, and it might be in that story. There's a link, and it shows how you can watch it. But yes, Rick,
debuts
you're right.
today. Yeah,
debuts today. Shotgun start, and I think it's going to be mid-afternoon Central Time. But.
How are y'all?
Well, based on how you guys talked about it, this is a big deal that they're here we go. They're doing it.
Yeah. How are y'all on them calling it the Live series when it's LIV, which should be 54?
I don't like Live.
Should they call it the LIV tour?
I think so.
Yeah, I think everybody just tries to shorten everything.
Yeah, I agree. But they got Mickelson.
Well, can I ask y'all this? I understand the 54 has some tie-ins to golf, but if I'm on that marketing team, don't I come up with something better than that?
I tend to agree with you, Bubba. This is a big deal, and
I'm throwing around $100 million guarantees, and the best I can come up with is Roman numerals that we all call Live.
That's fine.
I know. Yeah. We make him pick this up later in the show, but also I saw that this Deshaun Watson thing. Just when the Browns thought they could have something. It looks like now we got more lawsuits being added.
Oh, they're putting the Texans in the lawsuit because they said they covered it up, knew about it.
Now
helped provide it.
Well, it's getting a little much. I saw a bumper sticker that said "honk if you'd give Deshaun a massage." It's just too much.
Oh my God! But if you look at the numbers, there's a good chance.
Yeah, my goodness.
So, do y'all think all this money they've put out for him and is it
Rick, it's the Browns.
Somewhere, little Baker Mayfield is sitting up there with his robe on in his house.
Yeah.
So,
now
Ron, you need me.
But Deshaun says, now 24 is not that many when you look at the total.
Yeah.
The total I had, only 24 complained.
Yeah, that looks ugly. So I don't know. That's going to be interesting. Yeah. We'll be back.
Hey, only the Browns. Yeah, I'm shocked the Vikings didn't get in on this.
Your phone calls are next. We'll do our first phone troll of the day. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. What's on your mind? We'll chat with you when we come back. Or any comments on these stories?
Rick and Bubba.
Seems a little much. It doesn't make any sense. I don't follow the logic of it all. But anyway, of course, I hate to bring up the story that, people talk about Charles Spurgeon. I told Bubba about that one. There was the church where Charles Spurgeon gave his life to Christ. They had winter weather, and the guy says, well, I'm still going to have church, and people can just get here who can get here. One person got there, and it was Charles Spurgeon. He gave his life to Christ that day. Yeah, that's it. Hey, that was a big one. Yeah. But a lot of this has nothing to do with, it's the same thing that rules most of our world, back to Shakespeare's great quote. It's all liability.
Oh, that's all it is.
Because we live in a time, even with a church would say, we're having services,
And if you can get here, get here. If you can't, and it's treacherous, then please don't. Watch it online or, whatever you want to do. And what'll happen is some igmo will think, well, they having church. They're having church. I guess I'm supposed to go. And I crashed, and now my car's messed up, and I'm injured, and it's the church's fault. And no, the church said make your own call based on where you are, but we're going to be open because some people can get here. We'll have service for whoever can get here.
Yeah.
And but you know what I mean? Then somebody will sue the church because the church had service, so they tried to go and they crashed.
Yeah.
Well, you got
as if that's the church's fault.
You got to be careful on the icy roads. Even Dale Earnhardt Jr. learned that.
That's funny. Yeah. And then we got into some Dale Earnhardt Jr. update in the first hour. What was that all about?
He slid into a tree.
Right.
Got in a wreck.
Yeah, but why was everybody feeling like they need to tell Greg what Dale's doing now?
Because I drive a Dale Earnhardt Jr.
he drives
truck.
a Dale
Oh, I
Earnhardt
see.
Jr. truck.
Yeah.
Hendrick Hoover.
Oh,
I'm a Hendrick driver. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, I do. So they wanted you to know June Bug still out there doing stuff.
Yeah, and when he hit the tree, Rick, he actually crawled out of the window after it.
That's so good.
Yeah, well, look, Bubba said
he helped some people that were stuck, and then he ran.
Yeah.
Well, but Bubba said, which is true, it doesn't matter. I know we all had the fun talking about people in the South and snow, and it's all legitimate. But as Span said, too, if there's ice, it doesn't matter how good you can drive or whatever. If all four of your wheels are spinning on ice, it doesn't really matter.
If all four on ice, it don't matter if you're Dale Earnhardt Jr., you can't control that car.
Companies having their money and doing business in other countries, you don't try to scream they're not patriotic. You don't try to scream America first. What you try to do is actually develop an economy plan involving corporate tax rates and that may set up an environment where they would like to bring that business back to America or keep it in America. And strangely, I've noticed that this concept, when it comes to business, seems to transcend all political worldviews.
Well, shouldn't it though?
Well,
shouldn't it
yeah.
though?
Well,
and see, I love this. Okay, as we have talked about on this show, if you will lower the tax rate, it will stimulate business. Okay, so let's look at what Apple is doing. It is the largest capitalized company in the world. Okay, largest cap. They are going to bring from around the world, depending on what estimate you want to go by, $250 billion.
I thought it was 350
to 350 billion, just depending on which story you're
somewhere
reading.
in there, right?
Who knows how much they got?
It's
they may
got
have more than that.
Right.
Who knows?
That's the range.
They're bringing that back to U.S. soil. So what does that mean? What does that mean exactly? They have agreed to pay $38 billion in taxes to the U.S. Treasury. That's going in. Doom. That's just going to go right in.
What's it going to do?
Doom. Just go right in there.
That's the sound of it going in.
Yeah.
And also, they have agreed they're going to invest $30 billion. $30 billion on U.S. soil over the next 5 years in new plants and facilities. It will create 20,000 new jobs at existing and new sites. It will open part of this facility in a new state that it is currently not in, Rick. Okay, so this is going to be good for somebody. A new state's going to get a big dose of Apple, okay? Mm-hmm. They've already announced that they're going to give current employees a $2,500 bonus, cash bonus right up front.
That's us biting out of the apple.
And the company's shares rose 1.7% to a record closing price of $179.10. So, I'm looking around. All I see is winners here. Winner, 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 chicken dinner.
Mm-hmm. Well, what also It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Here we go. Phone troll is set up now. Your chance to speak on the things we've already discussed this hour, or bring up your own topic at the end of 30 seconds. The buzzer sounds. The next person gets their shot. So you got room. If you move right now, you'll get in. Let me first of all point you
We put together this URL, Bubba, so people could go directly to mypillow.com/Bubba. MyPillow and the Rick and Bubba Show become synonymous with each other, and boy, have you responded over the years. But, if you're looking right now, first of all, if you're somebody who says, I've heard about this for years, I really never have responded, or, hey, yeah, you're like us, I've got some MyPillows and I've got some of their stuff, but I need more. Well, this is the time to do it because, wow, have they got a sale going on at mypillow.com/Bubba. Buy one, get one free on some of the greatest products they have. Join millions of other Americans and all of us getting quality sleep because of these products. First of all, you go to mypillow.com/Bubba right now. Buy one, get one free on their bed sheets, on the MyPillows themselves. So you can add extras or get the first one. 6-piece towel sets. Buy one, get one free. So there's 12. And you're only paying for 6. Roll and go anywhere MyPillows. These are the travel versions. And then, of course, they're MyPillow slippers that Bubba and I wear every day. Love these. $90 off right now. So this is a great time for you to go for the first time or go back for the whatever time to pick up these items at a steal. MyPillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings. Buy one, get one free specials and the slipper blowout sale. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors. To the phones we go. We'll start with Jordan.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan's got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba show. Jordan, go ahead.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
It's our pleasure.
My question doesn't my question doesn't have anything to do with what's happening, what you're talking about today. But maybe it's just me, but doesn't the Georgia fight song really kind of sound a lot like the Confederate battle charge? I mean, that's just what I'm hearing. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's
what song are you talking about? Glory, glory, hallelujah?
Yeah, it sounds like something I've heard in a.
Well, that's the Union. The Union actually used that song. It doesn't sound like the Confederates. I mean,
well, I don't know what song they're talking about.
Yeah, glory, glory.
No, I know that one, but what
glory,
Confederate song is he saying that sounds like?
Yeah, the Confederates didn't use that. I mean, that wasn't.
I don't follow that at all.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Don't agree with it. I don't see the analogy there. Unless I
know Georgia plays that. So does Auburn.
Yeah,
both.
They do.
Both use it.
Let's go to Thomas in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Fired up. We love it.
Good. What'd you think about C.J. Stroud, the quarterback of Ohio State, got a $315,000 Bentley in the context of a name, image, and likeness deal? And I read about that, and I just thought it was kind of generous.
Is that accurate?
Well, I mean, we've got quarterbacks getting $1 million. We've heard of deals $2 million. That's really a little under market value.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, if he was already there and then signed the deal, that's legit from what we know and understand right now, right?
Yeah, and you know what's the only thing that kind of gets me on this kind of stuff? Are all of you college fans? I mean, at the level that big time college football has become. Were you still thinking that you're watching an amateur sport?
Yeah,
but this idea of big time college sports being amateur, that ship left a long time ago. So it's weird how we're acting.
There's articles out there. It says a $200,000 Mercedes G-Wagon and NIL deal. So good for him.
Yeah, good for him.
Drive on, I say.
If he got that deal and they want him to, like we drive Hendrick automobiles for Hendrick, do commercials for them, we get cars in the deal. Then
if you're the quarterback at Ohio State, that's a pretty big role to fill.
Yep. Let's go to Philip in Alabama. Philip, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I just wanted to remind you guys of Miss Waters encouraging violence and
rebel rouser. Yeah, she should go out there and harass them, and everywhere you go, we're going to be there.
Yeah, in the restaurants, everything else.
It's a good time to be on the left because it's the only place you can get away with that.
Yeah.
Let's go to
protesting and harassing people while they're eating is two different things.
It is. Anthony, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Anthony.
Hey guys,
hey buddy.
Good morning. Hey,
the guy that just called about the Georgia fight song, and it might be like something Confederate. He might be confusing that with the American Trilogy by Elvis, which will give you a little Confederate and then give you glory, glory, hallelujah. That's all I got.
Right. Look, let me tell you, if you want to watch my daddy cry, I mean, you let Elvis sing that trilogy.
Yeah, I don't know why. It is very moving. I don't.
He still said it was because his eyes were just burning because there was pollen. But
you saw a tear, didn't you?
I saw it. Brett in Alabama. Brett, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are y'all?
We're good. Good.
Last week when y'all, excuse me, talking about the lady that run her 18-wheeler through the trailer.
Yes, sir.
I think I know her handle on CB.
All right.
Big Mama Wop Wop.
Okay.
All right. Out early,
I thought
Rick.
you were going to get real clever and say home wrecker. I thought that would have been a great one. Let's go to Natalie in Alabama. Natalie, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hi. So my mom and stepdad used to wake me up to go to school with singing 7 o'clock in the morning song.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if you would sing it for me on the way to work today.
Sing it for you on the way to work today? So are you about to go to work like right now?
Leaving, about to go. I have like an hour and a half drive.
Okay. All right. Well, let me do the top of the hour break because we're about to hit it. And then when we come out for you, Natalie, we will play it.
Straight up.
Only accurate in Central Time Zone.
That's right. It won't. Yeah, many people will have no idea, but this will be. I'll look at it under the guise of a flashback.
Well, if you listen to.
But Natalie asked, and
Yeah,
she reminds
I
her when
think
she was a
so.
little girl, and her parents would play it. Now, do not abuse this. I will not tolerate people calling and asking me to do this all the time.
I always play it during the best of.
See
I
there?
give them that little joy.
You see what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like a little flashback.
Followed by Elvis's trilogy.
That's right. And then right into Elvis. Right. All right, Natalie, we'll do it. We'll come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
See, it's magically, suddenly Tim Cook's political views don't seem to mean a whole lot if it's best for his company and it's best for his business.
Well,
it seems to transcend. There shouldn't be a political view on this, is my point.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Cook can still have his convictions and still have his political views, but this should be a non-political issue when it comes to business. There should be no political party that could ever say, we don't like this. You know what? You understand what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Rick, also,
how can any political party say, well, this is not the way to go?
Rick, also, he said that they're going to take plans to accelerate educational programs. Some people are saying that may be great.
Well, the response on this, and it seems like every day, as long as this administration stays in control, I'm afraid that the inflation is hammering the stock market. And Bubba, you said that. You know what's driving this? Fear.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always fear. It's the way we feel about it. But it doesn't help when you look. The S&P 500 is having its worst start to the year since when? World War II.
Oh, good gracious.
So that was so honest, right? That was the most honest, good gracious you've done in a while. So not only are your savings worth less, you now have less of it. I'm sorry. Now we got Speedy nervous over there. Look, now might be a good time for you to diversify into gold, and the most stable asset it is in the history of the world. And Birch Gold is the company that you can trust to help you convert that IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold and silver. That's right. Not only will Birch Gold help you fortify your savings with precious metals, they'll help you do it in a tax-sheltered account. Rick, I want to know more. Bubba, I want to know more. Okay. Text Rick Bubba. Put our names together. Text Rick Bubba to this number, 989-898. All right, you got that? So get the number in there first, 989-898. Now, the message you should text is Rick Bubba. Put it together. Rick Bubba. All right, so did you know that Amazon stock is down 37% in the first half of the year? Bubba, Tesla's down 40%.
I know. It breaks my heart.
The cryptos, they've been slammed. Adler's been upset about that. Hey, we got hawkish moves by the Fed could stall the economy even more. Boy, I hate those hawkish moves. So text Rick Bubba to 989-898 and get all the information from Birch Gold.
links to various educational outlets dealing with various computer sciences. Who knows how that's going to play out? But I saw an interview with him, and you know, the reporter says, "Are you telling me all of this is because of Donald Trump?" And he says,
"Policies.
I'm telling you, the tax plan is favorable for us to do this. So why have we ever been against
That's my
this
point.
kind of tax
That's
plan?
That why did Obama not also see the same thing? You don't have to be a Democrat or Republican to know this makes sense.
Money coming into our country is not a red or blue issue.
Bubba,
Jobs coming into
thank
our
you.
country is not a red or blue issue. We need to grow our economy. We need to compete on the world stage no matter who you are. And it doesn't matter what your political leanings are. You can be Donald Trump, you can be Obama, you can be Clinton, you can be Bush. You know, it don't matter. It don't matter.
May I quote one of our professors at Rick and Bubba University? That, of course, is Professor Kelly Morris from the Crest.
Yes.
When this news came out yesterday, here comes the following statement from one of our professors at Rick and Bubba University. Amazing how this works. I've been taught that if you give someone / a company money, there's only 3 things they can do with it. Spend it, save and invest it, or dig a hole in the ground and bury it. People do the latter. He said people usually don't do the latter unless you're Lucius Clay. Those are their Charlie Daniels fans.
In Woolly Swamp.
Yeah. He says, and the other 2, meaning spend it or save and invest it, create growth. It's not hard to understand.
Oh, and Rick,
there's 3 things people can do with their money, and 2 of them benefit the entire economy and all of us.
Well, we've already shown how this is going to play out. But wait a minute, we got a whole nother level here. What Apple puts in the bank means those banks now have that money to loan out.
Absolutely.
So it just keeps going. It keeps going. So who will they loan it out to? Well, that'd be people that want to buy houses, people that want to buy cars,
Right.
people that want to do this. Buy capital improvements for their business. That means buy stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So it just keeps giving. And guess what? When they loan that out, the banks will get a little cut as it comes back in, called interest on top of it.
Right.
So that's good for the banks. It's good for the people doing the business because you got people building houses. Well, guess what? All these people have new jobs now, need a house to buy.
That's how it works.
Y'all, it's just and the scary thing about it is it works in reverse also. When somebody will stand up in Congress and go, we got to stop this, we got to punish these, and they'll cut the faucet off on one part of this vast net of our economy. Well, guess what? Like a chain reaction. Well, home builders can't buy homes. Well, there's no homes to buy, so these people look for jobs in other places, and then the jobs go away, and it just shrinks the whole system. So, you know, I'm amazed at our economy, how it works. The free market is one of the most beautiful things that happen in nature. We need to.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. We start a brand new hour. Those of you that are new to the program, that you may not even know what we're about to do here. You may not even understand it. But for many years at this time, this little ditty would play, and we would sing before all the different times. So here we go for Natalie. It's time to get up in the morning. Here we go.
Drink my coffee, hurry up. I got to get to work on time.
Hey! Beep, 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 beep. The train rolling down the track.
See you later, hurry back out of my way. Got to get to work on time.
Hey! Everybody, let's go.
I got to hustle. Oh, my muscles getting big and it hot. Sweating like a pig. Got to hurry, scary. Got to get to work on time.
Everybody say.
Got to go back to lunch, yeah, working overtime after taxes. Barely make a dime. Once your clock can't pay. Got to get to work on time.
And there it is.
Got to get to work on time.
7 minutes after the hour.
We're gonna get in
And
trouble.
Natalie, that was for you. That was for you. Those of you that are listening at different times, nobody panic.
Adjust
your
accordingly.
time. It was special to Natalie, and she wanted to hear it, so we did that. Now, let me tell you what's not going to happen. Don't abuse this.
You have to say after you do it, you don't do it for another year.
Yeah,
or something,
this can't be something that's going to be often. Okay, so let's not start all that. Enjoy the nugget. Be thankful for those of you that have been wanting that more or you missed it. And in your mind, you can make Natalie Listener of the Week. Her timing was perfect.
Yeah.
It all worked.
You know, if you hear an old song, it brings you back in time, and you're like, I remember how old I was when that song was a hit, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I think that brought back a lot of memories there for a lot of people.
Of course it did. So here we are, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and there he is, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so Adler, we're going Biden here. So we know that
what a lineup!
Yeah, we know that our president was on Jimmy Kimmel,
What am I
and
thinking?
we know this is an attempt to try to make him look not so mentally cognitive challenged as he is, and it's the aging process. I don't mean to be mean about this, but
well, he's got old time.
he's 79 years old. I'd like to make that point, and he obviously is losing some of what happens when the brain starts turning on you. Sometimes some people age more graciously than others when it comes to cognitive skills, and
Some of us don't.
Some of us don't, and it can be hard. Speaking from that, we have this in our family, and it's a very difficult thing, and we've been through it and go through it, and am going through it, and it's hard. But this is a person that's leading the free world. Okay, this is not just granddaddy or daddy that's aging a little bit. Okay, so Kimmel has him on. I'm reading what you have here, Adler. I don't even understand how this came up, but this is them talking. Some reason he goes on a rant like we're in the 50s. That
Rick,
nobody
may be.
Yeah, that nobody likes biracial couples. What is he talking about?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
All right, so listen to this. It's like he's not in modern time. All right, so here we go.
Oh, but I'm serious. You turn on the TV, look at the ads. When's the last time you saw biracial couples on TV? When's the last time you saw the way, people are selling products. They do ads to sell products. And they sell products when they appeal to people. This generation is going to change everything. We just got to make sure we don't give up.
What?
We see biracial couples all the time. Adler puts in here, we do a commercial for Ladder Life Insurance, and the image that we use is a biracial couple. What are you talking about? We see biracial couples in ads and on TV all the time.
All the time.
This runs in our podcast all the time. This runs on our show all the time. What's he talking about?
But I see it.
Yeah.
I'm living at a time, praise God for this, where, the people who still might not like biracial couples, they're so old you can't even understand what their anger about it. I don't know nobody. I don't know one person, nor have I had a conversation with one person in decades that still says, well, I don't know about this biracial couples do. And to say that we don't see the images of that, I think we see that now almost as much as we see people of the same ethnicity in couples. Every show I watch, it seems, has biracial couples and lots of ads and
look. Remember, Joe.
What time is he in?
Joe may have flashed back to 1950 then.
Do you think he thought that's where he was?
Did he say Johnny at any time?
Right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Johnny Carson, I gotta go.
That's a good one.
He may have flashed back before that. Who was the guy?
Is it that,
that,
or is it just the left's the default is always race? When things get tough, race.
But I think he picked a terrible example.
Yeah, I think so.
I do not see our country pushing back on biracial couples.
Nah, I don't either.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's completely eradicated, but it's not. It's not. He says we don't see it anywhere, but we actually do.
Well, look, no, it gets stranger. Let's go to 1B.
Bubba.
Let's go to 1B.
Almost.
All of you that filled up your car for gas in the last few days, listen real close.
I almost asked Adler not to play this for you, but here we go.
Look, here's where we are. We have the fastest growing economy in the world. The world.
I didn't repeat that. I did not repeat that. That's what he says.
That wasn't on loop?
No.
The world.
But his approval rating is 33%.
That almost sounded like a James Gregory comedy bit. When he repeated.
Is he just hoping we won't?
We have the fastest growing economy in the world. The world. the world.
Thank you.
I need that a lot. If we could put that to a beat.
You might put that over here. You might put that over here on Bank 9. All right, so it continues. You want to just keep on going?
Just keep rolling.
All right, now
the hits keep coming.
He's saying that he's done a lot of major things, but he doesn't really tell us what that is.
Right. He can't communicate.
Yeah, but it's major,
Let's
though.
hear it. Major.
So there's a lot of major things we've done. But what we haven't done is we haven't been able to communicate it in a way that is, let me say it another way.
Well, see, that's kind of
But look how the press has changed.
That's a comedy bit.
Look how the press has changed.
It has changed. Oh, listen, I get it.
I know you overstand it.
Yeah.
You don't just understand it, you overstand it.
You
Here's the deal.
overstand it?
I can't watch
One of the things is that it's very difficult now to have a, even with notable exceptions, even the really good reporters, they have to get the number of clicks on the nightly news.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of asking a question, anyway, it just everything gets sensationalized in ways that. But I'm
Really?
convinced we can get through this. We have to get through it.
I guess it
One of
just
the things-
started
look,
with you, huh?
I'm going to take a break, and then we'll talk a little bit more
I
if you
don't
don't
blame
mind.
you.
I'm
Needs a
sorry.
break.
I'm sorry. We have some of those commercials.
I
We have some biracial commercials we need to
Listen.
Even Kimmel knew how stupid
Well,
that
that's just a dumb statement. All right, so the president, and Bubba, you and I were laughing, he talks about they haven't been able to communicate what they've
And
done.
then he stumbles.
And then he can't communicate it.
Let's hear that one. Can I hear that one more time? I just want to be sure I heard
Yeah, it's
that right.
early on, Adler, so we won't have to play the whole thing. But the fact that he claims they haven't communicated
Give me the
well
first 10
while
pieces.
not being able to communicate, you're the problem, sir. You're the reason.
A lot of major things we've done. But what we haven't done is we haven't been able to communicate it in a way that is, let me say it another way.
Well, see, that's kind of perfect. Yeah,
Well,
he's been able to communicate it.
idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
It's all right. So one more, and I think before the break here. Now he's going to attempt to talk to us about climate change and going green.
Good night.
And all right, I'll take back what I said earlier. I said he'll go on Kimmel, they'll protect him, and he'll do fine.
You can't protect that.
No, I take that back. This
Unless
is
they're going to use Jeff Dunham in there as a ventriloquist. You know?
this is
Walter being there.
this is unsavable apparently. All right, here we go.
Well, on climate change, we've actually made some real moves. I mean, we have 1 in 7 of all the changes that have taken place in terms of solar, wind, and wind pumps and pumps and have occurred in the last 18 months. We've moved, and there's an opportunity with the process we have dealing with energy to be able to gradually move more rapidly than we have been to alternatives. For example, electric vehicles. Jimmy, when I got elected, I've pushed electric vehicles for the last, God knows how long.
Did he say wind pumps?
He said wind pumps, Rick, and I'm not really familiar with that technology, wind pumps. And Rick, he's really pushed electric cars, except with the world leader in electric cars, Tesla.
Yeah.
Right.
Guys, Saturday Night Live couldn't do any better than
No, look, and see,
this is real.
If they were honest in their comedy, this would be their complete show this Saturday night.
I don't like the current Jimmy Kimmel, but I find myself feeling bad for him. I'm like,
he got a tough assignment.
The world.
It's like the press secretary. Every time she has to go out there and try to tell everybody and convince them everything's good.
I don't think a water pump does anything to produce energy. I mean, I've got one at my house. But
You mean a wind pump?
Yeah, wind pump. That's it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nourish it. Now, look, there's always bad apples out there that's going, no pun intended.
No pun there.
That's going to get the headline how they did this or they were greedy and did that. Look, a return on investment is not greed, and we need to keep this economy going. That is what has made the United States what it is today. Rick, it wasn't taxes that made this country.
No.
It wasn't, it's the fact that we had an open market and we traded when the rest of the world didn't get it.
Yeah.
We let the best and the brightest rise to the top.
And this really, to our original point, should not have a political affiliation.
No, this should be an American affiliation.
That's right. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
time I look around. I feel good.
Did you think you'd have to see the following? YouTube has pulled the dangerous Tide Pod Challenge videos where teenagers are eating detergent as part of a terrifying craze sweeping social media.
I thought those things were poisonous.
Well, they are. I don't know why we're doing this. These are videos of teenagers eating detergent pods, and are they spitting them back out? I mean,
Don't you know if the punishment was you had to eat one, they would absolutely be coming unglued. But now they're doing it on their own. Now, when I was growing up, you'd get the threat of getting your mouth washed out with soap if you uttered a little dirty word there sometimes.
I had to hold the soap bar in my mouth for a little minute or two there. That's bad. It's a bad deal.
It's interesting that you said that. They said this craze really took off when Donald Trump ate a pod to wash his mouth.
Right.
So these are these pods that you get now, and you throw in. Things have gotten. These pods have really made dishwashers.
Oh yeah.
Just toss it in there. And here we go. And so idiot kids are now thinking it's a good idea to put these in their mouth.
Yeah, and then chew on them.
Inside the pod, Bubba, ethanol, hydrogen peroxide. They are extremely toxic, often leading to, you would think, for your body to try to remove it in a couple of different ways if you actually swallow it.
It seemed like you get choked on this thing.
Well, they dissolve. Yeah. So I just don't know what idiot would do this. I don't understand. I mean, I know that we're all just as dumb as we can be in our teenage years.
I know.
But this
technology we've developed, and we're doing it to video ourselves eating detergent.
My favorite are these statements that get made now, where we all go, "Yeah, YouTube," like it's some big statement. We're taking these videos down because we're afraid they may encourage others to do it. Well, yeah, that's how people find out about it. They actually tell we're concerned about. People may see these, and they start doing it themselves. Oh yeah, that's a legitimate concern.
But put a video out there of someone who is studying, eating right, doing a good deed for somebody else. No one copies it. Have you ever noticed?
I know.
Amazing?
Like I said, no one's ever said YouTube is eat up with people trying to be more like Billy Graham. So I'm saying to this, what is this now going to become? The Tide Pod Challenge, where people come back and say, well, if we do it for a charity, everybody's in.
Right. Well, the fact it's been around for a couple of years and it started as kind of a parody, a joke, and now it's just.
Well, but I don't like joking about being poisoned.
No, because now it's turned into something.
To me, that's not a fun joke. No. It's that's not.
I would think the safety guidelines on the side of the packaging would tell you enough, and that is if a product gets in your eyes, rinse immediately with water for 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. If exposed to skin or clothing occurs, remove contaminated clothing and rinse the skin immediately. And we're putting this in our mouth.
How about if I just know it washes clothes, I know not to eat it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's concentrated because it has to, work for the whole wash, and that's a lot bigger thing. I mean, it's just I don't understand.
I say though, just so we can talk about it and actually know what we're talking about, Speedy should try it.
Is that what you think?
Is that what you think?
You can tell us.
You know what? But I will tell you this: modern day moms have got a new thing. So if your friends eat detergent pods, you just gonna eat one too,
right?
Yeah, well,
think about that. Think how goofy you have to be to go, well, why'd you do it? Well, because everybody else was. So you think you saw somebody put a detergent pod in their mouth, and you didn't think, what an idiot. You thought, I'm in.
And not only am I in, I'm going to video it and put it out on social media.
I want others to see what a Nimrod I am.
Right.
Yeah,
good.
We celebrate Nimrodness now. When we used to be ashamed.
Well, you called him a Nimrod. It wasn't a good thing.
Yeah. Bubba, if you are a New England Patriots fan, and there's none of those in the room, right? Do we have anybody?
Well, I'm thinking about joining them.
I thought
I'm not a hater.
Hey, I don't hate them.
I do not like them.
I knew you did. That's
I don't like any team from Boston. 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Well, with a massive approval rating of 33%, President Biden tries to go on Kimmel. We played those highlights. I don't think that went well. And then here's a couple other things. Now, this, in all fairness to the president, I kind of feel like the clips I just heard concern me more than he trips on a step going up into Air Force One. But, he's certainly getting more and more feeble. But I kind of thought a bigger deal was made about this than it actually is.
What do you call his glasses, Rick? His shades?
Oh, his aviators?
Yeah, I think it makes it better that he's got those on.
It does. No, there's no doubt he trips, but heck, I could trip going up those stairs.
I trip all the time.
I thought he was going to fall all over himself trying to get up in there. It's not,
just a CAG.
It's just a CAG. Now, now, the second thing we're going to play, and this is not from Kimmel, it's him at the podium, is going to be about as crazy as what he said on the one we just heard a minute ago on 1B. It's going to be in the same line. But anyway, here is the footage of him going up Air Force One.
Localities should be spending the money that he has allocated to invest in police departments and training of police officers. It appears as though the president did have a slight trip there as he's boarding Air Force One again.
Yeah, that's from MSNBC.
Let me tell you, if that's the low light of his day, he's doing all right.
Look where he is right
Jerry
now.
Ford, he used to lay out.
He'd roll down the stairs.
Yeah, he'd crash.
But that does show, because I'm experiencing it, that he's having a hard time lifting his feet up. But,
right.
But the other thing is, I will say that video is nothing compared to what we just heard on Jimmy Kimmel. What we just heard on Jimmy Kimmel is what ought to concern you. So now let's move to, again, Bubba. Now, you heard when I say 1B, this is the sheet we look at, just pulling the curtain back. You remember when he told you we had the fastest growing economy in the world, the world?
The world.
Didn't that make you laugh pretty hard?
Yeah.
Now wait. So now listen to this. All right, here he is.
Tide of trickle-down economics. It doesn't work. My plans to produce the strongest, fastest, most widespread economic recovery America has ever experienced, with record jobs, new record small businesses, and wages rising. It's the foundation for an economy that works for working families. Because of that foundation, we're better positioned than any country in the world to overcome global inflation that we're seeing and reach a new chapter of stable and steady growth. So let's come together and focus on what matters. Let's build on the extraordinary progress we made. Let's continue to build this economy from the bottom up and the middle out. When that happens, everybody does well, including
everybody.
It's like his tongue.
The whispering thing he does.
Yeah, it's like his tongue needs an energy drink. Let's get that tongue going.
Now this is when the left, they'll try anything, and they just hope that you won't question. It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Relax.
Trickle down.
But I want to go back to this again, Bubba. He just said,
disagree with
listen,
JFK.
He's now, if you're listening, what he's trying to get you to believe is that it's trickle down economics that's causing this, not him, and he's going to fix it. And notice he used the word global inflation. But everything is not really his fault. Other people have caused this, and I'm gonna fix it. We gonna do it together.
Hey,
guys,
the greatest ever. Come on,
it's Speedy.
Yeah, it's the global.
Right, it's breakfast here.
Now do that without moving your tongue really much.
I love how he's flipping the pages. When we know you're looking at the teleprompter, you don't have to pretend like you're flipping. You haven't even looked down.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you just take the president at his word, he is one of the greatest economic minds of our time.
Oh, unbelievable.
So why is everything so high?
Yeah.
So, I guess he's going to win a Nobel Peace Prize in economics with this genius plan he's got going. Is he the only one that thinks this?
Hey.
I don't really see anybody else telling me what a great economics genius that Biden is.
Bubba,
Do you?
We got to stop trickle down economics. You know what? It doesn't work.
Okay, well, wait a minute. Who?
He sounds like he's Floyd the barber.
Yeah, he is.
That's
exactly.
That's it. President is now Floyd. Andy. Yeah. I mean,
okay. Can I ask a question?
Andy, we got it work.
The term trickle down economics. It has been. It's been used for a long time. Yeah, trickle down. But there's no law that turns on trickle down or cuts it off, right? I mean, it just happens or it doesn't happen, right? It's a naturally occurring thing.
I'm gonna take hey, brother, I'm gonna take the triple switch. I cut it off from the bottom.
It's like it's Floyd and Fire Marshal Bill all in one.
It's got a touch of that.
Yeah. Try talking serious. The next sentence. Here's my challenge. Don't move your tongue. Ready, go.
We didn't give you enough on his tongue needs an energy drink.
Yes. I mean, we got to get to going. Let's go.
Is there some kind of injection you could give his tongue to wake it up?
You think the back of his mouth's looking at his tongue going, let's go now. Come on. Let's go. Come on. You know, let's go. We got things.
Little pep talk. Go on.
Yeah, brain to tongue. Man, you're killing me.
By his own words and facts that are not deniable. Joe Biden has been in public service for what, 45 years? He's going on toward 50. Right? And this is what we got. This is all we got. By the way, we're going to break $5 for a gallon of gas either today or tomorrow on the national average, and it's going to be an all-time high.
It's going to take me $300 to get to Cape San Blas.
But him, hey, it doesn't work. I can just.
Can I tell you?
I can just hear right now.
Hey,
this is the brain. Hey, what the heck's going on with the tongue? Is that all we can get from the tongue right now? Can somebody tell the tongue to get in the game?
You're killing me. You got one job. Move.
So listen, he bragged too about wages going up. But if wages going up and they go up 20%, but the cost of everything else goes up 40%, you haven't gained anything. You've backed up. And that's what we said all along.
Gosh.
When wages go up, that can push inflation up too. Yeah. Thanks, Bubba, for that insight. Yeah, you don't have the economic whereabouts that I do.
You didn't vote for me, so you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But I know you ran a lemonade stand. I got that. You know what? I haven't even done that. Yeah. My experience running the economy, well, I don't have any. If you're the manager down at Jack's, you're smarter than I am.
Yeah.
You got more experience.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't like Boston.
I've always found that strange.
Just
don't like the Red Sox. Don't like the Celtics. Do not like the Patriots.
Where are you at on the Bruins?
I know nothing about them. But I would dislike them if I was a hockey fan because they're from Boston. Don't like Boston. You ever been around Boston people?
Not much,
Rick.
No,
not a lot of fun. Get on your nerves quick.
But here's the thing.
You talk
Rick,
about a bad
Rick,
accent.
Here's where I'm conflicted on the deal. You're a New York Yankee fan. You ever been around New York people?
I have. I love New York people.
See, that's the whole conflicted part.
I like that fight they have.
Yeah, but Hams, you're not saying Boston people are like New York people because they hate each other.
What? That they're the same. They just pull for a different team.
You give me give me some classic.
They may talk a little different.
Hams, you didn't say New York and Boston people are the same.
No,
other than they pull for a different team and talk different.
Y'all send your email directly to Hams.
Send it right to Greg at rickandbubba.com.
Can I tell you what may help you a little bit on this? This may help you a little bit. I've added the Boston thing because I think it's funnier.
Yeah.
I never tied it to Boston. I just noticed that I hate the Red Sox, the Celtics, and the Patriots. And one day it dawned on me they're all from Boston. So I do not like the Jets. I do not like the Giants.
Okay.
I do not like the Mets. So there's not an you know, I'm not even sure this is really an anti-Boston thing. I just don't like those three teams, and they happen to be in Boston. So I tied it all together.
Right.
I can't stand the Celtics. I can't stand the Red Sox, and I can't stand the Patriots. And I don't know why. And when it comes to and when it comes to professional sports, I'm pretty.
You really are.
I don't even care.
No.
So there's only a few teams I don't like. There's not many teams I even have a feeling about. You know what I mean?
I know.
One way or the other. But I do not like them. And for some reason, but the Yankees. Let me tell you where the Yankees thing came from. As a boy, I was always trying to find a way to make my homework easier to get done.
And when they would assign me to do a report on somebody, I would always do biographies, and I kept landing on Lou Gehrig and Babe Ruth, and they were all Yankees, and, and that pulled me into the Yankee world because of all the incredible players and the fact that one of their players saved the sport completely.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where that all is.
Okay.
And I like that Yankee hat, even though it's clearly black to me, and they call it Yankee blue.
All Red Sox fans call Rick right now. 866.
Yeah, you can call me. I don't like you. I don't like your team. I don't like your Red Sox team. I'm sorry. I don't. Bill Buckner, I'm so glad that happened.
Now we're getting personal.
Even though it was the Mets, who I don't like either.
You don't like the Mets?
I do not like the Mets.
I kind of liked them because you remember we used to have that on the cable. We had WOR or something. And they showed all the Mets games. Super Strawberry and Gooden and all them. I kind of liked them.
I didn't like the Mets. You know what I think it was? And I know it's not the same anymore. I never liked the name Shea Stadium.
What?
I didn't like that name.
That's a good reason. That's a good reason. Not like
Who's it named after? George Shea.
George Shea. I didn't say it was a good reason.
Did you make Greg like the Mets because you like the Yankees? Is that it?
No, we were pretty indifferent.
Or did you like the Mets because you knew he liked the Yankees?
I will say this: I was Celtics and you were Lakers.
Yes, now that's 100%.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Do not like the Celtics. Ugliest basketball team I've ever seen.
Yeah, I love it.
In our day.
And it's something about that uniform. Whoever wears it, it makes them uglier.
Good night.
It makes their legs a little wider.
It does. It seems something about that uniform makes you ugly.
Not everybody can wear green.
I think you could put Tom Selleck in a Celtics uniform. Everybody go, man, what happened to him? but Greg loved the Celtics, and I loved the Lakers. That's the only when I cared about basketball. Which
there were some good matchups back then.
Yeah, it was good.
And in football, I was Pittsburgh Steelers. Who were you?
I was the Pack until the Pack got no good in the 70s. Then I left them because I couldn't.
I thought you were a Steeler guy all the way.
I like the Steelers. Yeah,
I was
steel
all about
curtain.
Steeler.
Yeah, I love that steel curtain. Matter of fact, I wore the number of Mean Joe Green, who was my favorite defensive lineman. So, but I in baseball, Greg also loved the Cincinnati Reds.
I love the big red machine.
Big Red
Absolutely.
Machine.
When they would come to Atlanta and play them, we'd go watch.
We would. I like the big red
and
machine.
You had to run of the whole stadium because nobody was there.
But then those Yankee pinstripes and all that, I just thought was kind of cool. The whole Yankee thing.
It is.
Yeah.
I thought that girl with Pete Rose was his daughter, but evidently it wasn't.
In the doorway.
As we make our way back, I mentioned the Boston thing, but Tom Brady, they're saying, has injured his throwing hand ahead of the AFC Championship game coming up against the Jaguars. And they're saying that one of his own teammates accidentally ran into him during practice, and it appears that he was a limited participant yesterday and that he has jammed a finger on the throwing hand.
Well, that's not good. Although I don't really, the Patriots are they have another gear when it gets to the point.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. As we make our way back.
What if we had a new contest where we play a soundbite?
Yep.
And you got to decide, is it President Biden or Floyd the Barber?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Angel.
Bubba, I like that idea. I do. I like it. It'll trickle right down.
So anyway, 33% approval rating. So we're not alone.
You know what I don't understand is how in the world, with being the economic genius that you are, can you only have a 33% approval rate?
I'm going the other way. How does 33% of the people think he's doing good?
Well, you know what? I think it's a clear. I think that is as clear a picture as we can have. That 33%. Well, let me back up. I'll do this. Let me give them a little bit here on this. Let's say 30% of our population is mentally ill.
Right.
Okay. I think we can tie it to that.
No. Well, here's what happens.
That is a fake Twitter followers.
It's listen. This new thing that I'm doing where I'm really landing on not getting too elevated and just and getting in the middle of it's unreasonable.
It's just fun to do, isn't it?
It's unreasonable. Is that if people are just not reasonable, then I don't spend time with them anymore. That, and if you believe in a flat Earth, I just don't spend time with you anymore.
I think the good book takes that issue up.
So anyway,
don't waste your breath on fools.
So what I do now, if someone that I know not well, but is an acquaintance or a fan of this show or whatever, that is politically left, what I'm doing now, because this is so bad, I think, we can continue to talk about our different worldviews, but I need to ask one more question so I know whether to continue this or not. Do you think President Biden's doing a good job? And if they say yes, then I just move on.
Yeah.
But because that's not reasonable. So now
you're in that 30% Bubba's talking about.
So what I realized then is that there anything I could discuss now is just a waste. It's just a waste of my time. Now we can't even talk about how we're going to fix this thing, because if you think this is how we should be going, I just have to move on, right? That, and if you ever acknowledge that you're a flat earther, then I realize, okay, when I'm picking where to spend time, I can't spend time here. I mean, I just can't spend any time on the flat earth thing.
Can't find the ice wall. Find the ice wall, then we'll have a talk.
There's round.
Y'all are opening your mouth too much. You got to slur even more.
Yeah.
Do slight drunk with that.
So, all right. And if you don't think this world's lost its way, now today Bubba's telling me fish is not good for us anymore.
Well, wait a minute, Rick. Wait a minute.
Hang on.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
I had the other story.
I thought this was all together.
We'll go back to that.
I like
it says right here it's got milk. It's got milk in here and fish. I thought it was all the same story.
How about cow's milk too?
How about Walmart is discontinuing sales of a coconut milk brand that has been tied to a PETA investigation claiming forced monkey labor.
Yeah,
now,
we
this
did
is
the
where
story
the
in
monkeys,
2019, if you remember.
Right,
I do
go
remember
up the
this.
tree
I do
and they
remember this,
shake
yeah.
the coconut tree to get the coconuts down.
Okay, so
they do a really good job. Well, they can get up at.
So this is an update on that.
They keep them on
So,
chain.
but I thought coconut milk was the thing because it was, not as fat as cow's milk, and I thought,
they just don't like the abuse.
It's just the way they're getting it, the way they're treating the monkeys.
I think they're going to have a different brand. I think probably.
So we want now. Do all the companies use monkeys to get the coconuts down?
No,
it's just a certain bunch.
Oh, okay.
Why do we care about this?
Thailand.
Why are they holding up Thailand? Stop coconut industry monkey abuse.
Well, they're saying back originally
They said to get 3 hots in the cot.
They keep them chained up. They don't let them roam. Keep them in cages and stuff like that.
Now,
that was the original story.
Rick,
now today's story is Walmart's joining the Krogers and the Walgreens and everybody else on discontinuing carrying that brand.
But now
Taiwan has released a video and I was watching it earlier. It shows them giving them water.
Sure.
And it says it's a historic tradition there. And there's nothing, it showed. I mean, he looked like the cleanest, nicest living monkey there was.
Do you mean Thailand?
He keeps saying Taiwan.
Is it one of them?
Yeah, Thailand. Well, the reason why I say this, the protest signs here have Thailand.
Well, that
on
would be
it.
it.
Yeah. But I just want to be sure. I don't know.
One of the
But anyway, they show him giving him a nice drink of water and him shimmying up the tree and twisting it's pretty funny to watch.
I bet the monkeys have a pretty good life.
Yeah.
This is once again where here's the monkeys, and I think I said this back when it first started, and it looks like my update may be true. Here we go again with our condescending human being thing. I love how the left on 1 minute says human beings aren't special, then on the next minute they're going human beings must look out for everybody because we're special. So you need to make up your mind. How do we know that these monkeys in Thailand, Greg, as you're talking about, even the ones in Taiwan,
they're worse.
Wherever they are, okay, they've got a good gig. They're picking coconuts, which they're very good at. We're getting coconut milk, which apparently is the greatest thing ever. And then what if these human beings have messed up a great gig for these monkeys?
Well,
maybe these monkeys love being coconut-getting monkeys.
If you have to, I think it was the way they were training the monkeys to get the coconuts.
And the way they when they're not picking coconuts.
Exactly. Yeah. I do think it's, I think there's a little deeper understanding that is going on that is pretty bad.
Yeah,
I don't want anybody.
Have we heard from the monkeys?
Right.
No, we haven't. But I don't think they want to be trained.
How do you know?
Whipping
Taiwan
stuff.
said
Nobody wants to be whipped.
How do you know?
I don't, Rick. I'm just saying.
I mean, what if a monkey comes up and says, y'all messed up our coconut gig?
When they do away with all the fuel, we're going to have to use mules and everything to plow the farms now. So
get up that tree. Guys, PETA's hurt themselves here, and I'll tell you why. It goes back to Bubba. It goes back to our interview with Bruce forever ago. They Puppy Farm shutting them down or whatever. They had a gig going, and there was like everybody agreed with that. Then they started chasing Wienermobiles and doing crazy stuff. So now when they claim things, nobody takes them serious anymore.
That monkey looks like he's
See,
fine.
there may be, of course, he's got a leash on him.
Yeah,
That's Taiwan's video.
That's all right.
That's Taiwan.
Yeah,
That's their video.
So which video's true?
Oh, I don't know.
Right. And we got two videos.
Well, you've got a lot of people, a lot of stores. Was it 450 total? I guess everybody kind of.
When the story originally came out, it showed how they kept them, and it was pretty
Did
rough.
you just say that monkey leap?
Maybe they've adjusted.
I don't know.
Maybe
I'll be honest with you, I don't care.
Maybe they.
I don't either.
Wait, maybe they did. They come on out. They got us, and now they've got it better.
Possibly.
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
Well, we got to tell the world how to treat their monkeys.
I know it.
You know,
I got him how he twisted off.
yeah. He gets it off there.
Really is what Thailand.
Oh, look at that!
That's amazing how they can leap.
I was telling
Greg, what Thailand does with their monkeys is that any of our monkey business?
That's
That's
true. Look
a
at
good
that,
point.
they're teaching them.
For one afternoon, I was telling the guys earlier,
Looks
I wish
all
I
right,
could
doesn't
climb a tree like that for one afternoon, just see what it's like.
Yeah.
Like go right out
Me
there,
too.
those pine trees, and just
Picture you jumping.
swing
between them.
around.
Let me tell you on this game changer when it comes to tree activity is to have all four. You have hands where they normally are, and hands on your feet, and a tail. Game changer. Okay.
Yeah.
And super strength.
Yeah. Did y'all ever want to be Tarzan and swing from tree to tree?
I did.
when you were
I
younger?
did a little swinging.
Tried it.
Yeah, it didn't work the way
We'd have
we-
ropes. We'd try, and you'd always hit the tree.
It never worked the way it looked like on TV.
Then that time, Rick, I tried to do that hose pipe, and it broke. Yeah. Somebody had tacked it into a tree years ago.
I can still see you headed to the ground holding the hose in your hand. They came right out of the tree.
I was laying there like this. Who'd have thought it wouldn't?
So the
rotten?
the other thing I misread because I saw it has cows milk in here. I thought this was all one story. You told me now eating fish twice a week is bad. Now we don't eat fish.
Rick,
No, Rick, that's only fish caught by monkeys.
You have to, it has to be the right
I had
one.
fish last night. I thought we're supposed to eat fish.
We
Now,
are.
according to this study, if you eat fish twice a week, it makes you more likely to get melanoma.
What?
While drinking
What's that
cow's
even
milk raises the risk of prostate cancer, according to research.
You can't have nothing.
I don't pay attention.
Well, now
to
you're
any
taking my coconut milk away. What am I supposed to drink?
Now, remember that the NHS had been advising people for health reasons to eat fish at least twice a week.
I know. All I've heard about is look at these people that live in these cultures where they all do is eat fish. It's Mediterranean. We all need to be on that.
They have a cross-eyed.
If you look at the stats, people who live around the coast worldwide had lower heart problems than people
But
that
they're-
lived
but they're eating
inland.
that with melanoma.
And they used to think that was a direct tie into eating more fish.
Hey, are you telling me I've got to pick whether I want heart disease or melanoma?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Is that
so.
basically what it is? Wow.
I say stick with the fish and wear more sunscreen.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, that stuff will kill you too if you got to get the right one.
I've never heard anybody say
Watch
that.
the vitamin D. You don't want to have too much out.
There's carcinogenics in some of it.
Easy for you to say.
Everything.
Yeah, I can say that one.
I think, you know what? If I went back and looked at the replay, I think you're in.
Yeah, I do too. I got both feet on that.
No, I was.
That drug his toe.
And he carried it, he held it all with the ground.
We were nervous. We thought
Carcinogenics.
Oh, it was a compliment.
We
Bob.
thought that cart was going to come off.
Could have went either way.
Not enough evidence to change.
Thought we needed Mike Pereira for a minute.
Yeah, but you know what? I think I'm going to keep on eating fish.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think I'm also very rarely do I drink cow's milk. Very rarely, but I think when I want some, I'm just going to have some.
A little cereal.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm not crazy about coconut milk. But
I don't drink it at all.
It's good in a smoothie.
I'm an almond milk guy.
Almond's good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It was almond milk.
I've
thinking
had
of.
that too.
Yeah.
I tell you what's not bad with your coffee. Hear me on this. Is coconut milk creamer.
Yeah, I can see
If you're a
that.
creamer guy.
Yeah.
Phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are
How
available.
do you milk a coconut?
Well, we had a good thing going. Now they messed that up. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sure. Yeah.
That ain't no biggie. They'll just deflate the ball a little bit.
There are people everywhere saying they did not know that eating poisonous detergent pods were potentially toxic until Gronk told them.
Thank you,
Right.
Gronk.
Yeah.
How come I picture Gronk eating detergent?
Right.
I
pods?
did too.
Yeah.
I'm
He
with-
just seems that guy. I
I'm
pull
with-
my shirt off, eat a pod, and scream.
I so see that.
You dare me? You dare me?
You dare me? All right. So some other things that are out there today. Bubba, you have a list over there. The boat thing. Have we talked about it? I know
Goodness.
Trump finally has unveiled his fake news awards. And then we have this group of Democrats that crossed over and voted for Trump, and they went to interview them. I don't know what they were expecting, but what they got was that.
Why don't we just look at that video, because it's a quick clip.
Which one?
Let's look at the former Democrats who voted for Trump, who were scoring his first year in office. Now, I think CNN expected them to come in there and go, I don't know why they didn't ask them ahead of time and say, wow, this has been a disaster. This is just sad. It's not what we expected. They did not get that response, and I think it was shocking to the host, at least his expression.
Tough day for the CNNs of the world. Tim Cook is admitting that they are bringing billions of dollars, Apple, back into the country, and is crediting the Trump administration's new tax plan for that. Was asked that directly by ABC News and had to say yes. And you also have these companies that are giving their employees, anywhere from $1,000 to $2,500 because of the new corporate tax reduction. You've got people that are investing, and so if you're a CNN, you want people to say things about Trump that you keep saying we should all care about, but nobody does. You think you're going to sit down with them and say, "Well, I didn't like what he said about the people of Haiti." Or they're going to sit down. I didn't like how mean he was, and when he said this, and I didn't like, and they can't get anybody to bring those things up because everybody keeps talking about how good the economy's doing.
Yeah, well, one, he didn't say that about the people of Haiti.
I know, but I'm talking about if you're
the way
CNN,
they phrase
if you're
it,
CNN, he did
right. The way they frame it, yeah.
But they what they're trying to find out, Bubba, did they sell you on the fact that he did that, and they can't get anybody to care about it?
Yeah.
Well, this is funny video.
So you got a CNN reporter speechless as former Democrats are grading Trump's first year, and he just doesn't understand it. All right, so here it is, courtesy of CNN.
Look at him.
Something that he said that really sticks with me is that he wants to give the power back to the American people, and that's something that I can certainly get behind.
I'm with a pastor, a stay-at-home mom, a student, a machine shop worker, and a union member. Democrats or raised in Democrat families who crossed over to vote Trump.
We're 1 year in. How's he doing?
Fantastic.
Phenomenal. Great. Better than I ever would have dreamt. I mean that sincerely.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Derek?
Yes, I agree.
Absolutely.
Yes, he's doing wonderful. He's staying on task.
Hey, did you see him? He's just speechless.
If you had a close-up, you could see his jaw on the table.
Really?
I'll zoom in here.
And then to make it worse, an African-American man says, absolutely, he's staying on task. He's getting it done. But more than I could have ever hoped for.
But it's just like, hey, Rick, really?
Really, straight up.
Really?
We tried to tell y'all to hate him. Why is this not working?
Really?
They want to paint him as a racist, and you saw a big push of that come out here lately. And that's right on the heels of the latest survey showing that his approval rating with African Americans has doubled since he went in. Doubled with other minority groups. And it's just the disconnect between the agenda they're pushing in the media and what's really happening out in the world is unbelievable.
Yep. Speaking of Trump, I don't know, Speedy, if there's any video on this or not, because Bubba said the website struggled a little bit. That President Trump
shut down.
Well, they were making fun of Trump, like, well, yeah, he put out fake news and he can't even keep his website up. It's because everybody was going to look at it and laugh at it.
The GOP.com crashed yesterday when he tweeted out a link of his fake news awards, and it's just a list of them as to who made the top. What is it here? I guess it's looks like 10. Greg, are you okay with that? He only went 10.
Well, that keeps it
5 would have been better.
Yeah, but he keeps it simple.
Well, he kept it with the top 10. That's kind of
number one. He gave on fake news awards the New York Times Paul Krugman, claiming markets would never recover from the Trump presidency.
Right. Now, keep in mind, yesterday we passed 2,600, an all-time new high.
Yeah.
ABC News is Brian Ross for bungling the report on former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yeah. Remember, he got suspended over one of those. He did. It was a joke.
Number 3, CNN falsely reporting that Trump campaign. Nine minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show.
go. We'll go to the people. Lines are packing out, but if you, get an opportunity, there's all kinds of ways now for you to get all the Rick and Bubba show. I mean, let's face it, when you're moving through your life, sometimes it may be limited. I mean, all we're asking for is 5 hours. But if you don't have 5 hours to give, but you still want to go back and hear the show in your time, or it may be the only way you can hear it, you certainly can use our podcast archives. And a great way to enjoy that is with Raycon earbuds. Buy Raycon.com/Bubba to listen to the show however you get it. If you wanted to hear it on the earbuds or you want to listen to your favorite music or whatever, you can set it up a couple of ways in their everyday earbuds. You can do noise isolation. That means I want to be in my own little world in my earbuds and I don't want to hear what's going on around me, okay? Or if you're like, I need to be able to hear what's going on around me, then you go to awareness mode, okay? But here's the deal. They look great. They're incredibly comfortable. Our audience loves them. 2 or 3 emails in the last 10 days from people saying, I just got to tell how much I love these, okay? The battery life, 32 hours. They don't fall out of your ear. They don't look ridiculous in your ears. And they're about half the price of the other audio brands. And we're going to get you an additional 15% off if you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buy Raycon, Raycon, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Find that link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Don't be left out. Get your Raycon earbuds today and enjoy. To the phones we go. Let's go to Houston. Houston, Texas, checking in, and Joseph is standing by. Joseph, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I was just wanting to ask y'all a question real quick. I know that y'all been talking about retirement and how you're never going to be able to retire or whatever, but once y'all do finally call it a day on the show, y'all been getting up like at 3 or 3:30 in the morning years or whatever, so that first Monday morning after y'all retire, will it be like, I'm going to be able to sleep in, it's going to be great, and all of a sudden your eyes pop open? Are y'all able to adjust pretty good on the weekends?
Yeah, we're all different, but on weekends, on vacations, the very first day, I'll sleep to like probably 7:30, 8 o'clock with no issue. By about day 4, I'm sleeping to 8:30. And so I go back to sleeping later really quick. Bubba, you don't.
I stay pretty much on the same schedule all the time, unfortunately.
Yeah. So
it's
Bubba,
not something I'm proud of.
Yeah, so you are trained to wake up, but you go to bed probably earlier than me too, so that probably plays a role.
I think I could adjust, but I'd have to, it'd take a period of time to do it. You'd have to stay up later at night.
Yeah, I've discovered the earliest that I can go to bed is 9:15.
Yeah.
And 9:30. I can't go to bed any earlier than that. I just can't do it. I tried it. Yeah. Even last night, Sherry was sleeping. She was going on to sleep, and I could have gone to bed. There was nothing really going on. I mean, I could go, and I just thought, I don't really want to go to bed at 9. I mean, I don't get that much time because of our job in evenings. I'm not done yet. So I piddled around for about another 30 minutes, and I went to bed. But yeah, I don't have a problem with sleeping later on the days we don't have to get up. I do not wake up at my time naturally for work. Never. Let's go to Scott in Coleman.
Mad at Scott.
Scotty, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys? Green Acres.
Thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
I listen to Dan Bongino's podcast every day, and he references a guy named Thomas Sowell about trickle-down economics.
Yeah.
And he offers, like, anybody, an X amount of dollars to tell him where trickle-down economics originated, and nobody has ever taken him up on the offer.
Yeah, you know why? Because they couldn't do it. I mean,
I think it was just understood.
Yeah.
One of them, one of the spokespeople for it that is more contemporary was Ronald Reagan's economic advisor, Laffer.
Yeah,
and he was he quoted that a lot.
Yeah, well, and also,
but it's been around. I mean, he didn't invent it.
Apparently, John F. Kennedy believed it.
Yeah, sure.
If you look at his economic plan, Bubba, it is Jim, the crazy sign man. Jim, what's going on?
Well, I just wanted to let you know that today is my 50th wedding anniversary to my lovely wife, Londa.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Jim, we hope y'all have a great day together today.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's what I wanted. I wanted to hear the song.
You got it, baby.
Appreciate it.
And Jim, hold those signs up tall and proud.
Thanks for how you've been here.
Do it.
Your foundation, Jimmy. Your foundation. I remember the first day that I thought you were going to kill us all and drink our blood. And here we are all these years later.
Yeah.
Let's go to Shane in Georgia. Shane, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm good, thank you. Hey, just wanted to. I've been working on this a couple of days, Rick and Bubba, and I'd like to give you my live audition to be your new voiceover guy.
Okay,
you ready?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, here it goes. You're listening to the two sexiest fat men alive. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
How you doing over, Speedy?
I didn't hear any change in his voice of when he started to call, but
you okay?
I mean, I'm okay.
Yeah, you know,
I
you
think
might
the
need
cell
to
service
you
might
might
have
need to
helped.
record that and just send it to us. And
I didn't
Greg
get
at
to Speedy.
rickandbubba.com.
That's it.
It's so hard
Rick
with
and
a
Bubba.
cell. I didn't sense it.
You're right.
I didn't picture that in my headphones over some really hip music.
Right. Rick, I'm a land there. It was the cell phone reception.
Yeah.
And maybe.
But how did you fare?
Not well.
Okay.
But
Yeah. Right.
All I can think about is his buddies right now that told him that he should do this.
Right.
And they were playing a joke on him.
Yeah.
And he didn't realize it.
And he's been practicing in the shower with heavy reverb.
Yeah. Maybe Greg can play it for us when he emails it to him.
Sure.
Chris, Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, guys, a long-time listener.
Thank you.
Thanks for all you guys do.
Thanks.
Just was going to say, y'all owe me a new shirt. Your impressions of Biden this morning had me rolling and spit my coffee out all over my car.
Well,
sorry. That's not.
Thank you.
They're not good.
Greatest economy ever.
Well, that's our goal. If we can get you
Nobody
to
knows it.
lose control of your bodily functions.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what
that
we're
or
after.
wet your pants. We take that as a compliment.
Right.
you spit up.
Let's go to Kevin in Alabama. Kevin, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
With all the talks about our president yesterday, one of the YouTube flashbacks was White House press conference of the White House physician saying that he was not concerned with President Trump's abilities and didn't feel a need to test him for any cognitive malfunction. How do you think the White House physician currently is reacting?
Well, do you remember, though, Trump went and got tested?
Yeah, I think.
And passed it perfectly?
I think the current White House would say the exact same thing for different reasons. No, we don't see any need to do that. Do we really need to do that? I mean, it's almost like the doctor says, should I waste my time on this? I mean, none of you need medical degrees to see what I will find. Top of the hour. Thanks for the phone calls, and hope you enjoyed the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. You got more Rick and Bubba. Lord willing, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Early access to hacked documents for WikiLeaks. Number 4, Time that reported Trump removed a bust of Martin Luther King Jr. from the Oval Office.
Never happened.
That never happened.
No.
Was there. I saw it.
Number 5, the Washington Post David Weigel tweeting that Trump's December rally in Pensacola, Florida wasn't packed with supporters.
And he actually tweeted out a picture before it ever started.
6, CNN's video suggesting Trump overfed fish during a visit with Japanese Prime Minister.
And really all he was doing what the Japanese Prime Minister did. He just did what he did.
Why would that even make a story?
I know, and I missed that one. That's funny. CNN's having to retract reports that somehow there was a tie to the Trump administration and Russia. A lot of those. 8, Newsweek's report that Polish First Lady, I can't say her name, did not shake Trump's hand, which she did.
Yep, there's a picture of it.
And then 9, CNN report that former FBI Director James Comey would dispute President Trump's claim that he was told he was not under investigation. Comey did not do that. Number 10, the New York Times report that the Trump administration had hidden a climate change study. That's not true. And then he put an 11 in there. In Trump's words, Russian collusion. Russian collusion is perhaps the greatest hoax perpetrated on the American people. There was never any collusion. So he made that as like standalone. So he put out all the things that had been said about his administration and reported that turned out to be completely fake. The fake news awards finally unveiled by Donald Trump.
All right, so I know people have been asking about an update on the battle of the savage beast that is going on in my home.
Chipper.
As I have now, called this chipmunk, who's trying to take over our home. The trapping. We had something happen yesterday, man, that I can barely utter.
Oh.
Good night. It's one thing for an animal to try to be inside your home. It's another thing for him to go rogue and go on the offense. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
God love my wife, as I tried to counsel her yesterday, because, the thing that almost makes him so dastardly is how cute they are. Chipmunks are precious.
Sure they are.
But they can be very dangerous, and they, as my wife says, they just loaded with disease. And
Loaded.
And they've got a little tooth that comes up from the bottom where they can crack things and seeds and nuts and things like that. That if it gets on you, it'll go all the way to the bone. I mean, they'll bite you. So my wife, guys, this is going to be difficult to even say. My wife said yesterday that, and I, because of all the weather and the roads and all that where we were yesterday, a loving wife is going, if she hears her husband getting up about to travel, we'd all been to bed, she know what was going on, and so she started asking me about how it was out there, and it's dark and it's morning, and so she woke up trying to say, well, look, you need to, you got a plan, you got stuff in the car, what if you can't get off the hill? And I said, it'll be fine. If it doesn't work out, I'll just come back. So that woke her up. So she got up and did her standard move where she moves from the bedroom into like the living room and gets on the couch and snuggles up and starts reading, or whatever. And of course, a lot of times if it's early, you might fall back asleep.
Yeah, yeah, I do. If I ever get
So
up
she went in there and started reading on the couch and fell back asleep.
Oh boy,
folks! What happened next was completely over the line. She said that she woke up because the dastardly chipmunk had come up onto the couch and went under her pillow that she was laying on.
No.
And she woke up feeling him running under her pillow.
No, you got to be kidding.
Oh, wow.
He was trying to get warm.
You piece of. And I said, "Well, that's over the line,
Rick."
And I said, "Well, now we should."
Now, Rick, are we talking about the chipmunk just full of disease?
Yes, just riddled with disease, and you know how dangerous they can be.
Oh, Rick.
So I said, "Sherry, what is the deal here?" And she said, "Well, I realized that I had him hemmed up," and she said I was going to do, which was a Bubba move, is to throw the blanket I had over him, and then try to
throw your book on top of it,
and then try to beat him onto the ground or throw him out. She said, but all I could think about was you talking about how bad they can bite. And I was afraid I could get bit in the process, and I know he's riddled with disease. And so then she made a crucial error.
Do you have to get a shot if you get bit by a chipmunk?
She moved from the area to go get something else and then lost him again.
Oh.
So she said, so I came up with this plan. She said, I figured how he got in. And you know what? I didn't even know this. You know how we found out we had it? I didn't know this. I had new information yesterday. We have a bathroom that, of course, we all know had to be re-wallpapered because the wallpaper in there was just unacceptable.
Right.
And so there was actually
spent a lot of time sitting in there looking around.
There was actually a man there who does an outstanding work, and he was wallpapering. And Sherry said she came home. Nobody told me this till yesterday. And he said to her, because he was there working in the house, and she was going, he said, hey, do y'all have a pet chipmunk by any chance?
Rick.
And she's like, what? He goes, there's a chipmunk running around in this house. So he thought it might have got out, that it was a pet or something.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that. That's how we found out. And so
I can't believe it went for him.
Right. He was like, y'all got a pet chipmunk? What?
No telling how long it's been in there.
Sure. Yeah. There's probably more than one. Let's not kid
Rick,
ourselves.
he's a little bold. Rick,
Yeah,
there's
it's
a
his
nest.
house.
You got a nest.
He's getting comfy.
And I don't mean it's
He's grown up there.
I didn't think the vile beast would go that far. To go. I'm gonna get under the pillow with
Rick,
somebody
he's
sleeping
getting bold.
on.
He's getting bold.
Snuggle buddy.
So Sherry then did something that was a bold move, and it could have only made the situation worse. She decided that since she was leaving. It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Here we go. All
right, as we start a brand new hour, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here and ready to go for a brand new hour. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
All right, you've been telling me that there's a story involving the Ruskies and a radio station.
Rick,
what is
things
this?
are not well on the air in Russia. Rick, one of Vladimir Putin's favorite buddies. What?
Vladimir?
That's how I say it. He's considered a Russian oligarch.
We know what you mean.
And he's one of the wealthiest 100 individuals in the world with a net worth over $19 billion.
Boom. Wow, he could buy an NFL
He owns a national newspaper. He owns a chain of radio stations and many, many other things. Well, one of the radio stations there in Moscow got hacked.
Uh-oh.
And midway through the news segment, the signal was hijacked and the Ukrainian national anthem started playing.
Uh-oh.
That's the truth.
Somebody pulled
It
one.
was followed by other patriotic songs for the Ukraine. The station was taken off the air a short time later.
And I thought in kind of a kind of an edgy move, they also played the Georgia fight song.
Okay.
Here all week.
Hey.
Here all week.
If you missed it, that's just something.
Right.
from
I
earlier.
love a little callback. So I got to hear the whole show.
93.6 FM.
Get this off the air.
So has anybody
Remove it.
Has anybody figured out how this has happened yet?
What is happening?
Pirate radio.
You know, this is not the first time. They've had several TV stations that got hacked, and also a couple of electronic bulletin boards. Did you see those?
I haven't, no. That's funny.
Funny.
But have you noticed here on this show, if Russia is brought up, we always go immediately to Rocky IV and we do Drago.
Yeah.
That's what we think.
That's all I know.
I will break you.
You'd respond to
Everything he hits, he destroys. What is with that station?
Rick, that's
What
not
do
Russian,
you-
buddy.
What?
That's just like
I don't even know what that is. That's just a scary
Carlos
person.
What if it
Mencia.
was Russian but like Biden, Rick? That's a challenge.
What's wrong?
What do you think?
I think Ukraine.
What about the first guy who's monitoring the station when he hears the Ukrainian
he
national
can't
anthem
believe it.
blaring?
Well, he knows he's going to get his head cut off.
Oh yeah.
You think he makes some calls real
Yeah,
quick?
I'm as good as dead.
Yeah.
Shoot him.
Is that Drago again? Tells me.
Yeah, I think
What's
so.
Drago doing? Is he hitting something
Drago the
destroying?
barber.
Go in, take us off air, shoot him.
Was he Tonto?
Yeah, you got a little Tonto sound.
How'd the Lone Ranger get involved in all this?
Did you notice too?
Don't go
I
to
thought
town.
this was interesting.
get him,
that,
shoot him
that,
off out.
that in Russia, you know, their frequencies are staggered different than ours are.
Yeah.
Like they're 93.6, so we don't have even numbers on the end.
Bubba's serious.
I just thought that's funny.
Yeah,
They're going to do it a little bit different.
Yeah.
Well, of course they are. You know what?
It's a little thing.
Why do we stagger them the way we do?
Door open.
Oh boy.
Well, I don't fully understand the question. Like
Like,
why did they?
Why do
pick
we not
that?
use?
Why are
even
we odd
numbers?
on-
Why are
on-
we?
on-
Why are we odd?
It's
and they
just-
use even.
It's just the way they started it, I guess.
Yeah.
You still got the gaps.
I
about
gave
the
you an
same.
opportunity there.
Never
to,
mind.
to
Well, I don't know. I just
I mean-
that's when I noticed that they were doing the 0.6. I thought that was
Yeah.
unusual.
That is
That is.
straight up.
Elon Musk in the news, Bubba.
Elon.
Here we go.
Hey.
money.
Here we go. Hey.
Everybody singing, oh, money, money.
Hey. Dollar.
I've noticed we come up with Elon's stories just so we can play them.
Of
Yes.
course we do,
Because
Greg.
there's no way we should have a story on him every day.
Well, there's two.
He does Tesla.
Well, you got to think, Greg. Well, he's got Tesla, he's got SpaceX, he's got Twitter. I mean, one of those are going to be in the news
I
every
guess
day.
And I saw yesterday he's got something to do with mosquitoes. he's got some mosquito repellent. No, it's this thing you set out there and they leave you alone.
Really?
That's the way I would describe it. Now I know it's much deeper.
If it's
than
that simple, I like
Elon
it.
does?
Yeah. I saw a picture of him yesterday and he had some kind of mosquito thing. Now was that a Babylon Bee thing? Am I wrong?
Rick, you really got
Rick,
suckered in.
I can't. I've lost the reality of Babylon Bee in the real world.
You got him confused.
Oh, he can't stop.
Oh, I know. I just hurt myself.
So you hurt yourself doing an impression?
You know how you do that
No
thing
laughing.
where you laugh and it does a little pull on you? Yeah.
They're right below the rib cage.
Not good.
But anyway, so now Twitter says they will give him.
Yeah.
I thought they said they already had.
The media giant has agreed to hand over a fire hose of data comprising of more than 500 million tweets posted each day.
It's a big hose.
According to the Washington Post, citing an anonymous source familiar with the company's doings, the outlet noted that the data, which reportedly included account information, is a real-time record of tweets and the devices used that the tweets come from that could be given to Musk as soon as this week. And I guess he could filter through that data to try to figure out what's real, what's fake.
Yeah. I mean, so
I think, you know what I think? I think they tell you which ones are fake when they put that little blue check mark by it.
That's good. Hey, will somebody Google if Elon Musk is doing a mosquito thing?
Okay, Elon Musk.
I'm looking at Babylon Bee to see if I saw it there. By the way, funny.
I'm watching Live right now, Rick.
But Bubba, historic Powerball Lotto jackpot now up to 2 tanks of gas.
That's funny.
This one is really good.
That's good.
Elizabeth Warren caught in a bush outside Kavanaugh's house wielding a tomahawk. Gosh, that's good. Let me tell you something there on Fire Bubba. That's great. Please look at the picture.
That is good.
Rick, you made me. You said something about gas, and this is a tangent. I'm sorry. Did y'all see Senator Kennedy on? I think it was Tucker. He was somewhere when he said gas has gotten so high.
Yeah.
Everybody ought to just go buy some cocaine and run around. Run to wherever they're
Yeah,
going
what-
or something
who
to
was
that effect.
Who was it said that?
It was Kennedy.
That old guy out of Louisiana.
Yeah. What, isn't it Kennedy?
It was in one
I
of the-
might have this all wrong.
It was in one of the hearings.
Sounds like
or something.
gas.
I heard the quote. I just didn't remember where I saw that.
Sounds like Colonel Sanders.
For Bubba from Babylon Bee, Jimmy Carter now worried all these Biden comparisons could tarnish his presidential legacy.
That's Helms, tell him about this one.
What did Greg?
Greg's got something in the break for y'all.
Oh, no.
It's awful, but it is good.
We do a segment on the kickoff hour. What's Greg looking at?
Yeah.
I don't think we can do this one.
Hey, by the way, Ben here. Hey, Ben here. Sometimes they just throw something in from live.
Yeah.
Husband does his part to get family ready for church by shouting, "Kids, it's time to get ready for church."
That's all he's doing.
Amanda sent that to me yesterday. It said 100%.
100%.
I'm like, well, thank you, honey.
All right, I want to do this thing with Joey Behar in the View. I think we're I think we're lighthearted. We're lighthearted enough that we can deal with it. What she says, and she's upset because they have an African American woman on there now, but she's conservative, and it's like it's got Joey Behar losing her mind. All right, we'll look at that.
Listen to what she said.
Yeah, I know.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And that she was going to open the doors, thinking and see if he would just leave to the doors back outside while there were some people still there working the house.
That's a 50% chance,
Right.
Rick. More might run in.
I know. So anyway, I thought, honey, you decided to do that when the temperature outside was 18. I think we are more apt to others to go, hey,
it's warm. Let's run in there.
Our agent on the inside got the door open for us somehow. So all I can say is I restructured the trap. I've left sunflower seeds and I've gone to peanut butter now. Because everybody loves peanut butter. My goodness, I nearly got caught in the trap yesterday.
Or use it to stick the seeds in.
Yeah, well, I did. I put some seeds in the peanut butter.
Yeah.
And
like M&M's.
Yeah, and have it. And that's so I set the trap again. And overnight last night sleeping, we got up. I checked it today, and he's not in there. So we haven't seen him again. I don't know if that worked. He left.
Rick Einstein, the cat, can be there in about 20 minutes' notice.
Well, like I said, the only problem is Sherry is incredibly allergic to cats, and so what we would have then is a dead chipmunk and my wife who couldn't breathe. You know what I mean?
Well,
so
she might be allergic to chipmunk bites. You don't know.
Well, you never know. So
at least the cat's not full of disease.
Guys, can I tell you this? You can't get are all critter control people just got so much business
a lot of critters.
You can't get them.
Let me tell you, if you think they're hard, try getting hold of a plumber right now.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, they're backed up to the spring thaw.
No pun intended.
Yes.
Yeah. Critter control people, are they just in such high demand you can't even get a call back?
You can't.
You can't. I mean, hey, you better watch them. I had one time. I put it up. My bad thing about the fire.
Wait a minute. I got an idea.
Right.
Call Gary. Say, Gary, I need you at the house.
No, I don't know.
Let him be your critter control.
Rick, I don't know that's his special.
Can I tell you why? This is an interesting comment,
Everybody
though.
be still.
Hey, let me tell you something. Right there's where he's coming in. Right there.
But let me tell you what happened.
Rick, have you read the diseases that they can carry?
Oh, yeah. You think I hadn't read that?
Oh, my goodness.
I told you.
Who knew leprosy was on the list?
I know.
Disease-ridden.
Well, they've been hanging around them armadillos.
Tuberculosis.
Rick, Gary can fix anything.
No,
Let him come up.
No, I got to tell you, Gary's already told me.
He'll tear the house up.
He's
Spotted
scared.
fever.
He's scared he got bit by one. Gary won't nothing, doesn't want to do nothing.
Well, he's
to do
scared
with
of Sherry and the chipmunk.
Yeah, it's a double whammy.
Yeah. Bubba.
Well, that sounds nothing like a chipmunk.
No, it really does.
Do they
It's
kiss
really
people?
annoying.
That's, y'all just don't know.
Right. I had no idea.
Hey, I don't have any chipmunks.
I didn't know whether that was a
I
chipmunk.
know how to get them out of there.
I know that sound. I know if it was a chipmunk or Kevin Spacey showed up. But they're all weak. But anyway, So I don't know what happened to the dastardly beast, but he's turned up his attack.
Well, don't worry about the fleas, mites, and ticks they bring in.
Oh, boy.
By the way, that was the other thing. Of course, it's cold this time of year, maybe not. But what I'm talking about is they said.
Well, it depends on how long he's been in there.
I know.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. You know, I may go home today and he'd be sitting there, and his kids and wife be sitting there, he's reading the paper. Right. You know what I mean?
Have you inspected
You've got
your
Alvin,
attic?
Theodore, and Simon.
Have you inspected your attic to see if there's a spot they're getting in?
A chipmunk, that's up awful high.
Yeah, I don't think they do. They come in the attics?
Oh, they can get it. They're
From outside?
amazing.
They are amazing. Yeah. I know squirrels, chipmunks don't seem to climb as much as squirrels.
Yeah. Oh, they're good climbers. A lot of people don't know that.
I figured the chipmunks, based on where I've seen their little burrows.
They're so small you don't see them after they get off the ground.
Because of the way they burrow, I think the chipmunks are coming in the bottom floor or the main floor.
Well, you got a giant hole in there somewhere?
Oh, you ever seen what they can get in? They get in something as big.
Yeah, well, you talked about the garage.
The garage. That was the
yesterday.
Culprit. That was the culprit.
Yeah, it being open. And
I tell you one thing, he loves our house. He really does.
Well, that's all he knows, probably, Rick.
So warm in there. There's always somebody laying on the couch with
amazing how they can hide, too. Man, they can hide.
And sit still, not move.
Mm-hmm. So, anyway. One of the things they were talking about with movie revenues at the theater being down, one of the things I kept hearing about, Michael is talking about out of Birmingham, I'm getting emails about it, too, and I'm kind of like some of the emailers. I thought it was too good to be true, and, Bubba, I'm trying to think from a business standpoint, was this a good business move? And that is this unlimited movie tickets for one price a month. Michael, go ahead. So have you done this? Is it $10 a month?
Absolutely, it is. And, I was the same way. At first I thought, no, this is too good to be true. And then had a buddy do it, and he said, yeah, I use it all the time. And, back before kids, I watched movies all the time. Now it takes a second loan to watch movies.
Sure,
so
yeah.
Had to figure out something different. And, yeah, it's $9.95 a month, and what it does is it loads it onto a card. They send you a card in the mail, kind of like a debit MasterCard. So you get in proximity of the movie theater, you go into the little app, you check into the movie, it puts the funds on the card, and
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Another edition of Rick and Bubba University will be recorded today, and that'll be Kirk Cameron. We'll talk about the controversy he finds himself in involving his homeschool network, and we'll talk to him about that in our coming up this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the homeschool awakening. And, he's getting some pushback. Government education, they do not like Mr. Cameron. So anyway, we'll talk about that coming up. And also, looking forward to being in Shelbyville, Tennessee. Got someone else giving me something on that yesterday that was local, saying the same thing. Yeah, Shelbyville, Tennessee, and looking forward to being there coming up on June the 18th for their men's gathering. If you'd like to be there, there's a ticket that includes dinner and one that doesn't. You pick the one that best works for you, and there's still tickets available, and I'll see you there on Saturday night, June the 18th. Those details are at rickandbubba.com under upcoming event. All right, so Joey Behar, she's do you agree that she's one of the most difficult people on the planet to tolerate?
Yes.
I mean, don't we all hold her in our top 5 of people that are, just a little bit of joy. I never seen anybody be so misnamed.
Right.
There's nothing joyful about Joy.
No.
We should really, could somebody get her name legally changed to Cranky?
Oh, yeah.
Cranky Behar.
Right, that's pretty good.
So anyway, let's go back first on the one that people were talking about, but we never played here on the show. We had it available, we just never got to it. And they've brought on a author named Lindsey Granger. Now, I'm not familiar with Lindsey, but she appears to be a little more conservative, and of course, she's broken one of the left's rules. You can't be a person of color and be conservative. That's not allowed, and then you lose your ethnicity altogether. But I'm not sure how Joy gets to weigh in on this, but you'll see that she sort of does. Well, the Lindsey had the audacity to kind of correct the ladies, saying that the left is obsessing over the January 6 hearings too much, and honestly, most of Americans don't care about it. And so here is that comment, and that'll lead to the latest one that you will not believe, by the way. So let's go to this one first. Courtesy of The View.
No, I think the average Fox News viewer has been seeing for a year and a half this play out over and over again. Rioters attack our Capitol. We've seen it on every single channel, even Fox Local, if you watch that. So people understand exactly what happened. And so what is the smoking gun here? What is the breaking news?
Well,
I know,
what
but
we're waiting for.
People will turn in once the Department of Justice says, okay, here are the charges.
Well, I have to disagree with you there.
Let me finish. We want some criminal charges if that's what you want. That's what we'll see next. We're not even going to see that in these 9 hearings.
No.
And then if we think about the actual intention of this, there's a sentiment that Democrats need to rebrand this midterm message, right? So by airing this, you're going to remind everybody, like, hey, Trump is aligned with other conservatives, and even though that's not always true, there's plenty of people who spoke out against this. And so now, reminder, don't vote for these people in the midterms because you want to keep the majority. And I think that that is a losing message by looking in the past and not looking in the future, because there's things on top of mind for people. There are things like feeding your baby, which I talked about yesterday. There are things on top of mind like people wanted to know if a recession is looming. There are things on top of mind like wondering how to pay for your gas.
She's saying y'all got the wrong message. And
what is her name?
Lindsey Granger. She's
going to be a short timer on The View.
Well, now watch this. If you don't believe,
she had them at bay, didn't she?
Yeah. If you don't believe that you lose your ethnicity if you have the audacity to be conservative, you're not allowed to do that. You're only somewhat free, according to the left. You're not free to do this. Watch what Joey Behar, in her crazy emotions, says to an African-American woman and says about our society that is completely delusional involving gun laws. Here we go.
Most AR-15 owners are former military, 35 plus
Let me say
married.
one more thing.
So that's all I'm saying is that they're not just crazy people.
Here's the thing. Once black people get guns in this country, the gun laws will change. Trust me.
What? Time out. Time out.
What in the world?
Is there a law against any race about buying guns? Did I miss that one?
I want you to say
guns are available to anyone.
First of all,
she lives in her own little world.
What about the morons that were cheering for her?
I know. First of all,
that stood out.
She said that to a black person, as if a black person doesn't understand the way black people.
Did you see how she was offended by it?
Yeah. The way black people have been treated in this country as second-class citizens. Like, she doesn't know that. Yeah. And she's going to condescendingly say that to a black woman.
Yeah.
All right. Now, secondly, black people have guns.
Yeah. There's no law against any race for not being able to buy
I don't know how to break this to Joy, the slave owner, but black people have been allowed to have guns for quite a while now, and they actually do have guns, like you said. There's nothing when you go to get a gun that says now you can only have one as long as you're not black.
Joy is trying to imply.
I know what she's trying to imply.
The country is racist, and that if the perception is that black people have guns, they'll change the gun laws. That's what she's trying to say, which is totally unfounded in fact. It's ridiculous. And again, it goes back to this worldview that some of these far-left libos have that have textbook lives that they don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, and she's even statistically wrong.
Yeah.
35% of white people in America own guns. 25% of black people in America own guns. So it's really not even that different.
No.
Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I see people violating gun laws and being irresponsible with guns of every ethnicity there's ever been.
Yeah.
Yep. Nobody seems to have the corner market on it.
Adler, back to your numbers. I really am surprised that it's that low for everybody. I would have thought, if you had not told me that, and I don't know what the reference is, I would have guessed it would have been a lot higher. I would have thought it would have been closer to 50%, at least.
Well, there's probably a lot that didn't get in that count, head count.
Yeah. There's what, 100 million people in America?
No, 300,
close to
330 something. Yeah, you're right. We may be inching to 350 now.
Okay, and then maybe it was switched around the numbers that I was thinking. Not the numbers that I just read, but the total number of guns is more than the total number of people.
Now that is true.
Isn't that right?
I saw that too.
True.
Yeah, I saw that too. Because you got to remember on those percentages.
Yeah, I mean, there's warehouses with thousands of them in them.
Well, and most people don't just have one.
Yeah, I would say the average gun owner probably owns 3 or more.
But I'm trying to think how many I have.
Well, I tell you, we're going to have a problem, according to Joy. What about when they start letting blacks buy guns?
What kind of statement?
I mean, that number's really going to go up.
And once again, the arrogance of this
she
white
don't school this lady
of this white woman, which white leftists have been doing forever, and it's finally starting to offend people of color that they want to be offended on your behalf. You're not even smart enough to be offended by this because you don't understand how this world works. And me, the condescending white woman, will now tell you, the black woman, how things are for black people in this country. Yeah. As if she has no idea. Right. And first of all, she makes an outrageous statement that black people don't have guns. Like that's coming. One day they'll have them.
Yeah.
And when they do, buddy, now when you do, you'll see Americans saying we're going to do something about these guns. I mean, Joey, that's
and
Looney
her stupid
Tunes.
idiot crowd claps for her because they don't even hear what she said. No, they don't even think about it.
Joey. She needs
wait till they own them. What?
You just wait till black people get guns and cars and things like that. I mean, what is she talking about?
Idiot.
Well, like I say, and we got to change your name to Cranky Behar. There's nothing joyful about it.
You're right.
Yeah.
I think
it's like could somebody find that burr that Joy sits on every day and please remove it?
She has that look on her face the minute she walks out.
Like we've used this term before, and it's true. Like somebody broke wind by her all the time you see her. Just I bet she's got these crow's feet because she stays crinkled up so much.
Oh yeah.
Maybe she didn't say what we thought she said. Yeah, y'all want to hear that again?
Yeah, let me hear it.
Okay.
Most AR-15 owners are former military, 35 plus.
Let me say one more thing.
So that's all I'm saying is that they're not just crazy people.
Here's the thing. Once black people get guns in this country, the gun laws will change. Trust me.
No.
Wow.
No, she said it.
We gave it a second.
That's exactly what she said.
We gave it a second run to be sure we had it right.
I haven't understood it.
Did she come back from the break and explain herself? I'll never know.
She don't have to get by with that.
She don't have to.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great point. She doesn't have to.
But shouldn't somebody say, "Hey, Joe, come walk over the headset on the break"? Hey, you just said that black people don't own guns in the country. You want to come back? I know we were going to the break. You want to come back and clarify that?
Yeah.
And maybe they did. I haven't seen that, but and if she's going,
there's no current law against any race buying a gun.
Right. I would actually say the opposite of what Joy's saying is the violence that takes place in Chicago and the violence that takes place involving people of color, I think gets overlooked more than people are saying, something's got to be done.
Yeah.
And
that's a big problem before any of this other stuff.
Sure. I mean, it's bad no matter who's doing it.
That's right.
But not, the left doesn't. They pick and choose what's bad and what's not. And you know what's happened? They brought an African American woman of color on there, and she's not getting in line.
She's giving them grief, buddy.
And Joy, of course, tells us you better know her place. Because without the Democrats, you don't have a chance.
The fact that she quoted that most AR-15 owners are former military, I've never heard that number either.
Yeah, but maybe I have no idea.
I don't know.
All right, we'll come back. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Use the card just like you would a credit card and pay for the movie. And you can watch up to one standard 2D movie a day.
All right, so you can't do multiple, but still, I'm looking at the numbers. You're saying $9.95 a month, and the average ticket price for one movie last year was $8.93.
So if you see one a month, you've made your money back.
So are they just
who sees one a month? I don't know.
Yeah, are they?
Well, here's what I think they're doing, guys. So let's say, okay, Michael went to the theater 5 times last year. That was all he did. So these are the Movie Pass people pitching it to the theaters. They say, okay, now Michael's going to go, let's just say 30 times this year. The big way they make that revenue, I believe, is concessions.
Snacks,
because,
definitely.
I mean, so now you've made it 25 times more likely that Michael is going to buy concessions, which is their big money maker. And they'll say, hey, give us these tickets for $2 a piece. We'll put these people in your theater this many times. Give them more likely chance to do that. And you know what? If they're showing a movie, it doesn't matter if they're showing it for one person or 50 people. They still have to show it.
I know, yeah.
Michael, let me ask you this, because I know if you're a movie theater owner, you don't get that ticket price. The majority of that goes to the studio that made the movie. So, and these numbers may not be right percentage-wise, but let's just say for argument, it's a $10 ticket and $8 goes to the studio. $2 goes to the movie, and they get to keep the concessions. I got that. They'd rather have free tickets and sell concessions. That would work better, but they can't do that. So how does if they do this once a month? And I'm not saying it's a bad idea, because you see other businesses doing that. I'll give you, for instance, Apple Music. It used to be 99 cents. Well, they went to you could pay for the per month, and you get the whole catalog. Obviously, that's better for them, or they wouldn't have done it.
Right.
So I don't know how those numbers come out, but I don't know how that's working for them. I'm trying to.
Yeah, and it may be one of those things where I just ride it out until it doesn't work anymore. But I don't know.
Well, obviously, they didn't just randomly throw this plan out there.
No, it has to make sense somehow, or they wouldn't do it.
And here's what I'm thinking: maybe the mentality for the movie people, because Bubba is correct. The concessions, yes, it's a win for the theater, and you're right on that, Michael. That's easy to see. But then you go to how are the movie studios making this work? And here's my only theory, Bubba, and I call it the gym theory. There's gyms out there that have thousands and thousands and thousands of members, but they already have done the math on how many actually ever come.
Right. Yeah.
And so what they figured out is, but we get that membership fee from them every month, because most of them never cancel it whether they use it or not. If all the members of a gym ever showed up at one time, the gym wouldn't have room for them. But they know that's not going. They know that's not going to happen, because most people don't use their gym membership after they buy it. And they know what percentage.
They'd rather have that guaranteed coming in than the.
So they're saying to Michael, who said he may go to a movie 5 times a year, where they're going to get money like he went 12 times a year, minimum.
Exactly.
And so
I was spending $60 before. Now I'm spending $120 a year.
Right.
So that doubled that.
Are they really getting more money for Michael because he's going, man, I got to go to the movie this month, or this thing ain't worth it?
Right.
Yeah. Now, good for me. I looked ahead. There's at least one good movie playing a month. I went the other day to one in Trustful, and guys, it was $12 and some change for the ticket, and the movie pass took care of that.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Yeah. So what you did is right. I mean, for any of the consumers, it seems simple, and we're just trying to figure out how the industry it has it better for them, and I think it is. I think they're saying I'll take 12 guaranteed attendances to a movie over scattered coming in and paying the regular price. That I may come out better on that.
Mm-hmm. And I combo it also, guys. I don't know, Rick, I know how you feel about rewards cards, but I've got a card with. I go to Regal Cinemas a lot, and you can kind of combo it, because if you get enough points on your card, you get an additional free ticket. And if I'm going to the movie theater anyway, I have a movie pass for me and one for my wife. We pay separately. I get free points and free tickets on top of that.
Well, I don't think we're against it if it ain't a hassle to pile. If they'll just automatically do it and tell me I got free stuff.
Oh, no. Here's the thing, and because you're right, I do need to clarify that. I think rewards programs are great. So I don't want to be misunderstood. Where I was having an issue is when they
you got to join it. And
once I say to the cashier, do you have one of our rewards cards? And I say I do not, then that needs to be the end of it. Because now I've already established I don't have it. I'd like to move out here. And then you start getting almost like it turns into a carnival barker. Well, let me get you one. Let me get you one right here. Let me go and get, which I know that's because,
25.
I know because they've been told they better produce a certain number of them. And I would just like. It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Love them. Love them, love them, love them. And you can put them to work for you. Just go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Some of you are hearing this again, and you're like, okay, I said I was going to take a look at that. And then you never get around to it. So go ahead and do that today. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. 30 recipe options every single week. Quick and easy, family friendly, something there for everybody. And here's the cool thing.
when they send it to you, it's more than just here's a grocery list, and then you still got to go to the grocery store. When they send it to you, they send you the recipe card. They're easy to follow. Love the fonts. They send you the ingredients that you need to do it. I mean, it's already there in an individual bag, and then you just prepare it. That way it's fresh and it's delicious, and they've got a little bit of everything. If you're trying to do a little better, I'm just trying to do a little bit better. That's fine. How about this? They can help you organize that. One of the hardest things about doing better is getting to the grocery store, trying to figure out what you need and what you need to prepare. You just go, hey, I like these menu items. They meet the criteria of my calorie count or my food restrictions, and they'll say, okay, send them on. But you just might want to eat something delicious and healthy and fresh or just good. How about chicken, sausage, stuffed peppers? Yeah. Tuscan spice shrimp. How about cucumber salad stuffed pita pockets? Probably not our game, but I bet for some of you, you'd love it. Greg likes a cucumber. He might be into that.
I like cucumbers.
Yeah, but I like get cucumbers and just put a little salt and pepper on a little oil.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I never did that.
It's
one of those that's one of those things I liked when I got older, but as a kid, you could never sold me on that. And here's what's cool too: you can customize these meals. Let's say you look at a meal and say, "I love that protein, but I don't like that side. But I like the side over here on the other meal." Well, switch them. If you want to, that's fine. And you can, order one week, not order the next, order, 10 meals this week, 4 the week after, whatever you want to do. So get started now. We'll get you 16 meals for free. Hello at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and we get you 3 free gifts welcoming you to the team. Use the promo code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or go to RickandBubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, good news for Greg, and I think you too, Bubba, and for the show. So the Wednesday Bible study that happens every Wednesday for those of you around the country, there's actually dudes that come in here, and there's men that have been doing the Wednesday Bible study from the old studio over to this one. They've been here almost every Wednesday for 8 years. I mean, there's a foundation in here, and of course the pandemic affected us and all that, and the numbers are not where they were pre-pandemic, but they're pretty consistent. And so these are men of all different personalities. Well, I go to church with a guy who's relatively new to the Wednesday Bible study that, Bubba, I think has an outstanding radio name.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you would think of this name would be one like somebody would make up to be on the radio.
Right.
Don Day.
I like that.
Well, there's been people.
Has there been people with that name?
Yeah.
But that's like his real name.
Yeah.
And so anyway, he started off a couple of Wednesdays ago bringing dry roasted peanuts. He said, I like dry roasted peanuts. And he said he has been listening to our response on the air and said, I want to try to dial in. He said, but then I kind of ran aground. I'm paraphrasing now, but in the conversation, because I realized that there really is no way I can do it that all of you like. You like it differently.
Well, just do the ones I like.
Well, look here. Look here.
I was thinking, I haven't seen the peanut. Wait a minute.
So yesterday,
Mr.
Day was here. Since yesterday. I mean, it's not like I've held them on for a week.
You should have met me this morning and gave me mine.
So anyway, so what he has done,
I can eat these too.
So what he's done, Greg, is he has now put them in here.
I love his commitment, Rick. I love his commitment.
He's got medium. Okay. And then he said you liked medium well.
Yeah.
So he's got, and I think
never heard peanuts referred.
I haven't. So Greg, come get your bag. This is y'all's bag.
So medium well.
Who likes medium?
I want to compare. I like the medium well. Like Greg, but what I want to do is I want to compare a medium and a medium well.
Yeah, and now he's got one here. It's called raw.
I don't want anything to do with the raw.
No.
Yeah. You want this one?
There's people that like raw.
It's kind of open, so.
I hope they go everywhere.
There's people that like the raw.
Great catch, Ed.
That was a good one.
Nice hands. Nice hands, kid.
But do you admit that he makes a great dry roasted peanut?
He really does.
I mean, and I like
all of them.
And do y'all agree that dry roasted peanuts should always be in a paper bag?
Always.
Should always be in a brown paper bag. They should never be anything else.
You know, the Ziplocs kind of jumped in its way.
Here we go, Rick.
All right, so which one are you having right now?
The well done.
Oh, yeah.
That's good.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like that?
See, he's nailed this one.
All right,
nailed it.
But I want to see how it compares to that.
Adler, bring a medium in here.
Me one.
Yeah. Does anybody want to try the rare?
Yeah, we'll try it.
Medium. You go.
There's medium. Now y'all try medium.
I don't want a raw one.
By the way,
we're gonna make a big mess.
Rick, don't be like this about the raw one when you hadn't even tried it.
Rick, it's like when we used to eat soybeans out of the field when we was running.
I kind of enjoyed
Look
that.
at here, Greg. I got them both laid out.
All right, here.
Oh, these mediums are dead on.
Ooh. So you think the mediums are medium well?
Medium well, I mean. Sorry.
How you like the medium? You try?
I'm trying. So I got one right here. Here's the medium.
Oh, medium well. Got a little burn.
The well is excellent.
Yeah. See, I'm going well. I've got a medium.
Let me have the raw. Let me have it.
It's okay. It's good.
Medium's good.
Greg's exactly right. This is like eating soybeans out of the field when you were rabbit hunting.
Yeah.
There's honestly not that much difference, but I can tell.
Real messy.
You know,
I'll take either one.
I want the medium well.
You know,
have you tried the medium well, Adler?
let me try the medium.
Yeah, come try that.
Is there a well done option?
Well, you mean like more than that medium well right there?
You can't go a little.
Let's don't get burnt.
I didn't say I'd like it. I said, is there an option?
I don't know. I'll find out.
Jump to conclusions.
You can't go too far.
That's one Gregory Burgess right there.
Yeah.
Who opened this? It looks like an animal opened this.
Greg,
Who do you think of?
Adler, he tore into that. He really tore.
I opened it with my teeth.
Love a dry roasted peanut.
Wait a minute, these mediums are good too.
Could y'all throw me more than 2?
I'm sorry, but
you don't like peanuts.
Can I tell you this?
do.
Can I tell you what I don't like is boiled peanuts, and I know that bothers
I'm gonna
me.
bring you the-
I do not like boiled
I
peanuts.
like them, but they're not worth the
I
hassle.
do not like boiled peanuts.
I love them.
Hate them.
Bring them on.
Now I
you
love
more
dry
than
roasted
2?
peanuts. Dry roasted peanuts, I'm all about.
If you,
Here you go, buddy.
if anybody knows a good place to get them around here, Birmingham, email me.
Which one? Boiled?
Yeah, boiled.
Oh, you can stop on the side of the road. They have people set up all the time.
How'd you like raw, Bubba?
The medium well are good.
It's not bad. It's just
Ooh, I don't
they're a
want the
little
raw.
more chewy. These
Adler,
are a
do you
little
want to come
more
out? I'll
crunchy.
give you one.
Yeah, let's do it.
So
Those medium well are. They have a little bit of smoky to them.
How do you like medium well?
They're good. They're
Do you
good.
like the medium better, Adler?
And Don Day did this.
I think I like the medium well better.
Don Day did an
I'd like to know
excellent
if there's
job,
a
Don.
next step.
Part of the Wednesday Bible study and also part of my Sunday school class.
Thank you, Don.
Rick, ask Don if there's a next step, if there's a stage past this.
Past medium well?
Yes. Rick, don't think of it like a steak.
What you're saying is,
Just
look,
well.
if he's willing to go on the other
Is
end,
there a
of,
well?
I see what you're saying. If he's willing to go the other end of the spectrum and do rare, which is raw,
Right.
That's
can he go to the far end of the well? Can he go well done?
Let's
or
swap the
just
raws.
whales.
Let's swap the raws for whales.
Greg, you can't take the raws away from us. What if you just added a
You
fourth
like the
bag?
raw?
I don't mind
Is
them
there
at
a
all.
well done?
Again, Greg, you're kind of a picky receiver.
You are.
You know, it's like
Yeah.
yeah. I
Do
mean,
you like the medium well better than medium enough to only have medium well?
I'll take either one.
Bubba, do you have anything to drink?
You all right, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good.
You have a
Okay,
drink over
I'm
there?
good.
How'd you like the raw, Bubba?
The
I
medium
heard you
wells-
try to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean they're good. I'm not anti-raw, but
I'm anti.
I think I like the well done ones the best.
Well, it'd be medium well.
I'll take medium well or medium, but I like medium well best. But medium is.
Adler,
is
what do you
sufficient.
like best?
I like boiled. Boiled.
No, I'm talking about on the dry roasted.
Medium well with a little bit of smoky flavor. Really, really good.
Yeah.
But
So I'm the
boiled,
only one that likes the medium the best.
boiled peanuts I like a lot, but they got to have a little snap to them.
I do
You
not like
the
boiled
Cajun,
peanuts.
the Cajun bowl.
Yeah, don't overdo it.
You know, I'm right here.
Don't
Rick.
like any of that. Which ones do you like?
No, I'm just getting medium well. I like that.
So
These are
everybody's
good.
really loving that medium well.
And I think if there's a well done, we're even gonna like that better.
I just realized I just
you can get too much of a good thing.
I'm just telling you.
I'm a very messy.
Greg and I will.
Hush about well
Very
done.
messy.
Greg and I will agree on that. I'm telling you.
All right, I'll ask you.
Yeah, the raw ones, Rick, are kind of like you pull them out of the field, pull them up. And
I don't get it. Why
sample them on
anybody
the
eat raw?
spot.
I like it. Can I tell you what? Can I tell you where I am right now? I almost
Peanuts
feel
all
like
over me.
I'm the runner. You know, Dave's the dealer. Y'all are the addicts.
You're seeing what the addicts like.
and I'm the runner.
Yeah.
So here's what he's done, Rick.
I'm taking my cut and giving him the main, and then I got to cut Don in.
Rick, and this is a brilliant move. He gave them to us free just to get us hooked on them.
Yep.
And I said, hey, guys.
Yep.
And who is this? Jason Day? Oh, that's a golfer.
he golfs.
Never mind.
He's in an LIV.
Don Day.
Is he the live tour or the PGA tour?
PGA.
All right, so we
So is he a
like.
peanut dealer, Rick? Is
Oh,
that
yeah,
what you're
that's
saying?
what he is. Yeah.
Rick, I'm going to tell you this. It compares to Aunt May's. You know that brand that you see in the store, the Aunt May's?
You ever been? Because I know, Greg, you don't really live in Birmingham. You just visit Birmingham.
Aunt May's are good.
So you know, what I mean, you're not in all the ways of Birmingham. But there's a place downtown that's been doing dry roasted peanuts like forever. Yeah. And like you pull up down there and just get you bags of them. I forget what it's called.
It's Alabama Peanut Company.
Yeah. And
Very good.
I'm talking. I promise you that's where our papa used to get them.
You know, that's
Because I was finna bring that up.
they
Every
got a good,
Friday.
They got a good straight name there. I mean, you know exactly
do.
what they
Straightforward.
do.
Rick, ain't no need to complicate it.
Our grandfather would not go to a football game without peanuts. Never.
Never.
And they would show up on Fridays, and I don't know where he got them.
I bet he got them there.
But he always had a paper bag, and he'd have a few of them because he'd give them out to us.
You know who would bring them to the ball games that I went to when my kids were at school over at Briarwood?
Who?
Kelly Morris.
So he was the peanut man?
He and Dice and all them, they knew how to get down there and get us some peanuts. And they come with them little bags just like Papa used to do. Of course, he's from Ohatchee. You'd expect that.
That's right. But you can get them every Friday night and you come in the gate.
Yeah, I know.
Grown on the creek. Baby.
Right. So we're saying we like medium well. We weren't crazy about the raw.
Right.
I would
leave
say
raw
the
out.
medium well would be probably my favorite.
And you'd like to try well done.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I like that.
I'll talk to my dealer.
Just a hint further.
Really hope they vacuum tonight.
I know.
I'll talk to the peanut man, see what I can do.
Thank you, Rick.
We'll come back.
Betty was experimenting dry roasting some for a while. I mean,
Really?
they were out of the.
Really?
The dry, am I using the right term? Dry roasted. They were already out of the shell, but she was
No, I don't know about
baking
that.
them.
I don't know what that's called. All right, that might be roasted peanuts.
Maybe that's what.
We've been.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The way you're being, if you don't have one, then everybody goes, oh, okay, and then they move on. You got over first.
Either one doesn't matter.
All right, so let's go boat first. So
Okay.
this
Scary.
This is a scary scene.
Yeah, we got to
tell
set
me
it
what's
up,
going
though.
on. Tell me what's going on.
Well, we talked about in the kickoff hour about some fishermen that were in a boat, and Greg has great commentary on this, by the way, because of who was driving the bigger boat
Rick.
that ran through them.
You got to read the whole thing.
And apparently they had a drone that was kind of, I guess, capturing the day. It started with them going out, and then it shows them fishing, and then coming from the distance, you can see a big boat speeding towards them.
Oh, boy.
And they quickly realize, wait a minute, this thing's headed right at us.
And they're trying to signal, do what they can to get it to stop.
Oh, and he is hauling, too.
Yeah, and so one of the guys gets up on the back of the boat close to the motor and just waves at him like, hey, we're right here. We're right here.
What's up with this guy?
And they quickly realize he's not turning. And that's where we can kind of pick it up if you want.
And it says, is this the story here where they have to jump out of the boat?
Yeah,
for
that's
you?
it right
Keep in mind, it's about a 20-foot fishing boat, and they've got a 31-foot bayliner headed their way at full speed.
At full
And they're waving him off.
And we're going to start it with them seeing the boat in the distance.
Hey! 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 Oh my God!
Oh my gosh!
So now we're slowing it down.
Hey! Hey!
How can they not see them?
Well, Rick, I'll tell you why he can't. The driver of the boat, 75-year-old, he claims that he was sitting down, and because he has to ride a scooter when he's on land. I'm not making this up. He couldn't see. Now, his son-in-law kind of empty skimped on him when they were doing the investigation and said he'd been telling him to stay off his cell phone all day. So the lawsuit claims that he was on his cell phone, was distracted, and that's why it happened. The guy wants $375,000, by the way, the ones who had to bail out of the boat. And
now,
then
how'd they get that figure?
I'm not sure. And Rick, look at that. But the best thing is the old man claims that him being on his phone is fake news. That's what he went by. Of course, he's using fake news in the wrong context.
Yeah.
No, he did
That's
not.
fact. Yeah, Rick, and he said, "What's the big deal? Nobody got hurt anyway."
Yes, he did.
He did say that.
He's 75.
He almost killed three
can't
people.
See. Whoa.
Good night, guys. Think about
That
you're
guy
on that
don't need to
boat.
be out there driving that boat at that speed.
We went ahead. We talked about it earlier. Let's say if you have to drive down the dock on a scooter, maybe you don't need to be driving. Maybe you should just be riding. in the boat.
The minute you're on a scooter headed to the boat, we got a problem.
Burgess.
That's true because
I mean,
what they say.
I mean, you can ride on the
Greg
boat,
at
but you shouldn't.
rickandbubba.com.
Bubba, look what happened.
Bubba, don't you agree? And
I'll tell
water
you,
safety.
that lady didn't get out as fast as she needed to.
The guy at the back waited a little long too. He's the last one out. I mean,
That boat barely got him.
Yeah.
That water was cold. They didn't want to get in it.
But guys,
I'm telling you, they're lucky because if the guy had turned at the last minute, he'd have chopped him up.
Yeah,
with him.
they're realizing, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
How about when you hear thud when you're in that boat? So he claims he can't see them because over the front.
Well, I know, Greg.
He sure couldn't.
But you got to be able to stand up if you're going to drive a boat.
But you know he's sitting like this, you know.
Well, some boats don't have the best view on the front. You'd think they'd be real clear.
Well, it's got to be better than that.
And when you're driving,
Well, put him
you
a
have to
cushion
account.
under there.
How fast do y'all think that boat was
I don't
going?
know why his son-in-law pimped on him.
38, 40 at least.
I tell you, my son-in-law's ready for him to get off the water before he kills
He
somebody.
said he'd been
I got to
telling
see
him
how
to get
close
off
this
the
guy
phone.
gets to getting hit.
By the way,
it's the other view.
By the way, the woman just basically flops out of it like a fish. She doesn't even jump all the way out.
That guy's got 1 foot still on the boat when it hits it.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, he does.
Oh my goodness!
I mean,
Papa Rocks nearly took them all out.
Yeah.
The rock.
Look at that right there. What if you saw that thing coming?
Why,
It's
that would be
disturbing.
terrifying.
Rick, he said he don't know about the lawsuit. Nobody got hurt.
I mean,
Wait a
come
minute,
on.
Greg.
My bad, Dad.
Please tell me he's saying
Is that not in? Yeah, I like when he claims it's fake news that he was distracted.
No, sir. That's misinformation. That's not fake news. Fake news is an agenda against a person.
They made it up.
Right.
You think he loves Trump.
Oh, you think you know?
Oh, garrock. All right, so what's the other one?
All right, Rick, we have a drone that helped save 2 teenage swimmers struggling in a powerful surf on the Australian coastline in what authorities say is a world's first because they dropped them the what? They dropped them a lifeboat, a raft with a drone.
Huh. So they're caught out there in the.
Now, how big a drone is it to pick that baby up?
Yeah, so the Undertows got them, and they're just saying going to drop them something.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess this is footage from the drone, right?
That is really cool.
Yep.
Well, it wasn't a very big thing. It dropped.
Well, it'll inflate.
Yeah.
See it inflating on its
when
own.
it hits the water.
Look at it inflating.
But I mean, is that a little drone that carries that, or a big drone?
I don't know. Probably something like Adler's got.
Let's go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Your phone calls coming in. We're chatting with you. What's on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG? Join us. Lines are available. Calvin Speedy Wilburn taking your phone calls, lining those up and ready to go. Jay out of Alabama. Jay's now going to be commenting on what has become our number one email here in the last 5 minutes. Jay out of Alabama. Hey, Jay, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Hello, your turn.
Your turn, Jay. You're on, baby. Go.
Okay. Y'all was making a comment a while ago about Don Day being a great radio name, and there was a guy at WLWI in Montgomery at 92.3. His name is Don Day.
You're right. I remember that.
He was a legend.
You're a legend. What happened to him? What'd you say, Greg?
What happened to him?
Yeah, I guess he retired, didn't he? Or did he go on in? Yeah. I think we're on.
He had a radio morning show. He had a radio show called Don Day in the Morning.
Yeah. I think we replaced him when he retired.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, because we're right there on 982 right now. Wall to wall and treetop tall.
Now he's making peanuts.
The blow.
It's not the same guy, Greg. He's not making peanuts. All right, so
that would be something fun to do. Though.
Well, I knew that name rung a bell with me. I was like, that's a Brett in Alabama. Brett, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, want to give Adler a little hint. My wife loves boiled peanuts too, and I get her peanuts at Sam's in the gallon jugs.
Them canned
Come on, Brett. What are you doing? I mean, if you're gonna get boiled peanuts, at least get them on the side of the road from somebody.
I've seen those. They're in
where,
a can.
where they're still hot.
Hey, I'm just trying to please her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we understand.
Oh, look, understand. That's one of them 24/7 jobs.
Yep.
I appreciate the tip or whatever.
You're not going to do that though.
I'm not a Sam's Club member, so no, I won't. But it's good to know.
Anti.
I never understood the whole Costco Sam's thing. But
Rick, you might need 95 things of paper towels.
Not my environment. Not my environment. So did you see the thing I sent you, Adler? Somebody said that near the studio, somebody makes fresh boiled peanuts.
Yes, I've actually seen that sign before. I need to stop by and say what's up to Perrin.
Just stop.
Okay.
Even more important, they make cheese straws across the street.
And caution too, Bubba's learned a new word. You don't want him to say it either.
No, he don't.
All right,
I'm just testing y'all to see if y'all knew it.
Let's go.
I started to throw it in a story last week just to see if y'all picked up on it.
Let's go to Sweet Home Alabama. Hey, Mac, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good.
How y'all doing this morning?
Fired up.
Hey, I was said Grand Acres monkey grass.
Sure, you can say that if you want to. What's on your mind?
Hey, that guy who was arrested other night, and going after Kavanaugh for attempted murder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, don't you think that might be a charge that might be like one of them dope sticks charges? Because like attempted murder, you got to actually attempt it, right?
Yeah.
You think there should be a better charge than what they're doing?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I think he confessed, though. When he was caught, he told him he was going there to kill and kidnap and do all he could.
Hey,
I mean, he confessed to the police yesterday.
All right, let me alert Helmsy.
Uh-oh.
You need to listen to this call.
Okay.
Brian in Birmingham, go ahead.
Yeah, just got an ESPN alert come across my phone, said that PGA has suspended 17 players, I think including Mickelson, for playing in the Live or 54 Tour, whatever it is.
Yeah, I am actually reading that article as we speak. Somebody else sent it to me, and Speedy's been watching the live event this morning, live, I should say, and it looks very entertaining.
So
by
it's
the way.
Live Live?
But
He's watching Live Live?
He's watching Live Live.
Okay.
And,
Live life.
And it does look entertaining. I will say this, and my first reaction to this, I think the PGA Tour is making a big mistake, and they don't know their audience. They think they do, and they don't. They're just like the left when it comes to this.
And a little bit got a touch of NCAA to them.
They do.
They think
They
they're
do.
too big to be challenged.
And I think they are going to I think this will even cause more players to jump, and it's going to make the fans mad that they're not trying to.
So they didn't think it through.
No,
Shoot, ready, aim.
Shoot, ready, aim, and suspending them is not going to make.
So,
make
but
it worse.
will this affect the majors, which
Yes.
the PGA does not?
Well, not at
control?
this point. So, for instance, the U.S. Open is coming up a few weeks, maybe.
yeah.
And so they have said for this year they're going to keep it the same, so these guys can play. Now they may come back after and go here moving forward, and so the PGA Tour, the Masters, and the British Open are all their own separate entities when it comes to this. So we'll see.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted now. I'm wondering if Don Dave from Montgomery Radio History is actually my Sunday school class.
That's so good, Rick.
Okay, all right. So
he makes a hell of a peanut.
And to answer the guys' question, there's 17 guys that have been suspended.
And Sergio's a part of that. Phil Mickelson, Dustin Johnson, some of the bigger names. But
Randolph Jr.
If you, I mean, some of them you won't know, but like
What's Matt Jones doing on that list?
So that's
Happy
another
Gilmore.
one you don't know.
Gavin,
so good.
Gavin Shooter,
Shooter McGowan, you doggone it.
If y'all would have just got the name right.
I know it,
doggone
it. I was racing because I saw Greg going.
Did I get Happy
Guess where
Gilmore
their
right?
first?
That was right, wasn't it?
Yeah. And their next tournament's at the Waterbury Open.
Yeah. All right, Randy in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead.
Biggins, how are y'all?
Good.
Hey, look, real quick, if you haven't seen it yet, go to the B.
Oh, I saw
You
it.
have to click on it. The Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, but I didn't read the article, but the headline slayed me.
Got to read the article
Okay.
on what she said when she was interviewed by the service agent.
Okay.
And also, Rick, real quick, hey, what Bible version you read? Thanks.
I usually do ESV. That's the one I prefer. ESV, but sometimes I'll cross-reference with some others. But ESV is my favorite. Let's go.
I love to cross-reference, and of course, the last one I like to look at the message.
Right, the paraphrase,
the street lingo.
Andrew in Hattiesburg. Andrew, go ahead.
Hey guys, I think Joy messed up a Dave Chappelle joke. She didn't put up any setup into it. He talked about how to disarm the whites. And he said the only way to save the country is with African Americans. Said every able-bodied African American needs to register for a legal firearm. That's the only way they'll change the law.
Oh, I see. And she tried to do the Dave Chappelle joke, but she didn't set it up right. Oh, yeah, and it came off like, what is she talking about? Yeah, she needs to
Now,
let.
did she say she was doing that, or is that just what you're trying to
think
piece
she
together?
honestly thought she had a point.
But there was, I mean, it didn't make any sense unless she was saying it from like an African American standpoint. He set it up as being against white. But
Right.
when she said it without the setup, it comes off as being against black.
Well, now remember, you're talking about Joy, though.
Yeah, you're right. Joy to the world. But where she really messed up is she didn't say that they all become registered gun owners. She said when they all get guns.
Right.
And then everybody's like, well, last time I checked, black people do have guns. There's nobody's forbidden that.
I really don't think she wants to go down the illegal versus legal path on that front either.
No.
Yeah, if we really want to count guns.
Yeah, Joy want to really get into it.
Joy just got mad and got cranky like normal.
Because she had somebody set her straight down there on the end of the desk.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll tell you one thing, that is huge. How about how pretty good drop, too? Drop right between them.
I got to tell you, it was really
That's a
good
very
drop.
good That's a good drop. pilot
For life-saving, I would see a drone at the beach as being, I mean, that is really cool.
You know, Helmsley brings up a great point. I mean, we think this drone just flies itself. So there's a guy, a man or a lady that's back, and they're piloting this thing.
Which is, I mean, you
And
guys
just looking at a screen.
Guys, it's one thing to get the drone and find them. It's another thing to get the drone and get a raft on it. But the drop was so good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it dropped it right in between them.
Really, yeah, good stuff.
I mean, of course, they're
on,
still
it
struggling.
looks like, is it a raft or just kind of like a, it's just something
Long
that
tube.
inflated
Yeah.
to hang on to.
It's like one of those noodles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
exactly
Exactly, like a noodle.
Yeah, so it inflates out with air in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about that?
Huh.
They make the life jackets now that inflate when you hit the water.
All right,
I mean, you could drop one of those.
Yeah. So what caught the footage of the boat of Garak nearly killing everybody?
I don't know.
They had a
GoPro.
They had a GoPro,
mounted.
and I went into about 23, 24 seconds into the footage. It looks like they were kind of documenting their day of going out and stuff like that.
I love
and
the day of cameras. But there'd been a time we'd had this story and everybody just been telling us about it. And we'd had a picture of the beat up boat and that's it.
Yeah.
Now we got footage because everybody's filming everything.
Yeah.
I'm with you guys. They wait a little long to get out of the boat. Can they just not believe the guys are
Yeah,
going
they're
right
thinking,
over?
surely he sees us.
Yeah, exactly. I think
That
they're
water's
thinking,
cold. We
they're
don't
thinking,
want
okay,
it.
this ain't going to. Wait a minute.
When to Bubba's point, if you jump out and at the last second the guy tries to avoid it because he does see it, then you get run over.
Yes, a decision you're trying to make.
Right.
What do I do?
That's probably a two propeller boat coming at him.
Why is Cassio waiting so long to get out of the boat?
I think maybe they're. I think maybe they're kind of going off what Helm said, and that is, all right, let's see if he turns.
Yeah, because you don't want to jump that way.
Well, that's true.
Good. No.
You're in a bind right there.
Yeah, you are.
And
that's scary.
God love the woman. She just flops over the side eventually.
Yeah.
It's like she couldn't quite make herself jump in there.
No.
You know how you just keep going over till you trip yourself and fall in because you just can't make yourself jump in. Look at them. They don't have any idea what their day's going to be like.
Well,
they're
think
out
they're having
there.
fun.
They got the sun coming up. They think, man, what a day. And it does look beautiful. They got a pretty good day going.
Yeah.
And then, boy, old Garak ruins
Here
it.
All of
comes
a sudden
old,
you're paddling in the water. Good.
Here
night.
comes old Scooter.
But even a boat that big probably has some kind of surface radar to it.
But
There has to be a
what we have is a person behind the wheel that the time that they can drive the boat safely has passed, and he doesn't need to be driving it.
Rick, that there is fake news.
I think that's clear.
Praise You in the Storm. Obviously, incredible song. There's been so many songs written on this topic, but there's not many any better than that one. Bubba, how are you today? Good to see you.
Good. How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. We will talk a little bit about that on the program today. Spend some time on it. Won't spend the whole show on it, but there's every year is a little different when you get to this marker on January the 19th. They all are very unique. When you get to a decade, which is shocking, we were all talking about that 10 years ago, my family and this show and all of us that are friends and have been together were rocked by. It's not the only trial or tribulation we've ever been through, but it was a very significant one and a very difficult one. And every year this comes around. Sometimes it happens over the weekend. There's not very much mention of it at all. Some days we spent a lot of time on it. Some days we've said some things in passing. I sense from the audience there's always a desire for some sort of update or how everybody's doing. And with it being 10 years, and as Sherry and I were talking about it last night, we were talking about a decade of refinement for our family is when 10 years ago today, our youngest son, William Bronner Burgess, actually went into heaven. He died his earthly death, and everything associated with our family in this show was rocked to the core. And it led us on a very difficult but a very powerful journey. And I hope that none of us are the same from that day forward. I know that I can tell you with zero reservation that to know me before this event and to know me after is to know two completely different people. Praise the Lord for that, thankfully. And so we'll unpack a little bit of that on the show today, too. And we'll also talk about the stuff that's going on in the world. You'll have to forgive me if I'm not overly concerned about the government shutting down.
Yeah.
I mean, who cares? Because not just because of this, but because of all the other times they've done their jumping up and down and posturing and trying to scare us and all that. Surely we understand that.
What we proclaim's not ourselves.
My wife put out a blog, and it's actually the message she gave on Calamity back in November. And she put it together in blog form last night and put it out. If you haven't read that, you need to. It's in show notes. It's out on all the social media. I put it out on Twitter. Sherry's put it out. So if you want to read that, find time to read that today, I would highly encourage you to do that. It's a very, very deep and very profound message from through her from God concerning calamity, and it's really good. So I hope you'll read it today and find time to do so. All right, so we're and it's easy to find. Where you look at our website and all of our stuff, it's there.
And I retweeted it too.
Hour, thank you, Johnny Donovan. A brand new hour from the No Name Studio, coming to you from the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all moving into another hour together. And join me in welcoming back Bill Bubba Bussey. There
Rick, thank you very much. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, is it a real story? Many times we've heard, well, the story of Jonah and the whale. That can't be true. I mean, that's just the Bible. It's these things are just they're analogies, is what they are. And of course, when you hear Jesus Christ refer back to just as Jonah was in the whale about his own crucifixion, resurrection, seems like Jesus thought it was literal, so I'm going to go with that. But today we have a modern-day example of something similar. The quote, "I was completely inside the humpback whale."
Whoa. Yeah, Rick, you read this guy, read this story. He says a little before 8 a.m. Friday, the veteran lobster diver entered the water for his second day of the dive. He said he was surrounded by a fleet of boats catching striped bass. The water temperature was 60 degrees, visibility about 20 feet. He's a licensed commercial lobster diver. And he literally picks up lobsters off the sandy bottom. He said Friday morning he saw schools of sand lances and stripers swimming by. And he said then he felt something pushing against him, and before he knew it, he was in the mouth of something very big. He said initially he thought he was in the mouth of a great white shark.
Uh-oh.
But he said he felt around and did not feel sharp teeth. So then he knew it had to be a whale. How about that?
How about I was swallowed whole by a humpback
What, he
whale?
just spit him out?
He said, I felt a huge shove, and the next thing I knew, it was completely black.
He said he had a sense that he was moving, and he could feel that the whale was squeezing him with the muscles inside his mouth.
But then he just hacked him right back out.
Again, he says he thought it was a shark, did not feel any teeth. He hadn't suffered any obvious wounds. He said it quickly hit him then that he must be inside a whale. He said it was completely black. He thought there's no way I'm getting out of here. I'm dead.
So here's how he got out.
It didn't taste very good.
It said he was outfitted with scuba gear. He struggled, and the whale began shaking its head back and forth so that Packer could tell he didn't like, I guess, the way he tasted.
Yeah, the fact he's in there and he's not being digested, I guess.
He said, I was in there for about 30 to 40 seconds before the whale surfaced.
That was a long 30 seconds.
He said, I saw light, and he started throwing his head side to side, so I guess he tossed it.
Threw him out.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he better be thankful he didn't taste good. See, I've been gone because I know I taste good.
Yeah. I'd probably be a little salty.
Yeah.
I'd be a little salty.
Oh, yeah.
Be like in peanuts.
Do y'all want to hear from the guy?
Yeah, if we got it, let's hear it.
This evidently happened a year ago, but now he's just getting around and talking about it.
All right.
It was just a normal day for me. I go out right at sunrise.
Burning one.
And I get in the water, and I did 2 dives. I usually do about 30, 40-minute dives. And then the third dive, I dove down, and I was descending to the bottom. And I was just about to the bottom, and I just got slammed. Just like a freight train, just boom!
Oh, wow.
And then all of a sudden it went black, and water was just rushing around me and black, and I could feel pressure on my whole body. And I was just moving through the water like wicked fast. And instantly I knew I was in a whale and not a shark.
Wow.
Gosh, I would hate to go through that, but when you survive it, you've got the story.
Yeah.
What a great story.
With the possible exception of an astronaut who walked on the moon, you're the me monster at the dinner party.
You ain't going to have many people go, yeah, it happened to me too.
But it is interesting, Rick, to your point, that this happened and showing again that it can physically happen.
Oh, yeah. Well, and they said in this story, they've got another documentation of about 150 years ago. I guess they found the evidence of the story, maybe in an article or something, that a man said that same thing happened to him, and he was off Cape Cod. No, I'm sorry. Well, I can't pronounce that word, but anyway, another Cape. And he said this guy said he was swallowed by a sperm whale.
Which one would be bigger? Give you more room inside.
I don't.
You ever wonder why they named them that?
Yeah, I do, Greg, and I wish again, just like I need to change Joy's name, we need to change this one.
Or do you just wish Greg was screening?
When Adler
Can
said,
I tell you honestly, to make my point, I've seen that part of
there's
it.
got to be a reason.
Listen, I've seen this part of the story, Greg. I've seen this part of the story right from the beginning, and I avoided it because of the type of whale it was.
I know,
and I finally
know
just
that's
gave in and
immature.
said, I think I'm going to give you one more example.
But I know it's immature, but where'd that originate?
Here you go, buddy. Here's the medium whale.
Greg, thanks.
And by the way, when Adler said y'all want to hear him talk, I wanted so bad it to be Speedy doing Underwater Man.
Oh, man. Goodness
I've even got you potted up too.
Rick, go with humpback whale.
Sure, Mike doesn't work.
I'll tell y'all how it got its name in the break.
Yeah, no, you're right. I've actually. Oh yeah, it's not a.
Well, it's not what you think.
Yeah,
but it's
not good.
It's going to take a little explaining.
Yeah, Speedy, you're talking to Mike.
He's trying.
Rick, Underwater Man, all going.
Try it again. All right, I got you. I got you that time. Okay.
I can relate to that guy.
Okay.
I got caught about a while too one time.
No, I can't even.
I was like, I'm in a while. I tried so hard to get out of that.
I had no idea.
Who even? I mean, why? I mean, yeah.
Still going.
Yeah. Great.
Do y'all imagine when his mic wasn't working, all that's going on in there?
Right. Well, Greg, I looked at this guy too, and I could tell you it doesn't taste good.
Oh,
I mean,
he's bitter. That guy was bitter.
Too much alcohol.
A lot of cigarettes.
Yeah.
He basically tastes like a bar. And he didn't want him.
He didn't want him.
Yeah. So that spit him back out. But yeah, yeah. But you got to go back to the Brian Regan bit. I mean, if you've got one of these kind of stories, do you feel bad for people that don't know it? And they're telling their big story about what happened to parking
somebody's
lot.
about to wreck them.
Yeah, I'm finna to take this.
You can believe how me at Walmart. No, yeah, go ahead and finish that out. That's I got one. I'll follow that with. Yeah,
Underwater Man life.
Underwater Man. All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number. Don't forget another edition Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. Kurt Cameron is our guest. We'll tell you about his upcoming documentary, The Homeschool Awakening. More Rick and Bubba coming up after the break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, it's out on, that's what I say. There's individuals, it's on the show stuff, it's on the Facebook, it's everywhere. So take time to consume that today. You'll be thankful you did. So let's talk about this. It's almost like it's just tired. I don't know what it is. I think all of us, as we get older, we get a little more jaded, like say, on certain things and all that. I mean, the thing that gets me about the government and these things going on, like the government shutdown, is we've said it on the show before, is I think the thing that bothers me the most is that they think I'm such a chump.
Yeah.
I mean, they think that
scare tactic.
Well, they think that I just don't remember them saying all this stuff before. It's like that I don't remember them doing this and this thing they do, or they jump up and down. I like when they'll go as far, and it happened yesterday, to say people are going to die.
Yeah.
They love to go get that one. Well, this will kill people.
Yeah.
Well, look, if that's the case, it's the demo's fault.
But Bubba, it never does. Okay, none of these things ever happen. This is, once again, the government, where they always really, to me, make a mistake, because what we usually find out is that we don't really we don't need them the way they want us to think we do. You know, I mean, it's just silly. It's just silly. And then they point and blame each other. I mean, the Democrats will say, well, it really wasn't us who did it, if anything does even happen. It's the Republicans because they're actually standing on principle on something, and we don't want to do it, so we're just not going to let them do it. So they really did it by actually taking this stand. And then the Republicans will say, well, no, y'all did it because we made this stand, and y'all won't let us go through with it. So the fact that you're going to draw a line on this thing, it's really your fault. Well, no, it's your fault because you made us draw a line on it. You see where this is going to go.
And all they've done is swap sides. They go back to 2013 when Nancy Pelosi made the statement that they're legislative arsonists.
Oh, yeah,
and
exactly.
They're destroying the government. And they're turning around by holding up. Remember, they were holding up some of the Obama policies. They've just switched roles.
Yeah,
that's it.
And they've just switched dialogue.
What was that name again? Legislative arsonist?
Arsonist.
Okay, so guys, just so to Greg's point,
she called them that because they were doing exactly what the Democrats are doing now.
Oh, I know. They just take their hats and just switch.
Yeah,
them.
Said they had a bomb strapped to their chest. You remember?
Yeah.
The last government shutdown was over budget issues, and the Republicans were largely blamed for that. And this time it's going to be the Democrats over the DACA or the Dreamers, which
that's what we're hanging us up over.
I find it somewhat strange that the Democrats will absolutely crash the government, military, everybody, life for everybody here over people who came here illegally. I just find that strange, that the illegals are more important than the people who are legal people living here. And we're talking about a very small number versus 300 million. And to your point, Rick, look, shut her down. I think it's great. I think it is great when they shut down. Let it shut down and stay shut down.
Look, today
the question is, do they still get paid in Congress when it's shut down? If they do, it can stay shut down a long time. If they don't, you'll see a resolution to it fairly quickly.
You're talking about like every other time this has happened?
Yes.
So what I'm going to say on this too, and I say this again because I've learned over time, if you really, and we say this a lot, but it's important because I think it'll help all of you. If you're looking for a tool to try to figure out what is legitimate and what isn't, is action. Action always tells you.
Yeah.
So the reason why I've come to the conclusion that even the Democrats claiming they care about all the DACA people, the reason why I know that's not true is the way they behave. They simply see them as a voting bloc. There really is nothing sincere about their concern for these individual lives and these people and what's going to happen to them. The Democrats hang on to all this because they think it is beneficial to their pursuit of political power. That's really the truth.
And that is.
Now, I know people, Rick, how can you? I say that because of what I observe.
And to them, Rick, this is the ultimate cause. I mean, there is not a higher calling because you need me to save you from all them evil other people, conservative, Bible thumping, Republicans and stuff.
That's right. I mean, where would we be without the Democrats? I mean, how would we ever survive? Which, by the way, did they ever realize what an arrogant position that is?
Oh, Rick.
Well, I'm going to tell you,
to have us.
I would ask you this. Everyone who has voted against the economic changes that the current administration has tried to implement since they went in, that they finally got, and the numbers, guys, are off the chart good for the country right now. And why were we standing in the way of this? And this is some sick compromise. They didn't get all they wanted.
No,
you know,
Bubba. Look. There's too much compromise in my opinion, but there should be enough that everybody. 6 we be big. Don't forget Dad for Father's Day. Check rickandbubba.com under the store. Got some cool stuff for Dad there. Check it out. And unfortunately, the spatula is sold out and gone.
So sorry.
We're trying to find a. I didn't like that one. We got somebody suggested a vendor the other day. I thought that was, y'all don't understand the standard we're going for here. All right, so as we make our way back, Bubba, now we will, and Adler has on the video here, he even puts it on there, caution.
Unfortunately.
Super nerd alert.
Unfortunately, well, it was a super nerd alert. Everywhere I'm looking, it looks like whoever owned the copyright to that video, it's taken down. Yeah, a bunch of big accounts on Twitter, tweeted it, ESPN even, and the media has been disabled in response to a report by the copyright owner. So
nobody's gonna see Super Nerd.
I don't know who owned the video of a super nerd doing his super nerdy thing, but I can't. I'll see if I can find it.
We hate whoever played that copyrighted video before we could.
That's
Come
right.
on.
Come on.
Okay. All right. So now, what is this other one you say? Man that can't swim steals a jet ski. I see that video today. What happened there? How do we know he can't swim?
Well,
he tells the police that.
Oh, really?
Well, let's see it.
Okay. 1 second.
They had to rescue.
Let's Rubik's Cube juggling.
I'm sorry about the Rubik's Cube thing. I thought we were ready.
Yeah.
He's juggling.
That's a lot of talent.
It's unreal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ain't never had a date, but it looks good.
Right. Well,
Sure.
he's only 19.
He didn't.
Right. Yeah.
No, 19.
So that's a pretty good clip from 13. But all right. So
this police officer in Florida goes up to some people who own a boat and say, "Hey, can you take me in your boat out to that jet ski that's out there in the bay because it's been reported as stolen."
Okay.
So that's where we pick up the video here. Oh, I'm playing music still.
Okay,
My
right,
goodness. Okay.
I know the Rubik's Cube guy missed. We were smooth.
Yeah. So now the police officer, we're seeing his body cam here, and they're approaching the guy that reportedly stole this jet ski.
Right here. Sheriff's office. Sheriff's office. Put your hands up.
Oh wow!
Oh my goodness.
Well,
he's not
Come
going
over
anywhere.
here. Come over here. What? Swim.
Oh, I see how
You're gonna take a jet ski and you don't know how to swim.
Okay, buddy.
So there you go.
So you're going to steal a jet ski.
I'd like to see that police officer calm down just a little bit.
So they're telling him to swim,
My goodness.
and he says, "I can't swim." And the guy says, "You stole a jet ski and you can't swim."
People that steal things don't think things through.
No,
I
they
hate to
really
break it to
don't.
the police officer.
They don't.
How did he think this is going to go? Is it got problems now? Has he run out of gas? Why is he stalled out
I was
there
just
like
floating.
that? Okay. Look at.
What if he was underwater, Speedy? How would he talk?
Greg, did you kind of know he would look like this though? I mean, he's just. I bet he doesn't weigh 90 pounds.
Is this more audio?
Pretty much underweight.
Because he's pulled up now.
Yeah, I don't know if he cusses or anything when he's arrested. So yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Thanks for the ride. They're saying.
Oh, okay, I see.
Thanks for the ride. We got him.
Yeah. Okay. So he stole somebody's jet ski, but then won't swim over to the police because he says he can't swim.
And he had the seat off, so I'm assuming, guys,
Was there
not
something wrong?
being a jet ski owner, that's where everything is underneath the seat.
No, that's where the engine is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it broke down. Apparently, he was just floating because he had the seat up or off, and it looked like he was trying to work on it or something.
Yeah,
he probably didn't take the gas, turn the gas onto it, and was probably just running it without. Yeah. And didn't realize all you got to do is turn on the little knob.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yeah, I bet you're right.
I'm guessing.
Look, he wasn't raised on the Coosa.
Well, I know. I've got an advantage there, Rick.
Right,
I promise you
I
this.
got you.
If I stole it, they'd have a much tougher time catching me.
Yeah.
Well, now.
I said if.
And you can swim.
The boat owners that are giving the
Coosa really well.
officers a ride, you think they feel like, hey, check us out?
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Greg, but out on the river, I mean, are they a little bit now empty scamps?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think anybody likes a thief.
If the
though.
police officer asks to borrow your boat, he can take it anyway.
Sure.
So you might as well
you want
say, yeah.
you want to always be. Plus, you're always on. Now
Right.
you're kind of like, hey guys, let me take a look at this license. Yeah, I thought you might have saw it that day we gave you a ride out to get that jet ski.
Yeah, I started saying,
oh, hey guys,
did
good
the
to see
police
y'all.
give him a get out of jail card?
Hey, good to see y'all.
Hey, pal.
There you go, pal. And but yeah, it doesn't make much sense to steal a watercraft if you can't swim.
No.
That's Do you think he just said that he just didn't want to swim over?
Probably
the boat?
so.
Yeah. He's still trying to get it going so he can get away from
Or
it.
hide his drugs, one of the two.
Right.
That's true.
Anybody think he's sober? Anybody?
Not a one. No.
Not even a chance.
It's a good looking jet ski.
It is.
Yeah. Also, did you see? I'm trying to look at this story that we saw today too. This is another one that we haven't gotten to that said Apple Studios has acquired a project being co-produced by Brad Pitt's Plan B Productions, set in the world of Formula One. That they bought the movie because does that mean that they didn't feel like it was? Did Pitt's bunch not have the money to finish it? Said it's going to be directed. Oh, this is where it becomes a story. Right now, anybody tied to Top Gun is going to be in a story now.
Yeah.
So they're saying it's directed by Top Gun Maverick director, whatever his name is.
It's
And
Brad Pitt too. Isn't
So we're going
Y'all
Maverick,
get me if I had asked
Maverick,
something.
Yeah.
Well,
no. What I was saying is Brad Pitt's Plan B.
He used it correctly.
Apostrophe S, meaning showing ownership of the Plan B production. And so I think what I'm saying is
Top Gun on a racetrack.
does that mean his production company, like, they're abandoning it? Why is Apple coming in here and buying it?
It's really not a clear story.
No, and it says that Greg, Days of Thunder producer is involved here.
Of course, we've talked about it before. Days of Thunder is nothing but Top Gun on a racetrack.
That's
you know,
correct.
hey, I lose my my confidence. I
No,
gotta
you're
get
right.
it back.
Same thing. Yeah. So it's supposed to be about Formula One racing. Does that draw y'all in? It says
What was that Formula One movie that was based on a true story that was so good? You remember the guy got burned up?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's called.
Golly, what is
they don't have a title yet, but they said that Brad Pitt actually is the star as a driver that comes out of retirement to compete alongside a rookie driver against the titans of the sport.
Okay.
So you got the, hey, I come out of retirement, I'm going to help this up-and-coming rookie.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't understand why Apple has come in and decided to buy it and take over. Or maybe they were going to finish it, and they said, we think it'll be successful. All these people involved in it are hot. How much you take for your new movie that you're working on? And they just... Now they're out from under it, and now I guess he's just going to star on it.
Yeah, they're probably waiting on somebody else. You know, whoever was going to be the highest bidder was going to get it.
You know, I will say this, and I've talked about it, and I know this is somebody's going to scream, like they do to me about soccer. You just don't understand the sport. It's beautiful. Look, I've tried to look at it. I can't find this beauty y'all are talking about, but
the beauty is a little far from
a little boring.
The field's too big, and there's not enough scoring,
and we never know how much time's left. In the
right? That's weird, But what I'm saying is this: I have never liked Formula One racing. I just is this the one where they race through the streets of cities?
Yes, a lot of
Yeah.
it. Now
It's
I
kind of
will
the
say
open
this,
wheel,
but listen to
top
me.
cars.
Yeah, they're
have
definitely open wheel.
They got a behind the scenes series that comes on Netflix about it.
Okay.
How many years have done it? 3
I
years.
think three. I think there's three.
And I know where you come, and I agree with you on the race itself. Because usually whoever starts in the front, unless they blow up, they win.
Yeah. Right.
But
Yeah.
this behind the scenes, the technology and the drivers getting fired and all that, it's really cool.
Yeah,
All right, I see what
it's
you're
more
playing.
from the business side and the technology
Right.
side, and you would love it.
So you're doing
it's
that
good.
thing because y'all know me. Rick
Yes.
would rather watch a documentary about a topic than actually watch the topic.
This specifically.
Yeah.
I
this one
reluctantly
specifically.
watched it, and I couldn't quit watching
Yeah,
it.
Rick, it goes
really
like really in depth with
money.
like the driver stories, but also ownership and guys that run it. It's really good.
Perfect example. I'm not a huge hockey guy, and I think
Right.
I should be.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I just can't get past the skates. But
Right.
but I hockey I like. But I love hockey, horse racing, and I guess now Formula One. These are things I don't care to watch, but I love to see movies and documentaries about them.
Yeah, same thing.
But because I
Kind of you get your feel of it watching the movie, and then you don't actually watch.
What
the
is
movie.
that?
Rush.
Is it Rush?
Yeah,
Rush.
that's a good movie.
It is. I've seen that.
Yeah.
Here's the crash from Rush.
Chris Hemsworth's in that, I think.
Yes.
Is this the real crash of what happened?
No, it's the fake crash.
2013.
Okay.
And you remember, I think it was season 1 of this reality show we're talking about. This guy was mentoring one
Yes.
of the drivers.
Yes, he was.
Okay.
The burn up
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah.
So
And
that's,
Rick, I'll tell you this: if
that's
you
the
watch,
one where Thor's the guy, the driver.
Yeah, Hemsworth.
if you watch the
Hey.
Formula One Netflix documented series that we're talking about, and you give that something, then you will be a little bit more interested in Formula One because
Yeah.
you'll start to see all the names. And I know the
Like
series,
Hamilton wins everything.
He's
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
Tiger
of course.
Woods of
but
this era.
normally the series or the episodes or whatever, they're behind what
Yeah.
currently is going on.
Yeah.
So you see drivers are still moving around, and
Of course, the Red Bull team's kind of come
yeah,
on now.
Yeah, they have.
Have
And
y'all
Bubba,
ever?
you'll love that. Red Bull's top guy is married to a Spice Girl.
All right, there you go.
She's on there every now and then.
Speaking of horse racing,
Spice. No, sporty. What is it?
Posh
Ginger
Spice?
Spice.
Ginger Spice. Speaking of horse
They're all
racing,
Spice.
49 years ago today was Secretariat at Belmont.
What? 49 years ago today?
Yeah, I've got the video if you guys want to watch it.
Yeah, I'd love to
love
see
it.
that.
Okay.
That's awesome.
And take more phone calls when we come back. Hang on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whatever you view ought to be all right. Nobody has actually grabbed it and said, "By what it's our way." Or
With
no way."
spring in the air,
Everybody's compromised.
If the Republicans are smart, and I don't think they are, they'll just let us shut down.
They won't.
Just let her shut down,
lose
and
their
then
mind.
and we'll see how many 430 departments in the federal government are really essential and worth keeping
I say
open.
this, I would be, and this all goes back to another problem, abuse of the system, where we got outside the system. The DACA, the Dreamers thing, whether you like it or not, was done by executive order. It was not done through the legislative process. That's why Trump could undo it so easy. And now you're fighting over it. So if Obama had gone through the process to get it done, you know why he didn't? Because he couldn't have got it done. It wouldn't even ever been here. So we got abuse of the system, and this is where it gets you. The further you get off the tracks, the rougher the road gets.
We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From the dead, and I will rise when he calls my name.
It is 7 minutes past the hour.
Sorrow, no.
I was talking to a lot of folks as we were approaching January the 19th, 2018, which would now mark a decade, 10 years, if you can believe that, since our youngest son, William Bronner Burgess, went to heaven, a day that rattled, obviously, all who were connected to our family, all who were connected to this show. And what I've kind of did with the decade is to kind of look back over the decade. Sherry and I were talking yesterday, my wife, and I kind of came up with the phrase a decade of refinement because the Bible talks about that. But I was thinking about all the things that happened. Like some of you know because you've been around a while, some of you may not. That song was written because of that event. Chris Tomlin wrote that song after watching the memorial service. And, then we did the first Stadium Fest, and he came out and he did it for the first time there. And so you think about every time that song's out there playing, I'm thinking, all right, that's one of those things that came out of that 10 years. And so when this happened, obviously I was in Pigeon Forge, and so this is the actual date, but last weekend was kind of the weekend because it was Martin Luther King Jr. weekend. I was actually speaking with Scott Dawson. Here we are 10 years later. Now he's running for governor, was there, and of course a process began. And you start thinking about all the different things over the last 10 years, and I really appreciate a lot of you who are emailing today saying, let me tell you what the decade happened, what happened in our life, how that affected us, and the thousands of people live. And I even thought about that today as I was preparing and I was getting ready today. I said, I don't want to do anything that is beyond what's really happening, because when you talk about what's really happened in the last 10 years, there's no need to exaggerate it. And the number thousands is not an exaggeration. We're talking right at a little over 300 people that made decisions for Christ just at the memorial service in the room. I look back on all those things that you think about when this happened is all in God's timing and all completely under his authority. And I know some of you struggle with that theology, but this is not my theology. It's what the Bible says about God. As Sherry wrote the book, and of course that came out, it was a couple of years ago. It wasn't this past, 2 years ago this January, right? Was that right? And because I know she came and interviewed, that wasn't last January, it was one before.
No,
right. Yeah, so the book is out there, and if you want to get that book, Sherry, 5 years writing that book of the 10, it is nothing but a book that it was funny because Sherry's gotten to the point now where she doesn't go out and read the reviews on it or anything like that, and I just was scanning on Amazon some of the things that have been said about it, and she even said to me, she said, "Don't read those to me. I'm good." And I said, "I want to read you one." And so I read her one, and it was one, I don't know, it came out sometime last year, right, over the summer. And what it was that the person was saying, this introduced me to God. I know God better from reading the book. And Sherry said, I'll listen to that one. I don't want to hear, it's not about me. It's not even about Bronner. That book is supposed to glorify God. It's God telling in his own word, his own revelation about himself. I forget how much scripture is in that book. It's like, there's over hundreds and hundreds of scripture. And she said, if the book shows you God as he has said he is, then thank you. That's what it was intended for. It's him saying, I want you to tell the people this, what I've said about myself, and point them to it. That's
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Y'all ready? All right, let's go. All right, I do want to point you to a brand new sponsor, and I've already got mine ordered, and I'm digging it, and I'm loving it. Fieldofgreens.com. Hear me out. I know. Everybody says, we got to do better. You got to do better. And there's some competitors that try, but honestly, does your body really take these things in? We need to be eating healthier, but the reality is it's difficult to eat up to 6 cups of fruit and vegetables a day. It's very, very difficult. So that's where fieldofgreens.com comes in. Let's go with a simple nutrition plan that is going to give us the results so powerful that when you have your next physical after taking Fields of Greens, your doctor's going to say, I don't know what you're doing, but you keep on doing it. Isn't that a great feeling? It's also proudly 100% made in America. It'll help you stay healthy. It's powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, science-backed herbs, and prebiotics. So go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, save 15% off your first order, then 10% off any future order. You may be familiar with other products out there, but Field of Greens is the real deal, and I'm just going to shoot you straight. It's just simply superior. Again, go to fieldofgreens.com/Bubba. I'm sorry. Use the code Bubba. Save 15%. There's also a link. Just go get the link. That's the simplest thing to do. rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors. Get your Field of Greens ordered, and we can't wait to hear the results. And I know you're going to love this product. All right, so 49 years ago, again, like a lot of guys on shows, I don't really follow horse racing, but I like movies and documentaries about horse racing. Yeah. And one of my favorite stories and favorite movies is Secretariat.
Great movie.
The most dominant horse in horse history. We did find out after he'd passed on that his heart was much larger than a normal horse, able to run much faster for longer distances.
Like a wind pump.
Yeah, so what we're about to see, and you've seen it in the movie, normally horses would not be able to run this far, this fast. But what they didn't realize is that Secretariat had been made by God to be able to do that. So they make the decision to let him run, and what happened 49 years ago at the Belmont is one of the biggest moments if not the biggest moment in horse racing history. Here we go.
Those two together, Sham on the outside. Sham getting ahead in front as they move around the turn with Secretariat second. Then there's a large gap. Make it 8 lengths back to My Gallant in third and Vice Prince fourth. And Private Smiles is still the trailer. They're on the backstretch. It's almost a match race now. Secretariat's on the inside, by ahead. Sham is on the outside. They've opened 10 lengths on My Gallant, who is third by ahead, with Vice Prince fourth. Then it's another 8 lengths back to Private Smiles, who is trailing the field. They continue down the backstretch, and that Secretariat now taking the lead. He's got it by about a length and a half. Still Sham, 10 lengths back. My Gallant, Vice Prince. They're moving on the turn now. For the turn at Secretariat. He looks like he's opening. The lead is increasing. Make it 3.5. He's moving into the turn. Secretariat holding on to a large lead. Sham is second, and then it's a long way back to My Gallant and Vice Prince. They're on the turn. Secretariat is blazing along. The first 3/4 of a mile in 1:09 4/5. Wow. Secretariat is widening now. He is moving like a tremendous machine. Secretariat by 12. Secretariat by 14 lengths on the turn. Sham is dropping back. It looks like they'll catch him today as My Gallant and Vice Prince are both coming up to him now. But Secretariat is all alone. He's out there almost a 1/16 of a mile away from the rest of the horses. Secretariat is in a position that is impossible to catch. He's into the stretch. Secretariat leads his field by 18 lengths. And now Vice Prince is taken second, and My Gallant is moved back to third. They're in the stretch. Secretariat has opened a 22-length lead. He is going to be the Triple Crown winner. Here comes Secretariat to the wire. An unbelievable, an amazing performance. He hits the
What a horse! What a horse! And he was superior physically, and they didn't think that if you ran him that hard, they thought it would kill the horse, and all it did, they were holding him back. He wanted to run.
It was a horse. Yeah.
Poor old Sham, he tried, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's like, I'll see if I can
battling all three
rounds. I'll see if I can run with you.
I mean,
boy, that's
good for a while.
Yeah, it was. It was good for a while. 866 We Be Big is the number. 49 years ago today. Let's go to Starkville, Mississippi. Listening to us on Laser 96.1 is Colton. Hey, Colton, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Fired up.
Yeah, so I was listening to the last segment, and y'all mentioned the Formula One movie that Apple bought, and then you talked a little bit more about the extra drivers, and I saw on Twitter Lewis Hamilton's actually one of the co-producers for the movie.
Oh, really?
Okay, there you go. Are you watching this series that the guys are trying to get me to watch?
Yes, sir. I watched it about 3 years ago when it came out, and I was like you, I really didn't know much about the sport. But it really hooked me, and I follow it pretty hard now.
Yeah.
I think my first pushback on the Formula One racing was that I pictured myself trying to get through a city where they were having one of the races, and all the roads were cut off, and it was a big hassle for me to get to where I was going, and I think I developed a stain for it.
Is that it?
That'd do it.
So where do I find it? Who's got this?
Netflix.
Netflix, okay. Was it
3
called?
seasons? Formula One's Drive to Survive.
Yeah, boy, it's good. Too.
Okay, all right, that's easy.
I think there's.
I'm just telling you, it is for
Greg,
somebody that was in your boat, Rick, and gave Formula One nothing.
Okay.
I decided to jump in because I heard the Good Time Gang was just talking about it all the time. And finally, I said, "Okay, I'm in," and I hadn't regretted it.
What about? Are you ever going to see Maverick, Greg? Please.
I don't know.
Are any of y'all going to see 2,000
Evidently.
Who's? By the way, it's almost like I feel like you've told me everything I wanted to see about 2,000 Mules, and I moved on.
No, you need to see it.
Okay, but it's like I've got the information, and I know it's going to frustrate me. Are you not going to see Maverick, Greg? Are you against us?
No,
are you
I'm not
now,
against us. I'm just.
Have you seen it yet?
I don't
Speedy?
never. I just don't go to the movies. I just don't never go to the movies.
Oh, Greg, what? Well, then go.
I know.
I mean.
Go.
Yeah, right.
I know. I don't know. I look at my day and
That's no excuse. I never go to the
Yeah, Greg, this is special.
Y'all asking me why I hadn't went.
This is special.
I just don't really want
It'd
to
be
go
like
to the
somebody saying, "Why didn't you go see Garth Brooks tonight?" Well, I just don't go to the concerts anymore.
I'm gonna wait till it comes out on streaming.
Do y'all
don't
think
wait that long?
Top Gun Maverick is better than the original?
Oh wow.
The cinematography is probably better, but
40 years.
The storyline was good on the first one too, and there was, in my opinion,
which
a lot
one do you
more
think's better?
air-to-air combat in it. So,
What do you think? Which one's better then?
All right, here. Let me try this because
they're both good.
Yeah, you can't make me.
Bubba, that's not an answer.
Yeah, but one time, you can't make
That's
me.
my answer.
You can't make me be that guy that saw Top Gun the first time, and then compare him to the guy that I am now because they waited 30 years.
Yeah,
so it's making this very difficult. I'm two completely different people.
Your perspective's different,
right? But I would think. I think the fact that I didn't know anything the first time, and now I'm watching a story that's already in progress 30 years later.
Right.
I still think the first one's better.
Okay.
Just because I didn't know anything about it,
right?
And I'm jumping into a storyline that I'm just becoming familiar with, and I'm about this. I'm even getting more confident with what I'm saying right now. I think the first one's better.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You think because of the storyline is what you're saying is better?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Bubba, you're not answering.
I
it's
like
just
them
hard.
both.
It's a difficult.
I like them both.
Yeah, but I mean, if you said, Rick, you could only watch one and we're getting rid of the other, I would go, that's fine. I'll watch either one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
hurt me either.
right. Yeah, I'd
Because
be okay.
Reese came in, he went with some buddies, and he's 18, okay, but he has seen the original. He says this one's better, but he doesn't. He wasn't there when it came out, So
the reason why
he's just
Bubba and
watching
I
the original streaming, and
yeah, the reason why Bubba and I don't want to be put in this situation is you're asking us to compare today to the 80s, and we just can't. I mean,
I can't openly pick against the 80s.
Right.
That's right.
You see
because
how,
I know it
did
would
you
be
see
false.
me side with the 80s?
I know it would be false to do that.
Right.
Friday night, Amanda and I sat down and watched 1986. The one in 19, I think it was 86. It was 84, 86, whatever.
Somewhere around there.
The original.
We sat down and watched
Mid-80s.
it, and she was very frustrated with us watching it because I realized, and she realized very quickly, for some reason I could still quote most every single line in the movie.
There you go.
And that made me realize how much as this meant as a child, as a teenager, this movie meant to me.
Yeah, we connected to it.
Yeah, exactly. But I will say this, I like this one better. And this is coming from someone that watched both of them within 48 hours, loved and adored the first one so much so that after 20 years could still quote every single line of the movie. But I like the second one better.
I'm going to say this one thing.
And it may just be the technology and the modernization of everything. I don't know.
There's no doubt the cinematography's better now.
Yes.
No doubt about that. First time I've ever
Can
said...
I tell you another thing I thought was better about the original was the competition between the pilots.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think they built
The
up the
rivalry.
personality of the pilots as much as they did.
Yeah,
I
that
will,
was good.
I will sum up the
Careful.
reason why the first one is better than the second one, and it's just dangerous what I'm about to do.
I know. You're about to give something away, aren't you?
Not really, but
Okay.
I'm going to sum something up, and I can sum it up in 2 words. Ice Man.
See, I can't defend that because I don't want to give something
I know,
away.
just don't.
I want us to really. When is the time in which we can sit
when these
down
two go
and
see
take
it?
a segment and really? Because there are things that there are a couple things, little things, minor things that bothered me about the movie.
I know.
And I want to bring them out.
Wait on Greg.
No,
I'm waiting on Speedy.
He
Speedy,
don't
you
know.
got
One more weekend.
You got my vacation week.
Rick and Bubba.
And I have your attention now because I've allowed you to suffer. And so so that the book's out there. And look, for those of you that want to get it from us, thank you. That goes to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. But because of Sherry's contract, we can't come off the price because it doesn't allow author copies to be sold lower than what's out there. But you can go to Amazon now, and they've reduced the price now. It's been out 2 years now. They dropped the price, and it's everywhere. You can get it everywhere.
From the family aspect, the day I remember it started there at the hospital, with the events and all, and talking about the book, the timing was so perfect. Not that you ever, time, it doesn't make anything go away, but as time moves on, you tend, you get back in your busy life, getting all this, when all of a sudden then the book comes out. And I think the timing that it happened, if it had came out any sooner or any later, I'm talking about for family members, it wouldn't have had the same effect. It came out at the perfect time. And then we have it right there at the house, and you can always refer back to it, pick it up and read a chapter. I just think that book, again, started with, the night it happened and the example you set. And then as time moved on, everybody, you never get over it and that, but, we get busy. But then the book hit.
Yeah, yeah.
And that, I personally,
markers and
as a
stuff.
family member, that just brings it all back. Here we go. Here's the things that happened. This is why.
Yeah.
Here's the blessings. And now you have it to refer back to if you ever get in that moment where you think, I need a little refresher on that. It's there.
Yeah.
So all these things that fell into place to me, obviously it wasn't by accident. Timing-wise.
No. That's the thing. I think a lot of people, if you believe that God is completely in control, which we do, then some people will try to somehow take moments like this and remove God from them, but you can't, because if you believe that He did not design this, just as Greg said, as it's going, then you have to believe He couldn't stop it. I mean, so you believe that God's like, man, y'all have done something today. I don't know what I'm gonna do about this. I mean, there's nothing. And then you watch, as we said, the adversary think, well, this is what we're going to do with it because we're allowed to come in and do this. And then they just keep getting played over and over again as God says, no, I've been glorified. There are people, I remember my pastor telling me, he said, there are going to be people in your family. There's going to be things in your own life. There's going to be things that are going to happen with total strangers that were not going to happen any other way. That's why God said this is the plan. And I talked about this even in Wednesday's Bible study, and you can go back and catch that, is, if you look, when Jesus was going through his ministry and he was getting those that were going, he was picking out the ones that were and asking them to follow him. And then when you got beyond the 12, just to the early church, he never told them where they were going. He didn't say, hey, Peter, look, I want you to follow me. Now, look, I got to tell you, now this is what's going to happen, and at some point you're going to be crucified upside down.
That's right.
You know what I mean? I mean, he didn't say where he didn't even say where they were going next.
Yeah.
So God didn't come to me and say, hey, Rick, I want you to follow me. Now, look, I'm gonna take you through some stuff, and at one point you're going to have a little boy, and then I'm going to allow him to die at 2.5, and then here's what we're going to do this. He didn't tell you any of that. He just says, follow me and trust that wherever I take you, it's right.
Yeah.
And
the notes I have is that you mentioned you have to have faith that where God is taking you is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean, that's wow.
Yeah, what God did 10 years ago was right. And I find myself even to the point being thankful for because I don't know, I wouldn't be where I am. We talked about it even in the kitchen. when Job, we find Job, which was far beyond anything I was even close to being 10 years ago, far beyond, because they called him blameless and upright. I certainly wasn't blameless and upright. So this tells you how powerful suffering is. So here's Job, who's blameless and upright at the beginning of the account of Job's life, blameless and upright compared to everybody else. It's important, don't miss that, compared to everybody else. Sometimes some of us look good only because who we're compared to, but compared to God, we don't look very good at all. So compared to everybody else in his time, he was blameless and upright. So God tells Satan with Job exactly what he can and can't do. Satan even comes back after the first round and says, well, he didn't turn on you, but if you let me go after him, he will. You didn't let me touch him. All right, we'll touch him. You can't kill him, but now you can touch him. God's in charge of every single bit of this.
It's like the leash, like you were talking about.
We're talking about. If you want to take, like a wild animal, somebody comes in with on the leash and in total control of it, and it wants to attack you. Well, the person in control of that animal can only let out the chain enough where it can get to you. He's letting the animal get as close to you as he desires. The animal may be wanting to devour you, but he can't devour you until the person handling the animal lets him. So, at the end of his life, in the suffering, you see Job come back now, blameless, upright, and he was blameless and upright. But after God gives his resume and
it is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big's our number. Phone trolling. Let's let it eat. All 10 lines available. Grab one. Well, 9 now. 866 We Be Big. 30 seconds a pop. We get a lot of folks on, a lot of opinions, a lot of comments, and then the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We'll move to the next caller and keep that baby going. So I will say this one thing as the callers are getting in, and Bubba and I talked about it. First of all, don't put us in positions we have to go against the 80s. But second,
because I hate to be put in a position where I have to go historically against the greatest decade mankind has ever seen. Yeah, because it really makes you look silly.
Before I say what I say, it has nothing to do with the movie. Nobody panic, okay? But you ain't got much longer, okay? The other thing is this. I liked the movie Top Gun Maverick, and I liked it a lot, okay?
And I will not lie.
Now, before I move into the next statement, all that needs to be established. But I do think, because of how terrible things have been, I do think there is a certain love of this movie like you love food more when you're starving.
Yeah, there's almost a rebound effect from all the bad things going on.
Yeah.
That we needed. We needed an oasis to land on.
Sure.
And we're all screaming about it.
It's a great movie, but I don't think it's as great as we think it is. I think we were starving.
Okay.
And somebody gave us what we wanted to eat, and we're like, that's the greatest meal I've ever eaten. Mm-hmm. And the reason why, we're starving. I mean, we haven't had a good meal in 30 years.
Yeah.
I mean, in some cases. There just haven't been movies that we've enjoyed in so long, we were starving. And somebody finally gave us what we were starving for. So we ate it on like we were famished.
Yeah.
And we're thinking, that is as good as I've ever had in my entire life. We may be over loving it a little bit because we're so hungry.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Well, let me ask you this, and I know the 80s, I get that, but has there ever been a sequel that's better than the original?
Not in my world.
I don't think so.
I really can't think of any.
Mm-mm.
No, there was.
And keep in mind, I'm a little upset about Jurassic Park right now.
I think
it's coming out tonight.
Yeah,
it starts tonight in some places.
I think the second Rambo was better than the first one.
Oh my goodness! All right, so to the phones we go.
Look at
that's
Greg.
as close as you can get.
Yep.
Easy.
They're just different kind of movies. One, First Blood's a little more gritty. First Blood Part 2, a little more blockbuster.
Yeah.
They're both probably the two best movies ever made, but
the second one was better, him fighting.
Have you seen Maverick yet?
I have not seen Maverick yet.
You're hungry, though, aren't you?
I want to see it. I'm just waiting for Greg to see it.
Yeah.
Well, you got about one more weekend before we start openly discussing the plot.
Yeah, all fair.
And I
think that's fair.
And I got
on there.
I
think everybody needs to be.
I got a few things I'd like to talk about.
That's fair.
To the phones we go. Columbus, Mississippi. Also listening to Laser 96.1. Greg, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, so Rick's comment about Iceman. I haven't seen the new one going tonight.
Yeah.
But can I deduce from that comment that Goose's son comes back and kills Iceman's daughter.
No, but you guessed it.
Hey, but I'll tell you,
you saw right through it.
Yeah, you saw. But I will tell you this though.
Yeah.
2 words: Pride Month. All right, so
Rick, don't throw it.
Rick,
what are you doing? All right, give me this right here. I don't know if I should ask it.
What, Speedy?
Well, Terry said there's a couple of pretty emotional moments in the movie.
Stay away.
Like 3, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Is that one of them?
Asa in Alabama. Asa, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So, y'all were talking about Whispering Joe earlier and all the whispering he's been doing.
Yes, I
found a video on YouTube not too long ago of Turtle Love, and I sent it to every one of y'all.
Turtle
Y'all
Love?
just need to open it up. Turtle Love. Just be open-minded and listen to this turtle and see if it doesn't sound like Joe Biden.
You sent us
to every one of y'all.
I'm afraid.
I wouldn't.
right, I'm going in.
What?
I'm
Turtle?
going in.
I saw it. I did not open it.
Turtle?
Yeah. Okay.
When was this?
We're probably not going to open a file that says Turtle Love.
Yeah, I did not open it.
Okay, watch turtles mating.
Huh?
What?
That's what it says.
That's I'm not watching that.
No.
What's he making noises?
I got to put it this way: you got to confirm your age to watch it.
No, I'm
Come
out.
on, Asa. You're better than that.
I wish he'd just made
I
the
don't
noise.
need turtle porn.
Greg, I don't know.
Greg. Yeah, it's a little slow for me.
That's a lot of action. What are you doing? Rick, it was long and it felt long. Hurry up.
I just got a drug on. All right, here we go. Adam and Lincoln. Adam, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, guys. If you'll go see the IMAX Dome and y'all go watch this Maverick there, there will be no question in your mind which one's better, the first one or the second one, because it was the most incredible experience I've ever seen on television.
Yeah, you're talking about from a videography standpoint.
Well, you were saying the theater is why it was the greatest, not the movie.
You were starving, and I gave you my fried chicken, and you said it's the best you've eaten in your life.
I went to the IMAX, I told you, one time.
Adam, you were starving.
On a field trip with the kids, and it was just about the coral reef, and I didn't like all this. I feel like I'm doing
just
well, I mean,
just about the coral
obviously,
reef. It was like this.
Obviously, they have competition between pilots. Everybody knows that about how it. I just felt like the first one, they may have developed those characters a little more than they did in this one, and they do develop them in this some, but in the first one,
it's a fair statement.
Think about this: you got Iceman, you got the guy that rode with him,
Slider.
You got 3 or 4 more pilots, and they getting fusses and all this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say in this one, you will not feel as connected to these pilots as you did to those.
Cougar lost his grip.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seen an aircraft carrier around here?
That's a great one.
He loves that.
That is
Wendy.
That's a good movie.
Any
And
of you
Sims.
boys seen an aircraft carrier around here?
Wendy. Welcome. Go ahead.
Hey, if Greg doesn't see it on the big screen, then his review doesn't count because it's not going to be as good.
That's true.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree with
I
that. That's
think
a good point, Wendy.
I thought the audio on this one was superior to the first one.
No, yeah.
Oh, no.
I have something I want to say, but I don't think it'll be
when
accepted.
When them jets start to take off, you're going to feel it in the seat.
I like it. Yeah, back in the 80s, they didn't have all that.
To Rick and Alabaster, ZZK. Rick, go ahead.
Hey, Green Acres. Good morning, guys.
Thank you, buddy. What's on your mind?
I'm thinking about the LIV. I'm a huge PGA fan from a long time ago, Arnold Palmer, etc.
Right.
And I think the only way I'd watch on a LIV if it became a full contact sport.
So you're a golf purist then?
Yeah.
What if that was the only place you could see those golfers?
Yeah, the good ones.
I'd watch Liberty Mutual commercials.
Okay.
Well, I do think the way that they're trying to give them guaranteed money is going to be a game changer. I think it's going to resonate with a lot of golfers, and the PGA is going to have to change their approach.
Yep.
Yep, I think you're right, and I don't even know what's going on, but just from a business standpoint, I think that makes sense. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.